Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. This is Jason Couch, here today to talk to you about the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. The final battle has begun, and you need the strongest weapon, and we're going to give it to you. We have the GB 13.3 cover stock wrapped around our strongest core ever in the Iron Fist core. So when you're ready for your last battle and you're out there to win, you need to go with the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. Let's watch Tommy Jones throw a few shots.
Hi Ebonite fans, I'm Tommy Jones and I'm here to talk to you about the Warrior line. The first ball we have is the original Warrior. It comes with a clean, shiny cover, gets down the lane with a lot of back-end reaction. The second one is the Warrior Elite. Has a little duller surface, picks up a little sooner, but still has nice back-end reaction. Finally, we have the new Warrior Supreme. It has the strongest cover, the GB 13.3, and the strongest core, the Iron Fist.
So there you have it, Ebonite bowling fans. Get to your favorite pro shop today and go get that Ebonite Warrior Supreme, and you will win your final battle. Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. I've got Matt Gasson here today to talk about a phenomenal new product, the Game Breaker 2 Phenom. Matt, tell me a little bit about this ball.
So far, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this ball. It's got the same enhanced V2 core that all the other Game Breaker 2s have. The difference with this one is that it has the new GB 11.2 cover stock. That's the strongest cover stock that we have in the Game Breaker 2 line so far. And what that means is with all of these new tournament conditions going to these higher viscosity oils and these thicker oils, it's just going to pick up a lot more in the oil, and it's going to allow me to feel like I can throw it a little bit more without feeling like it might go through the spot. I know it's going to pick up when I throw it. It's going to work for a variety of styles, mainly higher ball speed guys, and I could really see a lot of females liking this ball.
All right, that sounds really good. It sounds like a great compliment, really an early in the evening bowling ball, maybe on the fresh. And what will it do compared to the other two in your line?
It's definitely going to be the earliest one. This is going to be the one that you want to throw on the fresh when the back ends are nice and crispy. It's gonna blend it out real nice, and then from there you would go to the original Game Breaker 2. It's great transition ball, staple ball, and benchmark ball in everybody's bag. And then lastly, you'd go to the Game Breaker 2 MVP as you move left and start to go around the lane a little bit more and create that angle down lane.
There you have it, bowling fans. Great new product for you to do your phenomenal striking.
Get ready to feel the need. The all-new Maverick is the latest addition to Ebonite's high-performance line. The brand-new core design in the Maverick, based on our proven Warrior core, produces an enhanced revving action to create hairpin turns that will put your competition in panic mode. We achieved this by making minor modifications to the base Warrior core design. A dual band was created, enlarging the volume of mass away from the pin, which allows the Maverick core to store more energy for the back end of the lane. We then wrapped it with our GB 14.0 solid cover stock, the strongest cover stock in the GB series of covers to date. This enhancement of the already strong GB 13.3 cover allows for even more mid-lane traction, continuation, and explosiveness at the pins. With its 500-2000 Abralon finish, 15-pound RG of 2.48, and differential of 0.056, the Maverick has an aggressive mid-lane and back-end reaction, making it perfect for medium to heavy oil conditions. Available on December 6, 2016. The Maverick will come in weights of 12 to 16 pounds, so head to your pro shop and feel the need.
A revolutionary new design from Dexter specifically engineered to work with the movement of the bowler's foot to provide unprecedented durability, comfort, and flexibility. The product of years of research and development, the Nine's state-of-the-art outsole system is designed to flex and stretch at the natural flex points, reinforcing the high-stress areas most vulnerable to wear and extending the life of the shoe. The Nine's innovative toe hole system is comprised of an ultra-durable, high-tech compound that is extremely resistant to the abrasion and peelback often caused by toe drag upon delivery. This abrasion-resistant interlocking toe-hold outsole clips onto the shoe to reinforce the toe, and can be replaced when needed, eliminating the need to replace the entire shoe due to toe wear, an industry first. Our patent-pending outsole system also features Dexter's exclusive HyperFlex technology, designed to help prevent sole cracking by allowing the sole to flex and stretch freely at 2 different points on the foot. The HyperFlex hinges on the sole align with the shoe's built-in HyperFlex channels to easily click into place and ensure proper alignment. When the bowler's foot flexes, the HyperFlex system flexes with it, providing an unprecedented freedom of movement and exceptional comfort without putting stress on the outsoles that can cause cracking. Dexter's patented symmetrical design allows soles on the Nine to be interchangeable, so the traction and the slide soles can be used on either the left or the right shoe with no trimming needed. The Nine comes with an S7 sawtooth slide sole specifically customized for the Nine, but additional slide sole options developed for the Nine can be purchased separately. The Nine is equipped with a notched thumb grip for easy removal of the sole, allowing the user to pull upward from the bottom toward the toe. These grips also allow for easy removal of replacement heels, as the Nine features a universal heel system that accommodates every type of heel in the Dexter collection. Bowlers will also notice the new contoured raised heel in the Nine that lifts the arch off the ground to prevent contact with the lane. The raised heel also shifts the balance of the bowler's body onto the toes, resulting in a more powerful delivery. The Nine also features a new shorter last with a streamlined toe box so the shoe fits closer to the bowler's toe, giving him an added comfort and control. With its groundbreaking toe-hold HyperFlex engineering system and industry-leading technology built in every aspect of its design, the Nine gives bowlers a shoe with exceptional comfort and performance and an unparalleled level of flexibility, durability, and longevity.
Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. This is Jason Couch, here today to talk to you about the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. The final battle has begun, and you need the strongest weapon, and we're going to give it to you. We have the GB 13.3 cover stock wrapped around our strongest core ever in the Iron Fist core, so when you're ready for your last battle and you're out there to win, you need to go with the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. Let's watch Tommy Jones throw a few shots.
Hi Ebonite fans, I'm Tommy Jones and I'm here to talk to you about the Warrior line. The first ball we have is the original Warrior. It comes with a clean, shiny cover, gets down the lane with a lot of back-end reaction. The second one is the Warrior Elite. Has a little duller surface, picks up a little sooner, but still has nice back-end reaction. Finally, we have the new Warrior Supreme. It has the strongest cover, the GB 13.3, and the strongest core, the Iron Fist.
So there you have it, Ebonite bowling fans. Get to your favorite pro shop today and go get that Ebonite Warrior Supreme, and you will win your final battle. Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. I've got Matt Gasson here today to talk about a phenomenal new product, the Game Breaker 2 Phenom. Matt, tell me a little bit about this ball.
So far, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this ball. It's got the same enhanced V2 core that all the other Game Breaker 2s have. The difference with this one is that it has the new GB 11.2 cover stock. That's the strongest cover stock that we have in the Game Breaker 2 line so far. And what that means is with all of these new tournament conditions going to these higher viscosity oils and these thicker oils, it's just going to pick up a lot more in the oil, and it's going to allow me to feel like I can throw it a little bit more without feeling like it might go through the spot. I know it's going to pick up when I throw it. It's going to work for a variety of styles, mainly higher ball speed guys, and I could really see a lot of females liking this ball.
All right, that sounds really good. It sounds like a great compliment, really an early in the evening bowling ball, maybe on the fresh. And what will it do compared to the other two in your line?
It's definitely going to be the earliest one. This is going to be the one that you want to throw on the fresh when the back ends are nice and crispy. It's gonna blend it out real nice, and then from there you would go to the original Game Breaker 2. It's a great transition ball, staple ball, and benchmark ball in everybody's bag. And then lastly, you'd go to the Game Breaker 2 MVP as you move left and start to go around the lane a little bit more and create that angle down lane.
There you have it, bowling fans. Great new product for you to do your phenomenal striking.
Get ready to feel the need. The all-new Maverick is the latest addition to Ebonite's high-performance line. The brand new core design in the Maverick, based on our proven Warrior core, produces an enhanced revving action to create hairpin turns that will put your competition in panic mode. We achieved this by making minor modifications to the base Warrior core design. A dual band was created, enlarging the volume of mass away from the pin, which allows the Maverick core to store more energy for the back end of the lane. We then wrapped it with our GB 14.0 solid cover stock, the strongest cover stock in the GB series of covers to date. This enhancement of the already strong GB 13.3 cover allows for even more mid-lane traction, continuation, and explosiveness at the pins. With its 500 2000 Abralon finish, 15-pound RG of 2.48, and differential of 0.056, the Maverick has an aggressive mid-lane and back-end reaction, making it perfect for medium to heavy oil conditions. Available on December 6, 2016, the Maverick will come in weights of 12 to 16 pounds. So head to your pro shop and feel the need.
A revolutionary new design from Dexter specifically engineered to work with the movement of the bowler's foot to provide unprecedented durability, comfort, and flexibility. The product of years of research and development, the Nine's state-of-the-art outsole system is designed to flex and stretch at the natural flex points, reinforcing the high-stress areas most vulnerable to wear and extending the life of the shoe. The Nine's innovative toe hole system is comprised of an ultra-durable, high-tech compound that is extremely resistant to the abrasion and peelback often caused by toe drag upon delivery. This abrasion-resistant interlocking toe-hold outsole clips onto the shoe to reinforce the toe, and can be replaced when needed, eliminating the need to replace the entire shoe due to toe wear, an industry first. Our patent-pending outsole system also features Dexter's exclusive HyperFlex technology, designed to help prevent sole cracking by allowing the sole to flex and stretch freely at 2 different points on the foot. The HyperFlex hinges on the sole align with the shoe's built-in HyperFlex channels to easily click into place and ensure proper alignment. When the bowler's foot flexes, the HyperFlex system flexes with it, providing an unprecedented freedom of movement and exceptional comfort without putting stress on the outsoles that can cause cracking. Dexter's patented symmetrical design allows soles on the 9 to be interchangeable, so the traction and the slide soles can be used on either the left or the right shoe with no trimming needed. The 9 comes with an S7 sawtooth slide sole specifically customized for the 9, but additional slide sole options developed for the 9 can be purchased separately. The 9 is equipped with a notched thumb grip for easy removal of the sole, allowing the user to pull upward from the bottom toward the toe. These grips also allow for easy removal of replacement heels, as the 9 features a universal heel system that accommodates every type of heel in the Dexter collection. Bowlers will also notice the new contoured raised heel in the 9 that lifts the arch off the ground to prevent contact with the lane. The raised heel also shifts the balance of the bowler's body onto the toes, resulting in a more powerful delivery. The 9 also features a new shorter last with a streamlined toe box so the shoe fits closer to the bowler's toe, giving him an added comfort and control. With its groundbreaking toe hold HyperFlex engineering system and industry-leading technology built in every aspect of its design, the 9 gives bowlers a shoe with exceptional comfort and performance and an unparalleled level of flexibility, durability, and longevity.
Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. This is Jason Couch, here today to talk to you about the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. The final battle has begun, and you need the strongest weapon, and we're going to give it to you. We have the GB 13.3 cover stock wrapped around our strongest core ever in the Iron Fist core, so when you're ready for your last battle and you're out there to win, you need to go with the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. Let's watch Tommy Jones throw a few shots.
Hi Ebonite fans, I'm Tommy Jones and I'm here to talk to you about the Warrior line. The first ball we have is the original Warrior. It comes with a clean, shiny cover, gets down the lane with a lot of back-end reaction. The second one is the Warrior Elite. Has a little duller surface, picks up a little sooner, but still has nice back-end reaction. Finally, we have the new Warrior Supreme. It has the strongest cover, the GB 13.3, and the strongest core, the Iron Fist.
So there you have it, Ebonite bowling fans. Get to your favorite pro shop today and go get that Ebonite Warrior Supreme, and you will win your final battle. Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. I've got Matt Gasson here today to talk about a phenomenal new product, the Game Breaker 2 Phenom. Matt, tell me a little bit about this ball.
So far, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this ball. It's got the same enhanced V2 core that all the other Game Breaker 2s have. The difference with this one is that it has the new GB 11.2 cover stock. That's the strongest cover stock that we have in the Game Breaker 2 line so far. And what that means is with all of these new tournament conditions going to these higher viscosity oils and these thicker oils, it's just going to pick up a lot more in the oil, and it's going to allow me to feel like I can throw it a little bit more without feeling like it might go through the spot. I know it's going to pick up when I throw it. It's going to work for a variety of styles, mainly higher ball speed guys, and I could really see a lot of females liking this ball.
All right, that sounds really good. It sounds like a great compliment, really an early in the evening bowling ball, maybe on the fresh. And what will it do compared to the other two in your line?
It's definitely going to be the earliest one. This is going to be the one that you want to throw on the fresh when the back ends are nice and crispy. It's gonna blend it out real nice, and then from there you would go to the original Game Breaker 2. It's a great transition ball, staple ball, and benchmark ball in everybody's bag. And then lastly, you'd go to the Game Breaker 2 MVP as you move left and start to go around the lane a little bit more and create that angle down lane.
There you have it, bowling fans. Great new product for you to do your phenomenal striking.
Get ready to feel the need. The all-new Maverick is the latest addition to Ebonite's high-performance line. The brand new core design in the Maverick, based on our proven Warrior core, produces an enhanced revving action to create hairpin turns that will put your competition in panic mode. We achieved this by making minor modifications to the base Warrior core design. A dual band was created, enlarging the volume of mass away from the pin, which allows the Maverick core to store more energy for the back end of the lane. We then wrapped it with our GB 14.0 solid cover stock, the strongest cover stock in the GB series of covers to date. This enhancement of the already strong GB 13.3 cover allows for even more mid-lane traction, continuation, and explosiveness at the pins. With its 500-2000 Abralon finish, 15-pound RG of 2.48, and differential of 0.056, the Maverick has an aggressive mid-lane and back-end reaction, making it perfect for medium to heavy oil conditions. Available on December 6, 2016, the Maverick will come in weights of 12 to 16 pounds. So head to your pro shop and feel the need.
A revolutionary new design from Dexter specifically engineered to work with the movement of the bowler's foot to provide unprecedented durability, comfort, and flexibility. The product of years of research and development, the Nine's state-of-the-art outsole system is designed to flex and stretch at the natural flex points, reinforcing the high-stress areas most vulnerable to wear and extending the life of the shoe. The Nine's innovative toe hole system is comprised of an ultra-durable, high-tech compound that is extremely resistant to the abrasion and peelback often caused by toe drag upon delivery. This abrasion-resistant interlocking toe-hold outsole clips onto the shoe to reinforce the toe, and can be replaced when needed, eliminating the need to replace the entire shoe due to toe wear, an industry first. Our patent-pending outsole system also features Dexter's exclusive HyperFlex technology, designed to help prevent sole cracking by allowing the sole to flex and stretch freely at 2 different points on the foot. The HyperFlex hinges on the sole align with the shoe's built-in HyperFlex channels to easily click into place and ensure proper alignment. When the bowler's foot flexes, the HyperFlex system flexes with it, providing an unprecedented freedom of movement and exceptional comfort without putting stress on the outsoles that can cause cracking. Dexter's patented symmetrical design allows soles on the Nine to be interchangeable, so the traction and the slide soles can be used on either the left or the right shoe with no trimming needed. The Nine comes with an S7 sawtooth slide sole specifically customized for the Nine, but additional slide sole options developed for the Nine can be purchased separately. The Nine is equipped with a notched thumb grip for easy removal of the sole, allowing the user to pull upward from the bottom toward the toe. These grips also allow for easy removal of replacement heels, as the Nine features a universal heel system that accommodates every type of heel in the Dexter collection. Bowlers will also notice the new contoured raised heel in the Nine that lifts the arch off the ground to prevent contact with the lane. The raised heel also shifts the balance of the bowler's body onto the toes, resulting in a more powerful delivery. The Nine also features a new shorter last with a streamlined toe box so the shoe fits closer to the bowler's toe, giving him an added comfort and control. With its groundbreaking toe-hold HyperFlex engineering system and industry-leading technology built in every aspect of its design, the Nine gives bowlers a shoe with exceptional comfort and performance and an unparalleled level of flexibility, durability, and longevity.
For the 2016 Ebonite Lafayette Open, powered by SavageBowling.com. This is the 19th year for the tournament. Before we get started, I would like to thank my sponsors for making this event possible through the years. First off, I'd like to thank Ebonite, Savage Bowling Pro Shops, GMAC Graphics, and Soapy Joe's Fundraising, Balma Benton, Awards Unlimited, Smith Drain Service, Landmark Lanes, and Tim Seifers. And I do believe we do have a couple of sponsors present today. I want to thank Greg Holford from GMAC Graphics for his contributions. I also would like to thank Scott Savage. With these sponsors, we have $2,600 already in the prize fund before anybody has entered. So I'd like to give the sponsors a round of applause. Without them, it's hard to make these events possible. Also, there is a display in the tournament office of the latest Ebonite equipment, the Warrior Supreme and GB2 Phenom. If you haven't tried out some of the Ebonite stuff, I know some of you guys are staff members with other companies, but Ebonite's put out some really good stuff here lately. If you haven't tried one, make sure you get to an EBI demo day near you and test one out. Also want to recognize some past champions bowling on this squad. On lane 6, our 2014 champion, Mr. Brett Shepard. On lane 11, our 2009 champion, Jeff Clark. On lane 18, our 2013 champion, Mr. T.J. Schmidt. And the best looking guy in the building on lane 20, our 2006 champion, Mr. Mark Sullivan. Okay, bowlers, listen closely. You'll be bowling 4 games across the entire center. You'll be skipping 2 pairs and bowling on the 3rd. Do not include lanes 1 and 2 and 23 and 24 in that skipping procedure. Lane 21 and 22 and 3 and 4 are your end pairs, so make sure you skip the right pairs on your cross. You may bowl on any pair in practice that you do cross. The last 5 minutes of practice, I'll ask you to return to your starting pair. I'll be passing out score sheets once practice is underway. And lane bowler A on each pair, you'll be signed as your scorekeeper for your pair. You'll be responsible for keeping score on your own card, but we'll have sheets with 4 pages stapled together, and that'll be the score sheets for the entire pair. You're in charge of keeping those scores. Once you keep written your score down, tear off the top sheet, leave that there on the rail, and we'll come through and pick those up after the conclusion of each game. That'll speed up the process of keeping scores and getting results updated and brackets taken care of. Brackets are games 1, 2, and 3. You do have until the end of practice to sign up for those. And then once practice is completed, we'll close out the squad. So bowlers, we're going to turn your lanes on for some practice. Again, the last 5 minutes, I'll make an announcement to return to your starting pair. You may bowl on any pair in your cross. Please wait until you get a full rack of pins before you get your practice underway, and we'll get your lanes turned on.
first thing I noticed is how sharp all of my equipment was coming off the pattern. So the biggest thing that I wanted to do was control the break point, keep everything really simple, keep everything in front of me, and if I executed that, I'd have a chance to put up a good enough number to have a chance of making the cut. There's a lot of talent here today. I think the scoring pace will go up a little bit, but I don't think there's going to be anything that's that out of control. You might see a couple plus 100s out there, but I think that the carry and then the transition will keep the scoring pace down for sure.
Right. It looked like during practice last night that it was easy to hit the pocket, and then all of a sudden the transition happened and oil went everywhere. It seemed like, it fooled a lot of people, I think.
I think a lot of people came in expecting one thing. From what I've heard, this is my first year bowling it, and from what I've heard, they typically put something down in the short range, 35 to 37 feet. They went a little bit longer this year, and I think a few people were a little off guard at what they saw. So I think today, I see a lot of re-enders as well. Different game plans from what I saw last night. A lot of people trying to play the lanes a little bit straighter. I think the scoring conditions will be better today.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people who were in practice last night, and they played a little bit in, and they just struck at will. And then when the transition happened, they didn't move. And I talked to a couple of people last night, and they were like, well, I should have moved out, and I should have stayed out there, but I thought I had a line at that point, so I stayed. And they just kept trying different balls, and it didn't work in their favor, unfortunately.
There's many ways to attack this pattern. I don't think there's one specific way that you need to attack the pattern. I think straighter is greater, but I think that if you can be really soft with your hand and you can be really, if you get the right piece in your hand, then you could score just as well moving to the inside part of the lane.
Yeah, in this tournament, it's been notorious for tough lane conditions. I remember when we started this tournament in 19 years ago, when it was a 3-game qualifier, we had a few years there where you shot under 500, you made the cut.
Oh my God!
It was 490.
Unbelievable.
And for the majority, a lot of people liked it because they wanted to trust their spare game more than anything. So
that sounds like a lot of fun. And I'll tell you, with the culture of bowling now, to get this kind of turnout when they're this tough, it says a lot about Scott, says a lot about you guys, about how well run the tournament is to get this well of a turnout. It really is a grind fest, and it's really, you're beating your brains in for 4 games, that's for sure.
Right. Well, they're getting ready to finish practice, it looks like.
Recycle your pin setters to the first ball.
So we'll have, go ahead.
There's a couple guys I have my eye on from what I've seen who have really good looks. I really like Josh Connor's look. He's in that 5, 6, 7 range. I like Jimmy Cook's range. He's actually a little bit further in. And I also saw a couple strikes from Jimmy Ogden as well. So those are the 3 guys I'd keep my eye on. Obviously, there's much more talent than just those names, but I see some good looks out there. I see some potential numbers.
Yeah, Jimmy is always Jimmy Ogden or Jimmy Cook. Sorry, it seems like he makes the cut every year. He's gone to the Final 8 a few times, and he'll play a different part of the lane than everybody else, and he'll score.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a good 10 boards in of everyone, but he's kind of got that slow roll going, and I think that's key once you move in. And when I got in, that was important for me. If I gassed it, it didn't look good.
The top 4 from this squad guaranteed to advance to tomorrow's top 32 match play. Best 2 out of 3 to determine the 2016 champion of the Ebonite Lafayette Open. All right, hold up on your practice, guys. Bowlers, good luck.
It's also noteworthy that the top 4 from this squad automatically make the top 32, so even if the scoring pace does go down drastically, that top 4 is insecure.
Yes. Yeah, only 4 bowlers yesterday and last night's squad were plus. As you said, I agree, I think the scoring pace will go up today.
Okay, bowlers, you're in cross lane.
59 entries, I think. This might be the biggest individual squad of the history of this tournament.
That's fantastic.
We had 58 a few years ago. And it was actually the same squad, the very first squad on Saturday. So we have 2 pairs today. pair that's up right now is lanes 13 and 14. The other pair is 9 and 10. We'll try to switch about every 5 frames. Give everybody an equal shot to be on camera today. Also noteworthy, the top female and top 50-plus senior, right, gets in the top 32 if they aren't already.
That's huge. I mean, you know, if you're on the fence about bowling, if you're one of the top collegiate girl bowlers that are around here, it's a real incentive to get out and give it a shot.
Right, and we've seen female participation in this tournament go up in recent years, so in my opinion, this helps.
Yeah, one of the Rhodes sisters are here. Shanoa, she could throw the ball.
Yep.
So I would expect something out of her. I don't know. I don't really see any. There's a couple.
Right, and I think there's a couple sitting back here in the crowd who's going to bowl later.
Yeah. So.
And I talked to one girl last night who was actually, she hasn't bowled for a while, but she thought, why not if they're going to take the top female?
Absolutely.
Tomorrow's broadcast is the top 32 and 2-game single elimination match play. So it's 2-game total pins. When we get down to the final 4, we're going to do that in a TV format, something we haven't done before for a long time. Before we did a TV show, an actual TV show, it was on a local cable network here.
Very cool.
But we're going to do, we used 11 and 12 for the TV pair. Run the semifinals, then the finals. We'll have interviews. Doug Weedman and Scott Gilmore will be our commentators.
Awesome.
And they'll commentate probably most of the day tomorrow.
And they'll have a lot of smart things to say, I'm sure.
They're the pros. This is definitely not my expertise. I'm more the technical guy of this, but
absolutely. I do see, it's so much like last night. I saw a lot of strikes in practice, and I was like, oh man, maybe the scoring pace is going to be a little higher this year. And I see a lot of designs early. I think they're already changing. I think, I think a lot of people are on top of each other, and I think, making that move quickly is going to be very important today.
yeah, there is a live stream. This live stream that you're watching right now is going to be archived on our YouTube page, so you can go back and watch it anytime. I just had a question from a bowler, so. Any of you that are watching this can participate in the chat on YouTube. Just go to our YouTube channel, and we'll answer any questions you guys might have.
Absolutely. We got Justin Lesser, former youth legend around here, checking in. Thanks for watching, Justin.
Wow. I know in recent years the gutter was in play. I think it's a little bit less in play.
Agree.
This year. I mean, you got to be perfect if you're going to play way out there. So you got to be a little bit farther inside of that, is in my opinion.
Agree. I think you have to have a lot of people in the same part of the lane as well. If you have people all over the place like they were last night, it makes it that much harder.
Exactly.
I tried it for a couple frames, and I threw some really good shots that, one went in the gutter, one went through the face. It wasn't happening, and I was really quick to get out of it. I also think urethane's not the answer this year as well. I think I see a lot of people throwing urethane. I don't want to give too much away, but I just think there's too much volume in the front part of the lane, and I just think there's better options for scoring.
Yeah, and some people are figuring that out. I mean, there's just a lot of over-under with the urethane, especially where they're trying to play. You definitely can't play in with the urethane.
Right.
We saw a lot of people throwing urethane last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to change what the lanes do come game 3, game 4. Certain pairs, where people are throwing urethane, it's gonna look a lot different than pairs where everyone's throwing a little bit stronger equipment. So making that pair-to-pair jump, maybe taking a peek over and seeing what your follow is doing. might be the difference. You know, it's such a short format too. You have to make your decisions so quickly and so confidently, and you can't waste 3 or 4 frames playing around with your equipment.
Right, and if you are wasting those 3 or 4 frames, you got to make sure you're filling those frames at least and not getting in any trouble.
Absolutely, that was key for me last night too. I didn't blow it out of the water, but I really when I wasn't throwing it well and when I was kind of going through that transition, I was making all my spares and keeping it in play for sure.
It'll be interesting to see what this condition does tomorrow because they only get run in the first thing in the morning. There's going to be a lot of play on it.
Absolutely.
And it is a little bit lower volume than we used last year. So it'll be interesting to see if urethane does come into play as they do dry out later in the day tomorrow.
Absolutely. You got to think that's an advantage for the left-hand bowlers as well, the ones who will make the cut. There's a chance that by the end of the day there's going to be 15 games. It's the best 2 out of 3. It's a good chance,
Right.
most pairs are going to have 15 games to play on them, where today they're only getting 4.
Yeah, and their best 2 out of 3 matches, they're staying on the same pair.
Absolutely. So you can kind of dictate what your match is going to look like. You're going to be on there for 3 games. In theory, carve them out the way that you want to.
Yeah, especially when you get, say game 1, you're down by a bunch of pins. There's your time to, switch balls.
Absolutely.
Play a different part of the lane,
Absolutely.
see what works.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, if you lose your first match 240, 180, but you win 195 to 190 the next 2, you win.
Yep. Yeah, I mentioned it was 2-game total pin match. I was getting confused with another tournament format that we just covered. We covered the Lafayette Masters a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it's 2-game total pin matches on day 2.
That's exactly how the big Memorial Day tournament up in Grand Rapids is like. It's pretty much the same format, 4 games, re-enters, runs the entire weekend. Match play is Memorial Day Monday, and it's a little bit more top heavy. It's 10K on top, but all advancers don't get rewarded as well. Here, if you cash, you're making a nice chunk of change. And those are 2-game matches once you make the finals. I don't know which one I like better, I have to admit. I go back and forth on it. I like the idea of if you get off to a bad start, you could still, you're not buried. You could still find your way and win the next 2 matches and find your way out of the match.
Yeah, and that's a good point because last year in the Lafayette Masters I bowled and got into the 2-game total pin matches, but first game I would win by 70 or 80 pins. And I could relax for me, but for my opponent, they're done.
Absolutely.
I mean, I got to fall on my face, and they got to string a bunch of strikes. For best 2 out of 3, you can forget about that bad game, and then move on to the next 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's all perspective, right? Where are you in the match, and that's going to decide what you're hoping for, right?
Right.
I see a lot of good shots not striking.
They're definitely changing already.
Yeah. Wow. Well, one of my horses, Josh Connor, he just threw a pretty good shot at 810. So I gotta tell you, they're deceptively hard. I like the fact that there's volume and there's a lot of volume down lane, and I think that gives you the impression that, especially on the fresh, that you're going to have a little bit of wiggle room. But you move into the pattern at all, and it's just so touchy, so inconsistent.
Yeah, we tested some patterns before we, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And we didn't settle on the same exact pattern. We actually took one of the patterns that we tested and made some changes to it because we thought that the pattern we bowled on was going to be too easy.
Yeah.
Like way easy.
Wow.
And so made some changes, and this is where we ended up at.
I think it's a great pattern. I think it's fair. I think it's very gettable if you get the right piece in your hand. TJ Schmidt made him look like house last night. I had the privilege of being a pair over from him, and I just watched him, and he threw it that good. I don't think he had that much room. I think he just threw it that good.
And he was playing the gutter too.
Yeah, he
so
was 4, 5, 6.
Yep. And on this pattern, that says a lot because it's very touchy out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he had the right piece in his hand too. I think that was huge too. I think that was, you know.
So are you going to re-enter today? You going to bowl it all?
You know, I'm thinking about. I think either way, whether my score looks good or it doesn't, I'm gonna put in another squad, probably the evening squad. If I'm in soft, I want to get another look at the lanes. I want to try some other pieces out. I really stuck with only a couple balls, and I really wanted to go through my whole arsenal, but I saw an opportunity to score last night, so I took it. When really I just wanted to feel the lanes out last night. So I'm going to get into some other balls. If I need to score, I kind of know where I need to go. But the more I'm watching this very talented squad, I'm feeling like +8 looks fantastic right now.
Right.
A little plug from the sponsors. We are sponsored by Ebonite this weekend. A couple balls that I think would look really good right now. The original Game Breaker 2.
That ball's awesome.
Oh my gosh! They tweaked it a little bit because of the USB-C specifications. Still, in my opinion, just as good as the original. The new piece, I haven't seen it too much. The Phenom, I would guess for the lower rev rate guys, that would probably be a really good look right now. Just a little bit more teeth to it. Pearl looks awful right now. I see a couple of Daredevils going down the lane. I see a couple unknown Pearls, and they're just going 60 feet.
Yeah.
And if they're pinching them in, they're going through the face. It's just no forgiveness with Pearls this weekend.
Yeah, you just get too much, down lane reaction with the Pearls.
Absolutely.
Or you get nothing at all. I mean,
no doubt about it.
You mentioned sponsors. We'll go through who we have this year. First of all, Tim Seifer is an individual who does a lot for bowling here locally and regionally. Donated some money to the prize fund. So thank you for that, Tim. We hope to talk to him a little bit later today to get his thoughts. Some of the other sponsors: Savage Bowling Pro Shops, Bama Benton Corp, Soapy Joe's, Wings Etc., McCarty Motors, Awards Unlimited. They do give us the nice crystal trophy, and they have worked with us since the beginning of this tournament. So thank you for that. And also Smith Heating and Cooling.
It's great to get this many sponsors on board, and it's definitely much appreciated. We need it in the bowling community. It's one of those things where these guys work really hard. They're weekend warriors, so to speak, and they're going out every weekend. They're traveling. They're spending the money on hotels, gas, expenses, and it's really great to put together such a great prize fund for the bowlers. So the sponsorship is definitely appreciated, and especially the Savage Bowling Pro Shops, great string of pro shops that I think any bowler could use in this area. Scott knows what he's talking about. I know Jason Beck out in Fort Worth, Luke Mathis, Jared Massey here. All great guys, all good ball drillers.
Yes. Also, one other sponsor I forgot to mention was Dexter. Dexter's been a sponsor for a while, and thank you to them as well. And also thanks to Scott Savage for, without him, Savage Bowling TV wouldn't be where it is now.
Yeah, this is great. This is fantastic, and we have 20 watching now. Hoping to get that number up, trying to pump it up on Facebook a little bit, getting guys to share it and whatnot. But and thanks to you guys. I mean, all the pattern testing and all that, all the work that goes into all the behind-the-scenes stuff that goes into it. Like you guys said, you were able to practice on a pattern that you guys felt were too soft. So you decided to make some changes. You bowled on it some more. Figured it was good to go. And all the work that goes into that is something that most of these guys aren't even going to get to really appreciate. So we're definitely thankful for that. as well as all the people here at Landmark. You know, they've been great so far from what I've seen. You know, ball returns, stuff like that, really quick. And
yeah, this is a good tournament house. They host a lot of tournaments. And have hosted this one from the beginning.
The scores are low, and you know they're tough when you look around, you see a 3-bagger, and you say, wow, that guy's got a 3-bagger. That was the other variable, too, is I felt like carry was so difficult.
This house is tough to carry in. I've bowled here since I was a little kid, and it's probably the toughest house in town to carry.
Oh, man.
Both left side and right side, so at least that's even.
Yeah, equal opportunity.
Yeah. So you have the condition and the carry to battle with, and
almost a bad break for
Jimmy.
Yeah. He just couldn't get it going last night, and I have all the respect in the world for him. He's a good bowler, and he's a grinder for sure, and he couldn't get two together to save his life. So hoping for the best from him today.
A lot of ugly splits.
Just gonna make a comment. Scott Schmall had a 4 of the first 5, and then he goes 4 through the face. It's like, man. Just when you think someone's gonna break through, it's designer split. Josh got 4 times. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is great though. This is what all the old school guys always talk about, right? When I was younger and bowling was actually tough. And
yes.
Here it is right now in front of you. Come out and get it. They're gonna pay a senior spot no matter what. So you guys who like it tough, come out and get it. Oh my God. Pocket 6 from Jimmy Cook. Oh my goodness. That's when I wish we had instant replay. That's a classic.
Instant replay would be awesome.
That was wicked. He sent the head pin over at it too. That was an interesting shot.
All right, switch over to 9 and 10.
Yeah.
A few good players on that pair.
Zach Weidman, good college player. Blake Mushin.
Jeff Mann, the junior gold champion this year.
Yes.
He's on that pair.
Junior gold runner-up, Dustin in the house as well.
Yeah, he bowled pretty well last night, early, and then he dropped off some. He finished 10th last night.
Minus 34. You know, historically, I was told minus 30 usually makes the cut. I don't know if that's going to be good this year. But yeah, he had a good look for sure. Yeah,
I think minus 30 to 40. But we'll have to see what happens out of the squad too.
I mean, that would be great. That would make me feel good. That's for sure. Yeah, they are that tough though.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be plus. I heard somebody was talking last night. I think it might be plus to cash. I'm like, no, not a chance.
Not a chance. I thought that for a
plus
second.
Plus has never been the cut here.
Yeah, that's what they kept saying. And you know, it was one of those things where, you know, I think at the end of the day, I started throwing the ball really well to the point where I just saw the lanes so much better than I did at the beginning of the day, to where like, wow, maybe there is some score out there, and there is, and there's going to be a couple guys who go plus 100. I would bet on it, but no, they're definitely. And I'm just watching a lot of really talented bowlers make them look really hard right now. So.
Yeah, we're going to see probably 3 or 4 bowlers probably go 900 or better.
Yeah,
You know.
I would agree with that. I think it'll all be in this squad too.
Oh yeah. You know, TJ went 906 last night.
One heck of a squad. One heck of a.
His brother finished second.
His brother pulled really good. That was no luck, and I know he's still kind of developing and coming into his own. But he was to the right of me, and he just played him extremely straight, and you know, no Brooklyns, nothing like that. He just bowled really well all night. So you know, big shout out to him. He's going to be bowling on Sunday for sure.
Right. I mean, if you keep it simple, you're going to be rewarded.
Absolutely. And I told a couple of my friends who are coming down from Chicago this weekend, you know, hey, like if you make your spares, you're gonna, you know, they're asking all sorts of things about the pattern, which is important, of course. But bottom line, if you come here with your spare game, you're gonna have a chance this weekend. Zach Rhodes throws 3-bagger. Designer split from Jimmy Cook.
Yeah.
And that didn't look too different from his last shot that hit the pocket. I'm getting frustrated for these guys.
I'm glad I'm not bowling this weekend. It wasn't me. 9 and 10 looks like it's kind of tough. I mean, we got some pretty good bowlers there, and the scores aren't that high.
But it's across the board. I wonder what TJ's doing right now. I don't, you know, I see a front 5 down there. No, I see a spare next 4. I'm assuming that's TJ, just because it's TJ.
Yeah.
He's already in soft. He's just here for the bracket money, and as he should be.
Yeah. He'll probably bowl every squad today. What's that?
I would imagine there's a lot of brackets in this squad.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's another incentive, too. You know, you're a big side action guy. I would assume there's plenty of it with some of the names here.
Yeah, he's doing, I think, $2 brackets, $5 brackets, and the high game pot. A lot of money to be made on the side action here. Always is.
Yes, sir. That's fantastic. Wow. That didn't fall. That was he's got a great look, Matt Sanders. You know, I was watching him in practice a little bit too. I thought it would kind of go away because, like I said, I don't like urethane on this, but he's got a real nice look.
Getting a couple texts of some friends asking if they should bowl.
Absolutely.
I told them to go for it. I said, you know, this one person I'm talking to, she's a good spare shooter. I said, if you're a good spare shooter, you should try it.
100%.
Because that's the key right now. It's shooting spares.
Even if you're at a point in your game where you're not super confident, you're not striking a lot, but you're making your spares and you know how to keep it in front of you, you got to give this tournament a chance.
Yes.
I came into this weekend not throwing it great, and I just knew it was going to be such a grind that if I was smart and kept everything in front of me, I'd have a chance, and there you go. So I'd say come out and give it a chance. It's $90, $80 to re-enter. Even if it takes you to re-enter, $225 minimum cash. So all the opportunity in the world once you make it. Anyone could win in a bracket match play format. pins drop, whether you qualify at -10 or you're at your TJ Schmidt at +100. Everyone has the same chance come Sunday.
Right. Yeah. Scores are wiped clean, basically.
Absolutely. High lady, high senior. All get a check.
Yeah. Last year, you made top 32. It was guaranteed, I think, $225.
Yep. Scott said the same thing this year. I think it might even be $250 if I'm not mistaken. So, so a lot of
depends on his entries.
Absolutely. Well, they look really good, don't they?
That's what I say. I mean, he's probably, I think, 163 entries last year. We had 45 last night. Looks like around 59, 60 today.
Yeah.
For this first squad. So
this is great. It's great to see a full bowling alley.
Oh yes.
My friend Caesar from Chicago checking in. Very talented player from up north.
Right now they're in game 1 of 4. A lot slower pace because I have more bowlers on a pair than last night. Personally, I like that if I'm a bowler.
You like the slower pace?
Mm-hmm. Gives you time to think. Especially when you're struggling. It's just not rapid fire, which it seems like.
Sure. No, the block can get away from you so quick, and it's such a short format.
Yeah, when you got 4 bowlers on a pair, you got to make decisions quick. Sometimes, whether it's a ball change or moving.
My friend Caesar's asking what we're bowling on. It's a 39 foot. It's about 1.5 to 1 with the ratio, and
29 mils, I think.
There's quite a bit of volume.
Yeah. What's crazy is last year's volume was more. I mean, I think we had 33 or 34 mils last year on 38 feet.
Wow. Yeah, if you're just joining us, it's a very, very difficult condition. Negative almost always makes the cut in this tournament. A little bit of surface on the fresh for me, and then got into my trusty dusty IQ Tour Solid.
Zach's kind of struggling today. Zach Weidman.
Yeah, he just doesn't look comfortable out there.
I know he's been coming out here on the Friday night sweepers they have here.
Yeah.
And it's almost like an ATM for him. He's such a great bowler.
Yeah. I just, we all went to dinner last night and we talked about it a little bit, and that was one of the first things he told me. He said, I'm just not comfortable. I'm not really seeing it. And that'll happen. And like we've been talking about with the short format, you start pressing a little bit, and next thing you know, you got 80 in the 6th, and you're trying to run the back 5 for.
Yeah. You start squeezing a little bit.
Yeah.
You get tight.
Can't do that. Can't get frustrated. You leave a 10 pin too. You can't get frustrated. You gotta just make it. 10 pin's not a bad look on this right now.
No. It's better than Big 4 Greek church.
Absolutely. I saw a lot of guys who probably struck more than I did last night, but when they were missing, it was 5 through the face, washout look. It was just,
You can't do that when you got a double 3 in a row. I mean, that's kills it.
Yeah, turn it into something, and that's the thing is that I didn't throw any more than a 3-bagger last night, but in a clean game, it's going to get it done on this. gosh, just I've never seen so many well-executed shots not strike.
Yeah.
I see nothing to our right. I see a couple scores to our left. I see someone who could punch out for 256. That's a fantastic score. Right in front of us, I see a couple punch outs for 220, 230.
Yeah, and that's when we saw the biggest games was game 1 last night.
Yeah, very true.
And then some of those bowlers that bowled good bowled bad the second game, and some of them bowled bad, bowled good the second game. So
Absolutely.
it evened itself out.
Dustin was one of them. Dustin, I mean, he started off huge, and,
Yeah.
and he just couldn't. You know, he was one of the guys who went out to dinner with us last night, and he said the second I moved in, it was gone. He said I was making 2-1 moves, and it turned into a completely different pattern for me, and I definitely believe it. I was able to chase it in, but you know, I was really soft with my hand. I was very slow, very cognizant to stay behind the ball.
Yeah.
And I think if you turned early at all, you got it going up the lane. It was 5 to the face. If you
You didn't know what was going to happen.
Exactly. Absolutely.
That's the same way on some of these spares too. I mean, you miss a little bit with your hand, even if you're throwing a spare ball.
Great point. I completely agree. So much friction here.
Yeah, it's such a high friction surface too. It's combined with the condition.
Yeah. Well, I think got a shout out from my mom. That's great. Thanks, Mom.
Starting to finish up game 1. We'll get some scores here soon from the tournament director, Scott Gilmore.
And just so you have it, you got the guy who can punch out for 256, and he goes 6 designer split 6 count, looking at 220 instead. I mean, what a grind.
Yeah, I saw somebody. I can't remember who it was, but I saw somebody do that last night.
Yeah.
Might have been TJ.
Yeah, very well could have been.
He could have struck out for 266, and he opens in the 10th split. And it's like, well, that's not horrible.
Right.
Because you still got a good game, but could have been much better.
How you doing, bud? How you doing?
Good, you're playing some play.
No, it's not.
It's interesting, not many people know this, is, we started this tournament 19 years ago, and it was just kind of a fluke thing. I used to run the pro shop here.
Oh, yeah.
And Scott helped me in, 1 or 2 nights a week, and I ran sweepers here when I worked here, and I said, man, I really want to run a bigger tournament. And I was just joking around. I was like, we need to do something. We need to put it on TV. And he said, all right, well, let's do it. Well, he had some contacts at the local cable company here, and I thought he was joking. And so we'd start talking about it, and we were like, well, let's get some sponsors. We can do this. And we ended up putting it on TV the very first year. Really short format. I don't remember what it was. I think it was all qualifying on Saturday, and then a short second round on Sunday when that's when the TV show was. Mm-hmm. And then look where it's at today.
Incredible.
We did TV until 2000. want to say 2005, 2006, and it just got too expensive.
Right.
To continue to do that. And it was very tiring for us to set up, TV sets.
A
And
lot of work. A lot of behind-the-scenes work that goes into that kind of production. So.
I remember one year on Saturday, so we used to, on Saturday night, we'd set up for the TV show. I think it was 2002 or 2003. We were here until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning setting up for a TV show because I remember the finals being on 9 and 10, and we made it almost like a TV set and put felt all the way around, like as a curtain and stuff like that. There's Dave Small. He's going to take over later.
What?
You're gonna do this later, right? You're going to do this later.
If you want me to.
Yeah.
If they need some comic relief, definitely. Yeah. Need some comic relief, I'll do one, Make people laugh.
But it's been quite a journey. Next year's 20 years.
That's amazing.
Not many tournaments have been in existence for this long.
Very true.
You know, you got the Peterson. It's been
over
100 years.
That's on the decline, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you're absolutely right. I think when a tournament withstands the test of time like this one has, you're definitely doing something right. Do you know if Scott has anything special planned for the 20th anniversary?
We've talked about it. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. We'll talk about it throughout the year, but we definitely want to do something special. I would have loved to put it back on TV that year, but
yeah, absolutely.
It's way too expensive. You just can't get enough backing for that kind of money.
Sure.
We talked about the Peterson. I bowled that for the first time this summer. It's fun.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's one word to describe
fun.
it.
I mean, that's why you got to go in with that mindset.
Oh, yeah.
But
oh my gosh, that's my favorite way to light $90 on fire.
Yeah. And you know what? I'll probably go back next summer.
Sure.
I mean,
no, screw money. Yeah.
Well, I think I would play them a lot different too. Even though it's probably going to be different lane conditions and all that next year, but
just right at the head pin.
Yeah, and I think my problem was I did throw too straight. And but I took as much out of it as I could.
What did you end up shooting?
I don't remember. It wasn't good. I mean, I think my high game was 180 something. But
that'll win you a game pot on some pairs.
Yeah, well, not in our squad. Our squad was good.
Yeah, you guys have you on Gilmore's
squad.
Yeah. That's a really good squad.
Yeah. But I think I did shoot 102 one game on 1 and 2, which is one of the tough pairs. But
oh, the Peterson.
Yeah.
So I see a 230 and a 220 here in front of us. I see a couple 220s to our left, and I see a two. I think TJ can go out for 240, but he's already in, and that's pretty much it. I see a lot of 180s and 190s, and they're not going to get any easier. So.
I'm thinking after game one last night, it was 8 or 9 guys over plus.
Yeah.
And it just declined after that.
That's incredible. Usually it's the complete opposite. Absolutely incredible. I expect Jimmy Cook to make a comeback here. That's about it. I mean, that's the only person I could see, turning on the Jets from a 170 look to put him up. I mean, his ball roll is so good for what this pattern demands, and what I mean by that is as he gets in, he has the ball roll that's going to allow him to go left to right. Where a lot of these guys, once they get in, they're not going to be able to get the ball to retain energy the way that they want it to. Where he can do that, he has that great ball roll. Steve Novak's another one of those guys. We're going to see him later on tonight. A lot of these guys who had really good looks on the fresh, as they chased it in, they just didn't have the right hand position. They didn't have the right piece in their hand. They didn't have the right plan of attack. And I think they had the right idea that they saw friction and they went left, but with almost no direction, with almost no rhyme or reason. few guys proving me wrong about that urethane thing. You know, there's a couple guys who have a 200 look with urethane. I just think there's better options out there.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's the only option like it has been in the last few years, especially last year. I think the tournament champion was still on urethane, and
Kyle Sherman.
Yeah, and
I think he'll be here this weekend as well.
Hope so.
Very talented bowler.
He's got to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. He put on a show at the Fusion Realtors Open in Iowa. He went like 200 something over, and I think the next closest was like plus 30, plus 40. I mean, he put on it was something.
Made it look easy.
It was a 36-foot pattern, high volume, similar shape to this, and he just made him look like house.
Wow.
Shout out for Matt Staninger. Matt had a 200 look his first game, so he's in really good shape. Let's see how it looks as he gets to the live stream pair here.
Yeah, he'll be here on 13 and 14 morning.
Matt's one of those bowlers who's really developed in the last few years. A really good youth bowler, and he kind of stumbled through the last maybe few years, and then the last couple years he's really started to throw the ball really good, really practicing a lot, really dedicated, and I'd expect good things out of him this weekend. Got a shout out from Blake Mushin. He's off to a pretty good start as well. I think he went 2-team. That's a monster number here. Excited. You have a following. You have a couple people who are asking about you. Yeah, Even's great, my friend. Even's fantastic. I love it, man. Put on a show. It's a good handshake. Guest commentary? Tell us what you saw last night. You bowled pretty well. Surprise guest in the booth, Dustin Zenner. Dustin, good morning. How are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good. So, we're talking a little bit about the challenging lane condition that we're facing this weekend. And you got off to a red-hot start and struggled a little bit down the stretch. Put up a really respectable number. What did you see out there?
In practice, I really thought urethane was going to be in play. So I really wanted to focus on throwing urethane in practice, but it just didn't work out. But switched to the Paradox, had 1,000 on it, and it looked really good, being really square, about right up 4.5, and I ended up finishing 230. And then next game, I super washed in the first frame and thought it burned, so I switched to the Paradox Trilogy, and the motion was good. My shot making wasn't there. So I really thought out was the play last night, but from what I'm seeing right now, a lot of people are in. I know on the lower end, a lot of people were right around the track, and then some people were right but weren't having success. So right now it's hard to tell where these guys are going to migrate to, because I know TJ Schmidt down there was playing right up 5, and he went right around 4th arrow on the fill, and it looked really good. So yeah. I think right now lefts is the play.
TJ Schmidt, an incredible specimen of talent. Are you surprised, like I am, to see how low the scores are with all the talent in this building right now?
A little bit. I definitely thought the score's going to be higher with just how wide the talent range is. I know there's a lot of guys from McKendree here right now.
Yeah.
Just with that college bowling talent, I definitely thought it was going to be higher just with more experienced players, but the toughness of the pattern is really showing. And I only saw a handful of scores over 210, 200. So
yeah, I saw a couple 220s, a couple 230s, and that's pretty much it. I saw a couple 2-0s, which is really good way to start the block. I just think they're going to get tougher. I don't think they're, it's not one of those patterns that gets easier as the day goes on. I think it's one of those patterns that gets tricky and plays with your brain a little bit. And I think even the guys who might have gone 230 on the fresh might see a little bit of what you saw, and you might see that scoring pace go down even a little bit.
Oh, no doubt. I definitely think staying ahead of the moves is really important. Taking advantage of the fills you get and watching all the other bowlers here, just to watch other motions and see once where I'm going goes away, where am I going to go next? Just being ahead of the moves in the transition is going to be super important for success.
Now you're going to re-enter at 2 o'clock, or?
I'm going to do both.
Okay.
Just to hopefully make the cut, and if I do, get some extra practice on the pattern. So I think the more time you get on this, the more success you're going to have. Just being able to experience different balls, different services. So I brought, for the 2 o'clock block, I brought an original game breaker, and I'm going to put a lot of service on it and play further right and see how that looks.
I love it.
I mean, I generally have, with my game, I generally have a lot more success with stuff with surface. Mm-hmm. So I just thought it'd be something different to try. So
that sounds like a good game plan to me.
Are you going to try to re-enter?
I think no matter what, I'm gonna. The more I watch this squad, the more I think +8's in soft. I think no matter what, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put in another squad, try some different nuggets, get a feel for what's going on. I might even try to chase it. My game plan is actually somewhat different from yours. I'm actually going to try to make a jump in a little bit quicker than I did last night. But there's a lot of factors there. My ball roll is different from yours, mm-hmm. and so on and so forth. So I felt like I struggled on the fresh more than where you really hit the fresh. But I'm not as good at going up the lane as you are. So I'm going to try some different pieces. I'm going to try some stuff that's a little bit quicker off the spot that's going to allow me to go a little more left to right, and just see how that looks for tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely think in practice taking advantage of the time you have to try square and then try left to right would be really good, just to be able to see what your options are, because I definitely think having a backup plan on this is very beneficial to have.
I completely agree. Very well said. Score's not looking much better so far this game. We're only a couple frames in, and I'm just not seeing a lot of strikes.
Yeah, definitely. Last night I was seeing a lot of 210 combos if you missed a break point just a little right. Mm-hmm. I know in practice I tried being in right around 13, 14 to about 6 or 7, mm-hmm. and it looked good if you threw it well, but if you got it to the break point just a little late, it was a 210 combo every time.
I completely agree, and I felt like I threw, especially late in the block, I threw the ball so well, because when I got in, I mean, that's when the pattern started to look, I would almost call it easy. I thought they were easy when I got into like 16, 17. That's when I started to see the shape that I wanted to see, where when I was trying to play up, 8, 9, 10, that's where, like, if I gassed it, I had a 2, 8, 10 look. If I got it going up the boards, it was, I left several 3-10 combos, and it's kind of playing. The cool thing about this pattern is, although it's very tough, it's going to allow you to play to your comfort zone. If you throw the ball really well, you're going to get rewarded no matter what part of the lane you're playing, in my opinion. I think there's a such thing as too far out and too far in.
Definitely.
But I think that, between that, say, board 5 and board 20 range, you can pretty much pick your pleasure if you're throwing it good and have a chance.
Right. Talking to Scott Savage last night, he, I think you were there, he mentioned being rewarded for making good shots and not making it easy.
Yeah.
So that's what this tournament is all about, just the best bowlers coming out and creating good shots and being rewarded for it. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Got some inquiries about the scores after the first game of this block. We don't have them yet. We had a couple of 230s, a couple of 220s, and a huge drop-off, probably a couple of 200s and then a bunch of 180s and lower from what I've seen. So the top 8 from this squad, if I had to guess, is probably minus 15 or so.
Yep, I'd agree. So what were your balls of choice last night?
I really liked I liked the look from my IQ Tour Solid. Pretty much my go-to ball, especially when they're this tough. I threw a Tornado on the fresh. I just was not executing with it. I actually think that was a better looking ball than my Tour Solid, but I was just throwing my Tour Solid better, so I stuck with it. And they're similar enough motions that I wasn't really sacrificing anything balling down, in my opinion. And then late in the block, I threw my Tour Fusion and my Tour Pearl. And those looked really, really good.
So you were pretty far left.
I think I wasn't too far
compared
left.
to where a lot of people are playing right now.
Compared to everyone else, I was by the end of the block. I was 17, 18 at the arrows, and gosh, that was such a good look. It was one of those things. I wish it was a 6, 8, or 8 game block because I really felt like I could have put up quite the score. It's just not there on the fresh, and you just have to be extremely patient and kind of eat your 190, 200 look at it. For someone like me, at least, kind of stay with it, grind out those first couple games, 190, 200, and then open season for some scores those last 2 games. The way I was seeing the lanes, but our friend Matt Sander off to a little bit of a rough start on this TV there. He shot 2-10 his first game. I mean, that's the other thing too, Dustin, is that a lot of these guys who are shooting 230s, they have 170 looks the next game. It's incredible.
That's what I did. I just went plus 39 the first game and then went minus 82 the last 3. So it's tough. You gotta make shots. And I know Matt right now is one of the only people I see throwing urethane.
It just isn't. Maybe for the left-handed bowlers it's there. I don't see it.
Yeah,
and he's throwing old urethane. He's throwing an old Brunswick Rhino, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Red Rhino.
I just think, and I think he's throwing it really good. I think he's. That was a great shot, and he barely got the head pin. I just don't know.
So he was throwing I know he was throwing a Warrior Supreme in practice, and it didn't look bad. He was right around the track. It didn't look bad at all. But I know throwing that ball to him is, you can't stop him with that.
Yeah.
But honestly, right now, I don't think that's the play.
It's a comfort thing, and the thing is, I think if you have pre-existing assumptions about a certain center, and you're like, oh well, I played like this last year, it's really, last year it hooked a lot, so I'm going to bring urethane. It's like, you kind of have to let that stuff go, and I think a big advantage for me and why I feel like I bowled well is I had no expectations coming in. I've bowled in this center before. I know it's hard. I know, the old IYSBTs, cut was always minus 100 here, so it's just one of those things. Just make great shots and take what the lanes are giving you. If it's someone like Matt who has had success in this tournament before with urethane, comes out and thinks he could do the same thing when the pattern is very different from last year, he's going to have a little bit of a rough time. But there's 2 more squads, and I'm sure he'll re-enter, and he's too talented not to make this cut, so he'll be just fine.
Yep.
My friend John Sipich sent me a text message. Very, very smart, very talented bowler. he wanted to ask what were your thoughts of like throwing plastic down the middle to carry him down a little bit to create a little bit of area inside. I agree with that. The problem is obviously going pair to pair. You're going to set yourself up real nicely for the first game, but who knows what everyone else is doing on the next pair. If you're bowling a team tournament, you're bowling a tournament where you're going to stay on the same pair the entire day, I would absolutely do that. They're really flat in the middle, and I think that would combat that really well. But the biggest challenge is, and you're skipping 2 pairs, so it's not even like you can keep an eye on the pair you're moving to.
Right.
You can't just like peek over. You're skipping 2 pairs. You kind of have to run across the center to take a look at your next pair.
Yeah, and with this format where you can practice anywhere in the house for the first segment of practice, you just can't get enough shots in
Absolutely.
Up the middle with plastic to create that. And it's, like you said, with a team format, it's completely different where you're on a game, or where when you're on a pair for, I guess if you have a 5-man team, 5 games, creating a spot and then playing off it for a game and then figuring it out. It's just like in college bowling, burning in practice with surface or whatever. Just creating that area is very important in a situation like that. But in this case, I don't think it would really benefit you that much.
I think that I'm the only one who's loved my look in, and I just think a lot of people are trying to play the lane straight. I think it's not the A game for a lot of people here, and I think that has a lot to do with the scoring pace as well. I think that the inside is a lot more friendly than everyone's getting credit to, but you have to throw it good. You have to be behind the ball, and you have to be really good with your hand when you're in there. But gosh, if you could make the shot. I think in looks good. It looks better in this squad than it did last night. That's for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, we were talking last night about this. This pattern is really release sensitive. When I after I shot 230 and I bumped in a little bit, I was really getting around it and not making good shots, and I paid for it. The last 3 games, I can't name how many 310 combos I had. You gotta be there at the bottom. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And especially if you go one extreme to the other. See, for me, when I started going up the boards, I had kind of like a 2-3 frame transition where I was really working to get stronger with my hand. As I moved in, because when I was out, I was almost suitcasing it, and then as I moved in, I really had to focus hard on getting strong with my hand and staying behind it. And once I did, that's kind of where the scores came. But either way, there's no magic trick. There's no right part of the lane where you're going to get into and you're gonna put up telephone numbers. You're going to grind. You're going to work hard. You're going to fight for your 3-bagger, and
yeah, staying clean and catching a double every game is going to be super important. Just to grind out a 200, 210, and occasionally getting a 3 or 4 bagger.
Yeah, I see a 4-bagger down here. I'm not sure. It's the C bowler on 9 and 10.
Right.
I actually think who's down there? Oh, we'll find out. That's a good looking score though. Other than that, I don't see much. I see a couple doubles. Boy, oh boy. I mean, I'd put this field against a regional field.
For sure.
I think we're going to get some of the top-notch guys on the live stream here. Next thing, we're going to see AJ Chapman.
Can't quite see who's down there.
TJ's going to come down here in a couple games. So we're going to get a good look at TJ.
He's still out with urethane?
Matt, yeah. That's just gotta be so good with it.
Yeah.
And the gutter is just gonna look worse and worse as the more that they put the pattern out. I think the gutter is gonna look incredibly bad. I think the people who are willing to make that leap of faith in are gonna have a better look.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to start there to kind of just see your ball reaction and get a feel for the pattern, and then making quick, decisive moves in. So we got the word from Scott. So we're at 104 total entries through 2 squads. That's fantastic.
That's great.
It's 2 squads to go. Looks like we're going to hit that 200 number, which means we're going to pay out more than the top 32 as well. So that's great. So even if you miss the cut, you're gonna have a chance at a pretty nice check as well. So that's another incentive to make the ride down here to take a shot at it.
What? Cyborg look bad?
How's it going? All right, so the guy with the 4-bagger just left a 2-pin. It's a lefty, so we went through the face. I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is?
No, he bowls in college. I'm not quite sure where.
He throws it pretty good. Oh yeah, I've seen his face around. I can't quite put the name to the face, but he throws it really good, and obviously he's got a nice little score to show for it. So got a shout out from Dan, one of the Northern Indiana guys, for a well-run tournament. I'm sure the guys really appreciate that. Yeah, they're hard. They're hard out there, guys. You're watching a lot of talented bowlers make it look really, really bad right now. And I just thought, when we were out to dinner last night and we had some laughs, and then we talked about bowling a little bit. And I just felt like the scores were gonna skyrocket. Just with all the talent.
Yes.
Just, he's going to be here and he's going to be there, and it's like you get nervous, and it's just like the pattern is going to be the decider of that. It looks like.
Yeah, with all the talent that we have here, whether it be from experienced players or players in college, I definitely thought the scores were going to be higher than they are. I don't know if that's the atmosphere or it's how hard the pattern is. If I was to guess, it's probably a little of both. I mean, the pattern is not easy.
Matt got out of urethane and missed the head pin. I mean, oh my gosh. I see a lot of good shots down here too. A lot of 4 pins, a lot of 10 pins, a lot of good shots not being rewarded.
Yeah, I see a lot of people making that jump in right now.
Yeah.
I know one of my teammates, Zach Wyman, he bumped in. Mm-hmm. TJ bumped in. Matt just bumped in.
I just think that's going to be the trend as the weekend goes on. I think it's just going to force you in.
Yep.
We have someone asking for score sheets. We should have a score sheet. No, it's not. Don't have scores yet. I'm not sure what's going on there, but as soon as we have them, we will definitely post it. From what I saw at Game 1, we saw a couple 230s, a couple 220s, a couple 2-0s, and then a big drop-off. I think 8th place is probably somewhere in the -10 to -15 range for this squad. The pace to make the top 32 was in the -29 range. think it's going to be a little bit higher than that. I think my best guess from what I've seen in this squad and what I saw last night, the cut's going to be somewhere in the -15 to even range.
It's definitely going to be higher than last year.
Yeah, what was it last year? Do you know?
I think it was 38 feet. I'm not sure the mills, but I didn't bowl last year, so this is my very first time bowling this tournament.
Oh, okay.
So if I remember correctly, I believe it was 38 feet.
It was like -40 though for the cut.
Yes, it was -40, 41.
Wow. Yeah, it's going to be higher than that, but not by much.
And I definitely agree of increasing the pattern length to take urethane out of play.
Yeah.
Just people strapping on urethane outside is you're taking away that aspect of the game that a lot of people are good at.
I completely agree.
With this, it's not short, not long, so you're able to see what people are going to do on this type of condition.
Well, it's going to test every aspect of your game. You have to go straight for at least, I'd say at least the first half of the first game, at the very least. You're going to have to be able to kind of bump in that track area where you're not going full blown with your hand, but you're also not going straight, which I think is extremely challenging when they're this tough. And then you're going to have to get in a little bit. I don't think you're going to have to get into like, 4th, 5th arrow or anything like that, but you're going to have to get into like 17, 18, 19 and, and test your left to right game a little bit.
Yep.
Just because there's no help. The one thing consistent across the board, there's no help if you get it going up the board. There's definitely help if you get it going right, if you're good with your hand. But if you get it going up the lane, forget about it. They're too flat. I see a little bit of an uptick in the scoring pace. I see a few more strikes than I saw last game, but nothing that's blowing me away.
Did you notice any type of ball that would look good last night? Either it was on fresh or as the night went on.
Going with the sponsors, Ebonite. I'd say I think I love your plan of getting an original game breaker out and seeing what that looks like. I think anything in the game breaker line, game breaker MVP, the game breaker gold, the pearl version, as you get later in the block. Just something that's really smooth, something really predictable. Okay, so we did just get the score, so a little bit higher than I anticipated, but they're still very low. 8th place in this squad is Matt Farber at +9, Blake at +12, Tom Adcock at +16, Jeff Circle at +20, Zach Rhodes +22. Leading the squad so far at +35 is Ryan Patterson. We got a couple outliers who could definitely get something going. Matt was even, but he's struggling this game. Ted Rosenquist, a talented bowler from the northwest part of the state, is at -5. So it's definitely a good start. Jimmy Ogden at -16. AJ Chapman -20. I'm surprised to see. I figured this would be something that he would bowl well on.
So I saw the first game. He was throwing urethane, and I don't know if he's still throwing that or not.
I'm guessing if he re-enters, that's not going to be the case. Jimmy Cook -28. This is just one squad. All these guys are going to re-enter.
Most of them, anyways.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, the prize fund is so good that it's completely worth giving it another shot if you get off to a bad start.
And even just gaining the experience on the pattern, just to progress your game. Like this is the stuff that, I mean, I love bowling on, just to learn how to learn what release I need and what ball to throw, just to get that knowledge in your head about the game.
No doubt about it.
Matt went back to the red rhino, blasted an 8-pin. I just think you have to be so exact with urethane right now.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I feel like reactive would give you a little bit more room.
Completely agree.
Have Robbie Kruzwick on lane 9.
House shot Rob making a run at it. I gotta tell you that he's on a good pace right now. He's on a 220
shoot first game
pace. He was even after 1, I think, or -1 after 1. So he's off to a great start. It's very, very direct, very firm. That's the other thing, Dustin. Is the thing that I noticed is once you did get a good look to the hole, Kerry got in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when Kerry gets in the way, your spare shooting needs to be 100%. I mean, this pattern really demands good spare shooting, which often taken for granted is a really important part of having success in big tournaments like this.
Absolutely. I think Zach liked that shot and went through the face. He's kind of in that in-between zone that I didn't like. I think I had the hardest time getting to the hole when I kind of migrated into that 10, 11, 12 range. I thought that was total jail. And I think that's where he is right now. And once I got in of that, when I was out of it, it looked good. When I was in of it, it looked good. But that up second arrow look is not.
Yeah, when I was watching them down on 9 and 10 the first game, and he was throwing a cyborg right around 9 to 4, and it didn't look bad. He just had to keep it slow and hit the release. Mm-hmm. But now he moved in with, I believe, the GB2. So, and he texted me and said it looked good. So the kid can make shots. So I think he has to do his game, and he can do it good.
I think someone has the front 5 down there?
Where at?
Or 6? Down on 5 and 6? Or yeah, down 5 and 6. Sure does. Front 7.
Yeah, TJ had the front 7 last night, and I think he ended up shooting 230.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it could change in a heartbeat, that's for sure. Ten back.
Is that Matt Farber?
I think it is. He was right there after game 1, so he's going to like where he's going to be at after 2.
Is there any sort of type of player that you think is going to have the most success on this?
I really think it's a good question. I don't think so. I have to tell you, when you look at the pattern and you look at what we're looking at right now, it doesn't scream straight player. It doesn't scream cranker. It just feels like such a fair pattern that just whoever makes the best shots throughout the weekend is going to be rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
The left looks really good. I got to see a couple left-handers bowl game 1, and it didn't look good last night. I don't think there were, no offense, weren't as many talented left-handed bowlers in the field last night.
I don't think there was enough of them either.
And I think I see a couple of them who they have great looks. But no, I mean, I think if you're a cranker, I think you need to be able to lay off of it a little bit. And I think if you're a straight guy, you're going to need to catch the holes a little bit more. I just think you got to have that perfect mix of both. And I think it's going to test every facet of your game. You know, your straight game to all the way in, all the way in. So.
Yeah, for me last night, the first game, I felt like I was being really timid with the release. I mean, my rev rate is pretty high as it is, so I felt being really timid with the release, and staying slow with it was good. Mm-hmm. But once I quit doing that, it did not look good. So I think being soft at the release, for me anyways, will be good here in the later blocks or later sessions.
Very well said.
Jeez. Zach Wyman with the 7-pin. That was good.
A lot of shots where you like them off their hand, and that's all you can say. Jeesh.
We went -3 last night. You think, with the scores right now, you think -3 is going to be enough?
No. No, I don't. I think I thought so. I think even at the beginning of this telecast, I thought -15 to even would look good, but after seeing the score sheet after game 1, and I see a lot of people scoring in this game, it's so hard to say. I'd like to see what the scores look like after games 2 and 3 of this block.
Was it a lot different than the last pair?
Not far.
We got 2 more games, so.
There is a silver Honda Civic at the low east end entrance that is blocking the drive-through. So if someone could please move their vehicle, it would be greatly appreciated.
How did you think the pair moves, like the consistency lane to lane, were last night?
I thought it was great. I was pleasantly surprised. I know in this center that there's historically there's a lot of pair-to-pair differences. I thought, that other than the pattern changing, I thought there was great consistency across the board. And there was one, the pair I hit game 2, everyone was throwing urethane. So there was a little bit of an adjustment there, but they all got out of it. And really, game 2, because of the urethane, is really the only differences I saw. So pair played a little bit tighter, but no, they did a great job. I think the pattern is fair. I think they did a good job. I think every style bowler, I think everyone has a chance, and you don't see that in a lot of tournaments. You really don't.
No. A lot of tournaments you see, I mean, long patterns are generally going to benefit higher rev rate players.
Yes.
It's just going to give them more room. But with this, I think a lot of styles of game are going to be making the cut tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. A lot more games in the 220s this game. 230s, I see a 240.
See a couple 160s.
Yeah, there's
couple 2.0s.
Plenty of those to complement the 240s. But like we talked about too, there's so much talent here that it's almost to be expected. I mean, some of these guys make some of the hardest patterns look like house.
Mm-hmm. And that's all about gaining experience on stuff like this. And you can practice as much as you want on house, but coming out on a sport shot is completely different.
100%. Blake had a hard time in this game. He's 170, 178. So bring him back down.
Yeah,
to the
if he
pace
spares
a little
that.
bit. The front, Matt, who had the front 7, that came to an end.
He went
5 spare.
He went 5 through the middle and picked it up.
A little bit of luck involved too. I think leaving makeable spares when you go through the face.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen. I mean, they're that tough that even good shots are gonna you're gonna check up, go through the face. Are you leaving 6-10s or are you leaving designer 5 counts?
And it's really important if you don't get that luck, leaving a big 4 on a double, really making sure you get 2, because that 4 pins could make the difference.
It's going to be a close cut. I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't know how much that's going out on a limb, but I'm thinking there's going to be a roll-off. I think the cut's going to be really bunched up this year. I think it's going to be right around my number. I think it's going to be in that +10 range. And I think there might be a roll-off this year. So every pin's going to count. That's for sure.
Definitely.
Filling your frames.
And even if you're bowling this squad and you're not gonna make the cut, bowling this this squad, really making sure you maybe try different balls and
absolutely
try different looks. Because I know last night, the last I think 6 frames, I tried a couple of different things, and I feel like I have a really good game plan going into this afternoon and tonight.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Matt just Sanders went 140. If I'm Matt right now, you have 2 games left. It's gathering as much information as you could possibly get these last 2 games, so you could be successful in the next 2 squads or the next squad, or however many squads he decides to bowl. I think that's going to be extremely important.
As frustrating as it may be, that's what's going to lead you to success on this. Having the right ball in your hand at the right time, and noticing when that transition's happening, whether it's burning or reading a little earlier.
We got someone who's asking who's on the mic. We have Junior Gold runner-up Dustin Zenner, and yours truly, Pat Del Fiacco, on the call. I'd say a fairly talented booth. Not going to be as talented as later on when we have Scott Gilmore in the booth commentating the finals on Sunday. That's going to be very enjoyable. You guys are all going to want to tune in for that. Some great bowling on top of some good commentary. If you're just joining us, we're just getting through game 2. After game 1, 8th in this squad, just going by the pace of 32 people making the cut, was +9. I think that's going to go up a little bit. Not dramatically, but I think it will go up. A ton of talent in this field. a lot of top-notch collegiate players, a lot of grimy veterans, if you will, and a lot of good local players as well. So got a good mix of everyone here. A lot of different styles, a lot of straight players, a couple crankers, a couple two-handers. Saw a two-handed lefty earlier.
I definitely think this tournament is something to make a weekend out of. It's 4 squads. There's one last night and 3 today, and coming out here and just bowling even 2 squads, I think, is something to really consider. This tournament is the best of the best, and it makes you work for makes you work for it if you want to win.
What really sets this tournament aside from tournaments like the Paragon, that's pretty much the same format, but it's just much more top heavy, is that if you make the cut, you're going to make a nice chunk of change. If you get knocked out in the round of 32, you're still making $250 guaranteed. So your re-entry is absolutely worth it if you have a rough first squad. There's a lot of opportunity out there. There's a ton of brackets. I know last night was a 45, 46-person squad, and there were quite a few brackets. I can only imagine how many brackets there are today. All the action that you want right here in this building for the entire weekend.
Yep. Even if you're bowling well and you want to come out again, just get in brackets, and that gives you more experience on the pattern as well as more icing on the cake just with brackets, just to gain your experience.
Got a shout out for the cranberry bowlers. We got a few people trying urethane. I have to admit, urethane does not look good. Hasn't looked good. Didn't look good last night. Doesn't look good today.
I know we had a couple guys trying it.
I think the lefty, if anything, it's going to look good on the left side. I think on the right side, it's just not happening.
Yeah, I know the last group of guys we had on the TV pair here on 13 to 14, Gray Naylor, he's definitely a high school talent. I'm definitely surprised he's not throwing urethane right up the left side, just with his game. I could see that looking really good.
You know, you're not always going to split your board. You're not always going to throw it your very best. You want to get in the part of the lane with the right piece that's going to give you the most miss room. And it's a tough pattern, but there's definitely room out there to, you know, if you get in the right part of the lane, you can definitely create some area for yourself.
I think the miss isn't there with urethane. I think reactive is going to give you a lot more room down lane. Well, not a lot more, but it's going to give you more room down lane.
100%. I just think as we reapply the pattern throughout the entire weekend, it's just going to look worse and worse.
Think it's going to get harder as it goes on, or?
You know, I think so. But there's just so much talent. It's just hard to bet against any of these guys. It's hard to say with some of the names that are going to walk through the door that the scoring pace is going to go down. But it's definitely not going up. I'll say that.
Ted Rosenquist on lane 10. He looks to be pretty far left.
Yeah.
Looks like he's keeping it pretty tight, though.
Ted likes to get left.
Yeah. Get him left with the wrecker. He loves it.
He got off to an okay start. I wonder what he shot. You know, if he had anything game 2, he should be in pretty good shape. Start off with the 195.
TJ Schmidt as well.
TJ. All bowling aside, I mean, look at how handsome that guy is. It's not even fair. Off to start game 3. See a few strikes to start.
See where TJ's at.
He's definitely further in than last night.
Oh yeah, he's a lot further in.
It's like night and day.
Wow.
I mean, he's a good 15 boards in of where he was last night.
Yeah, last night I think he said he only moved 3 or 4 boards last night. So that's considerably different than what he's doing right now.
And that's kind of what as the weekend goes on, I think it's going to force you to be a little bit further in, and I think TJ sees it. I think that's where it's going to get harder for a lot of the average guys who aren't quite as good with their hand, who can't really get it left to right on patterns like this. But that's where guys like TJ, that's where guys like AJ, that's where guys like Steve Novak and all those guys, they're going to shine. I think they could put up some monster numbers. But I think for everyone else, it's going to be, I think it's just going to get harder and harder.
Yeah, TJ went plus 100 last night, which is unbelievable. I mean, on this pattern,
yeah,
there's
a couple people pacing at it already today, though. Right?
Oh yeah.
We thought, when me and Chad were talking at the beginning of the telecast, we set the over/under on plus 100s at 4, just because there was so much talent, and that's looking about right. But then I bet there would be a dramatic drop off. I mean, it's not like it's going to be like 4 plus 100s, a bunch of plus 80s, a bunch of plus 60s. No, I think there's going to be the really talented guys going plus 100. Then you're going to see maybe a couple guys at plus 50, and then a bunch of guys around even.
Yeah, TJ went plus 106 last night, and then second was plus 33, and that was Anthony's brother. So it's
a Schmidt runaway.
AJ Chapman on lane 11.
Phase 2.
Yep.
I don't know how to. I'm not the technical guy here, but it wouldn't be bad to get a feature pair on. Oh no, you can't see it. 11 and 12. Okay, cool. Hi, buddy. It's TJ Schmidt, everyone. Anything you'd like to say to the 30 people watching? They're hard today. TJ said they're hard today.
They're hard, but scores are higher.
The scores are higher. The scores are higher. Yeah, the scores are higher. Okay.
Sounds like
oh my god. Dinner bet? They went up game 2. Yes, they. Okay.
Sounds like TJ's predicting these scores are going to drop these.
Ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like TJ Schmidt is buying me dinner tonight because he's so enveloped in his own game that he does not realize that the scoring pace definitely went up game 2. So I'm hoping we go somewhere better than Applebee's tonight. Very disappointed. Very disappointed in our service, our food. I think the microwaves were a little off last night. Caesar from Chicago says he's joining us. Come on down, Caesar. We'd love to have you. I think you'd have a hell of a time on this pattern. Put up a plus 100, and we'll see you on Sunday. Yeah, TJ's good. TJ is a true savage on any condition.
He's all right.
Says Dan.
He's all right.
He's okay. He tries his best.
He only throws a 6, but he's all right.
He's He said they're harder today, which is very interesting. I mean, it just goes to show how much talent's in this building, because the scores are definitely higher. And for him to say that, for how good he's throwing the ball right now,
quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm intrigued, and like I said, I kind of want to see what the scores look like at the end of this block, and kind of go from there. Anyone have any questions for the booth? Anything that any particular bowler you want to check on, or anything you'd like to know about the pattern, about the center, about the great city of Lafayette? Let us know. pretty much have free range. That is Tom Adcock. Good eye, Caesar. Tom got off to a good start, but he struggled game 2. I think he's minus. Let's see, he was 16 over after 1, but I think he just went like 178, so he's minus a little. He's right where he needs to be if he can put up a nice score.
Shout out.
Shout out. What do you want? You want a shout out? You do? Yeah.
Got Steve Thornton heckling us.
Shout out to Steve Thornton. Easily the most handsome guy in the 20-foot radius. Yeah, Tom's good people and he's handsome, so. Billy Goodman. Looking for a status update of Billy Goodman. Don't see the name. Oh, okay. He was -3 after 1, Billy Goodman. So that's a really good start. We don't have game 2 updates yet, but if he bowled anything like he shot his first game, he's going to be in pretty good shape. Yeah, this is a tournament. You want to you put up a even set and you're going to be in real nice shape. You're going to like where you're at in the standings.
Find out what Billy Goodman shot last game.
Billy Goodman?
Yeah, just look at his sheet. He's on your pair.
The other thing I didn't think about, Dustin, too, is as you get in, although your look to the pocket gets better, your carry gets worse.
Yes.
And, something I didn't even think of, and I'm already seeing a lot of it now, a lot of good shots getting 9. I see a lot more shots in the pocket, but I don't see a lot of striking.
But he didn't write it down. But she has the other sheets from because since I'm A, I have to write all of them down on this one.
Okay.
So you're in charge of your own scorecard.
That's
okay.
all right. We'll get game 2 scores.
Okay. I'll tell you when I get back.
No big deal.
Okay.
I think AJ's at the part of his block. He's going to put up a plus 100. It might not be this block, but I think he's trying out different equipment. He's thrown from the last few shots. He's thrown 3 or 4 different balls in the last 4 shots. So I think he's kind of in get lined up mode, which is exactly what we were talking about last game. If you get off to a bad start, you could always re-enter, get the most of the rest of your block, and then go back at it.
And he's such an experienced player that
oh yeah,
he can make that ball change and really trust where he's going on the lane.
Yeah,
and that's really important in a situation like this. Just be able to trust your game and trust your moves. I know he's definitely able to do that.
Well, I've seen him do that too, and especially in these re-enter tournaments where he doesn't put any pressure on himself. He's going to go out there, he's going to feel the lanes out. If he goes minus 100, he doesn't care. If he goes plus 100, he doesn't care. And he's going to come back and hit you in the mouth the next set with the information that he gathered.
Yes.
So I fully expect him to be there when it's all said and done, even if it's not this squad. He is off to a rough start in this squad, but he'll definitely be there at the end. See a lot of confused faces, my friend. A lot of people throwing shots that they think are good that are just designer splits all over the place.
I'm really recognizing if you think it's a good shot, if it actually was.
Ted just threw what he thought was aced, and it went to the face. 6, 7, 10.
215.
Okay. Billy Goodman shot 215 the second game.
Great start. So he's plus
12.
That's a great start.
I believe that's what Jeff said.
That's right where you want to be. You don't want to dig a hole. You're not gonna chase yourself out of a hole here. They don't get any easier.
No.
So if you get off to a good start like that, you're giving yourself a real nice chance.
and trying to make those 140, 150s into 170, 180s is going to be really beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
And then coming back with those 210, 220s to gain those pins back is going to be very helpful. I'm curious to see if the scores are actually going to fall like TJ thought they were. From what I see right now, that's not going to happen.
I see, but it's spotty though. It depends who's shooting what.
Yeah.
I see a lot of I see some strings of strikes, and I also see people who need to go back 7 for 160 kind of look. So.
The last 3 shots that I've watched personally have all been missed spares. So
yeah,
in this type of situation, you got to
make your spares.
You got to get down and make your spares, because missing those pins is going to kill you.
Getting a lot of love here. A lot of love on Facebook. Thanks, friends. We're over the 30 mark, and we started off with like 10, and we're over 30, so it's going very well. I'd love to see it by the end of the day get to that 100 mark. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Some good bowling going on. $2,500 up for grabs. The Lafayette Open.
Even just watching the wide range of people that we have here, you get to see what people are, or the wide range of what people are doing. I mean, there's not a lot of people playing the exact same line.
Right.
So if we have a guy on 12 that's playing pretty square, ooh, tripped it. And then you have some guys that are left at 20. So it's a wide range of people, and it's really a learning experience for if you really watch these people, just seeing or watching their ball motion.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially if you this is hard. I mean, we bowl on this stuff all the time.
Right.
If you only bowl league, I mean, this is a huge wake-up call. I mean, this is hard for us, and we bowl on this stuff all the time. I can only imagine what it's like for someone like Rob over here. Someone turned the house shot on for Rob Cruiswick, man. Go get him. Come on, keep it up. You're in good shape. Come on.
Tyron, all right?
We have updates. We have updates, my friends. 8th is Rob at plus 20. He's got the front 5. He's gonna keep going up. Zach Rhodes at plus 21 and 7th. Ryan Patterson at plus 22. A big bunch right around that plus 20 number. John Burbage at 26 over. Matt Farber. It's funny that you said that. You know, he had the front 7, only ended up managing 230. But he's in a really good spot at plus 42. Matt Sanders at plus 42 as well. And leading the squad is Charlie Reed at plus 53. That's a name I don't recognize, but he must have looked pretty darn good to be at plus 53 right now. So
just remember, top 4 in the squad get automatic spots on Sunday.
That's right.
So that's definitely a perk of bowling this early squad. this morning. Perk last night was little money off entry fee. It was $70 instead of $90.
Absolute bargain. Yeah, for next year, they always do a discounted Friday night squad. So if you're looking to, if you're maybe new to the tournament scene or you're just trying to get back into it, you don't want to spend $90, they do the $70 squad on Fridays. And it's $70 for a shot, $2,500, boys and girls. Last cash is $250 guaranteed. It's absolutely worth your while, and you get to see some of the most talented bowlers in the world.
And even if you don't make the top 32, the way entries are going, they're going to pay outside of the top 32.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And you can't cash twice, so don't worry about those re-enter guys. Don't worry about TJ Schmidt, who's going to go plus 100 4 times. They're going to take the highest scorer. So keep your foot on the guy. You know, if you're on that minus 20, minus 30 number, it looks like that's not going to be good enough this year.
No.
But you know, keep your foot on the gas and get that last check. I don't know what that's going to be, but if they pay out the top 40, it's going to be worth your time.
I think one key on this type of tournament is not getting frustrated. I know the mental game is really tough to hammer down, but on something like this where it's where you gotta be on top of your game, and letting a 9 whiff or a big split not affect what you're doing.
That's a great point.
Trusting your game is super important in a tournament like this, where everybody's bowling on the same thing and they're all having a tough time too. So knowing that you're all right is super important.
We have requests for the top scores after 2. Let's see here again. Rob Cruzwick at 8th is plus 20 after 2. Zach Rhodes at plus 21. Ryan Patterson plus 22. John Burbich plus 26. And leading the squad right now is Charlie Reed at plus 53. If there's anybody that you'd like to know specifically, we could let you know. Notables, Jimmy Cook at minus 37. He's going to re-enter no matter what. He's going to find his way in the pot, I guarantee it. Same with AJ Chapman, who's almost minus 100 after 2, but I think he's just feeling the lanes out and coming up with his game plan for the weekend.
Big shout out to those guys from Wichita coming up, making the trek up here.
Oh, yeah.
That's how this tournament grows. People like that coming up and trying to bowl well.
Yeah, that's one hell of a drive. Adcock is minus 6 after 2, but he's looking to change that. He actually should be right here on the screen.
No, he switched it.
No, he switched it. But he's got a 3-bagger. He's looking good this game. He's playing him pretty straight. He's kind of in that up 5 range.
It didn't hit.
Another
I was throwing Jeff's. Jeff put his pin down. We was on the floor since like October 2nd. After Jeff's last night, oh, this was awesome. We punched up last night. 300.
Yeah, it's really good.
I missed a little bit at the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely.
I can't get that ball over my field. The motion for anything.
Have you done the Maverick yet?
Yes.
That looks
That's
really
why
good
I
too.
punched up instead of that was. I bet I was gonna punch one or the other. But the other one. I bet you punch Maverick. I like Maverick too.
I like it. Wait, do you have the Rebel?
I didn't punch any of the Rebels. Neither one of them so far.
I like the first one. I haven't seen a lot of the Solid yet, so I
like the Impulse. I do like the
really. I haven't seen any of it.
I actually just hit mine with 2000. I need a little bit different shape. It's too long.
Right. Are you gonna bowl again, or are you bowling again, or just this one?
One squad long. If I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had it over 30 for a while.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back, Chad.
So we're at the end of near the end of Game 3.
Yep. Seeing the talent come through.
Yeah, pretty decent scoring pace. A little bit higher scoring pace than I thought, but we have a pretty strong field as well.
Absolutely. See a lot of the good bowlers struggling though. I mean,
Well, we have AJ Chapman right here in front of us.
yeah, he's at minus 90 through two.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's hard. That's almost hard to believe.
He bowled so well last year here.
You know, like we were talking about too. I think he'll find a way in no matter what. You know, if it takes him a re-enter or two, he'll find his way to some score.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Scott and I were just talking about that, and we think he'll definitely re-enter and find something. He'd probably sneak into the top 32. Wouldn't surprise me.
Absolutely.
Saw a few people starting to filter in for the next squad already.
I got a comment from TJ Schmidt earlier today. He said he thinks they're significantly harder today.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he isn't bowling as good, but
Yeah.
and did he say why? I mean, did he have any more comments about that?
He just kind of came over and gave me a quick tidbit there, but he's about 15 boards in of where he was last night.
Wow. And that's a drastic change because he was out near the gutter.
Yeah, he's in around fourth arrow. It's going to be plus.
I hear some bowlers commenting. B plus?
I think so.
Top 32?
Yeah.
Really?
Think so. I think I don't think it's going to be insanely high, but you know, I mean, we might get 12 or 13 just from this squad.
True. I think it's got a chance of being at least even.
Yeah, but you don't think it's going to be higher than that?
I don't know.
I go back and forth. I see a lot of strikes, and I see a lot of really good bowlers struggling, and I'm not sure what sense to make out of it.
Yeah, and it's all going to depend on what the next squad brings as well.
Very true.
The next two squads. So we're looking at 9 and 10 right now. It looks like TJ is getting ready to bowl on the right lane.
Not great.
Really haven't watched him today. Let's see where he's at.
Yeah.
Still got 240 out there.
Just trying out some different balls. I think that's the second ball change I've seen him make this game. And he has the luxury to do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a lot deeper than what
Shot.
Well, he was last night. Oh, but this is good for him because he's going to make the cut.
Oh, yeah.
And if this is how it's going to stay the rest of the weekend,
I think
it wouldn't be that much of a surprise for him tomorrow.
I think he's in a lot of brackets, so I think he's a little frustrated.
Yeah.
But looking big picture-wise, I'd be happy to be him right now.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen anybody throw with I've chosen one of the weeks in it's really good when they start working. But it's not very my velocity is not very good. Right. That's what I break.
I don't know if you guys went over it, but the top female score was Shanoa Rhodes after first 2 games. 378.
That's a great start.
Yep. And if she stays a little bit minus and cuts even, she's going to sneak in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if she keeps up this pace, she might have a chance of just making the cut outright.
Right.
Not just from the incentive.
Looks like 170 something, 179 maybe was this game. She's down on 21 and 22. My eyes aren't that great, but I saw 1-7.
Yeah, not a bad place to be. Stay away from the 140s. Stay away from those disaster games. We have Matt Farber here on 11 and 12, and he's been very pair to pair. Where he started off with the 200 game, had a really nice 230 game, and it looks like he's going to struggle just to get to 180. Just goes to show how funky the transition can be.
Right, and then how different it is from pair to pair.
Yeah, absolutely. Who did? Wow.
Billy Goodman?
Holy crap. Billy Goodman, 256. He was at plus 20 after, too. Yeah. Wow. So we got word of a 250 game from Billy Goodman. It's going to put him in the plus 70s. But it's like we talked about, too, at the beginning. We got 4 plus 100 sets from this squad, so
yeah,
it's shocking, but it's not at the same time.
Yeah, I would have been guessing 5 or 6 for the whole tournament. Maybe more than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be at. Well, it's hard to say. It depends on what
happens the last 2 games.
There's a group of these guys who are in the plus 30 range.
Yeah.
Any other notables?
No. Did
I saw some strikes down that way. I don't know who's down there. Maybe not. Yeah.
I think we'll see a lot of these players just trying to get lined up for the next squad too.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Especially, I mean, the one who jumps off the page is AJ.
Yeah.
He does that, these re-enter type tournaments, the Paragons, the Spectrum tournament. I watched him go minus a bunch at last year's Spectrum tournament, and then put up a plus 200 set after that. So.
Yeah, he got knocked out in this tournament last year, I want to say the round of 8. Shoot, maybe round of 16, but he shoots. The last game was like 260 to 250 something. I mean, they both bowled great. Yeah, that's tough to lose like that on a hard pattern like this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a rough matchup. And there's so much talent though. It's you're gonna hit it at some point. You're gonna have to score. You're gonna run into that match where, maybe in the round of 32 you can get by with 180s and 190s, but at some point you're gonna have to hit that next level and post that big score to get through.
Right.
You're gonna run into the AJ Chapmans of the world and so on and so forth. Several guys piling in for the 2 o'clock squad. I want to get a look at what the pattern's doing.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a good squad. A lot of people here early.
What are your thoughts on coming to the center early for a tournament or showing up right on time? Do you like to get there early and decompress a little bit and get your stuff ready, or?
Yeah, I'd like to get there at least an hour early, kind of relax. Especially if I've been traveling, if I've driven a couple hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Get relaxed, get your stuff together, get your hand patched up if you have to do that.
Sure.
Watch everybody bowl, kind of get an idea where everybody's at. It helps get you in the right mindset, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever arrived at a tournament 15 or 20 minutes before it starts, or even sooner.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm just the type of person that I don't like to be rushed, so.
Sure.
I did see a few of the guys who bowled last night making surface changes this morning before we started. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did. I saw just a variety of different, everyone's just kind of feeling their way through. And I think you said it best that we're going to have to wait and see what happens in the 2 and 6 o'clock squads, because I think right now everyone's just kind of feeling their way through the block. I see such a wide variety. I see some pearls coming out, which just was not possible last night. I did throw a pearl late in the block, but it had a lot of surface on it.
Yeah, you couldn't throw pearl hardly at all, even late last night.
I see some guy over on 3 and 4. There was a group of guys who were pretty far up the leaderboard. I see a lot of 170s and 180s, so scores might be coming back to earth a little bit.
Yep. And we saw our biggest drop game 4 last night.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely makes sense, and it just gets goofier and goofier as you chase it in.
Saw a few two-handers out here, a couple.
Yeah.
Even a lefty two-hander. You don't see that much at all.
Absolutely. It's great to see the variety. And it's equal opportunity. I see just a lot of people scoring from different parts of the lane, different, strokers, crankers. Everyone's got a chance this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
You make shots and you make your spares. It'll be right there.
How do you feel about the whole two-hander revolution?
I think I'm kind of indifferent towards it. I think I think whatever it takes to knock 10 pins down, as long as you're following all the rules. Otherwise, more power to you. I think it's tough when me and Dustin were talking about it a little bit. When you put down certain conditions, it will favor those type of bowlers.
Yeah.
Which can be frustrating at times, but there's also certain tournaments where the straighter finesse game is going to have an advantage over those guys. So I think someone's always going to have an advantage. I think that's just bowling, and more power to you if you could make it happen.
Yeah, we have a two-hander right here on lane 13 who just bowled.
He's got a really familiar face. I'm not 100% sure who that is, but I've seen him before, and I know he's got some game. Just shot 198, which is right about the pace that you want to be at.
Yeah, I personally don't have a problem with two-handers. It is more entertaining. It is entertaining. I can't say it's more entertaining, but yeah, like you said, whatever you got to do to get strikes.
Absolutely.
But it is bad when some of the conditions do favor them. When you have that much rev,
right,
you just power your way through it, and it doesn't matter what's out there sometimes.
Yeah, this is great, especially on conditions like this. I mean, if you beat me, you earned it. So, whatever you do to get 10 pins down, if it's a house shot, that's another story.
Sure.
But wow. I think AJ liked that off his hand and it washed out.
And see, that's where we thought he would be playing all along.
Yeah, I agree.
Right up the gutter.
I think you like what he saw in that shot, so you might see a little bit of that game 4 for him since he's just feeling them out right now.
There again, was he fooled? Because a ball reaction, even though he didn't have high scores the first few games, that kind of still tell with ball reaction.
Short format, you commit to it. I mean, let's say you commit to it for 5 frames. I mean, you can't give away 5 frames in a 4-game set. I mean, maybe in an 8-game block, but I mean, it's over in a flash. TJ trying a different ball out. I think I've seen him throw 7 balls today.
He's got them.
It makes me It makes me wonder if he's even in brackets. He might just be filling the lanes out because he's trying a lot of things out, or if he feels like he's out of all of his brackets, or what might be the case. But yeah, he's definitely gone through the arsenal today. If I felt like I was a little more in soft, I think that's what I would do with my re-enter squad. I have a feeling that I'm going to need to post a better score this evening.
Yeah, definitely.
+8 looking a little less cushy right now.
Yeah, it might be kind of close.
But a lot of expletives going around, a lot of frustration, and I understand wholeheartedly. Starting off game 4 here. Oh my gosh. Jimmy Cook with the
I saw him on 9 and 10. Where's he at?
He's 37 under after 2.
So he's like, 39 under. 37 under. He's in 30th.
Yeah, and he was part of that pair that I didn't see a game over 180, so he's probably in that minus 50 to 60 range. At this point, he's probably just gathering information for his re-enter. buddy.
What's up?
How we doing?
Great.
Yeah. You getting ready? You're bowling too, right?
Yeah.
Two o'clock squad might start just a little bit late.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's gonna be a late night. And I think if the 2 o'clock squad is as big as this one,
Yep.
we might be talking about 7:30 start for the 6 o'clock squad.
And that happens a lot with this tournament.
Sure.
I think last year we ran on time. The year before it was hour and a half late. When you have guys switching pairs and then using two-lane courtesy, which some people do, so
Right.
it does slow the pace.
I tried to. I didn't know what the etiquette was. I figured just because this is a more prestigious tournament, I'd give 2 lanes.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rule against it or for it, but some people use it, some people don't. You just got to kind of learn who you're next to, and if they're using it, give it to them. That's how I feel.
I prefer 1 lane courtesy, but just because it keeps the pace going. But at the same time, yeah, kind of like you said, it is what it is. Just knowing who you're on and not getting so frustrated. I mean, some of the guys, there was a guy I bowled with last night. Obviously, not naming names, but he was so frustrated with the people that we were next to, and they weren't giving 2-lane courtesy. It was just like, okay, well, just
let him go first.
There you go. Yeah. So.
Right. Yeah, I got to get us water in.
You know, the best system that is used, in my opinion, is what the PBA uses.
Oh, I love it. It's so good. Double jump is fantastic, but rarely are you around people who.
Yeah. Not only you're giving that courtesy, but it's also a good it's a good pace. You kind of get into a rhythm easier.
Absolutely. Completely agree. Especially everyone's on the same page too. It's like there's so much unknown when you're bowling a tournament. Oh, are we giving 1? Are we giving 2?
Yep. I used to bowl in a scratch league here many years ago, right when I came out of youth, and they had it in their rules, 2-lane courtesy.
Right.
Which is great. I mean, at least everybody's on the same page, like you said.
Absolutely. Everyone seems pretty happy. It doesn't look like there's any feuding going on, so it seems like it's been a pretty good pace today. I'm very anxious to see what they look like after Game 3.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too long before we get to the results.
Very curious. 'Cause I don't know what to think. I see such a vast array of scorers. I see some people scoring, and I see a lot of good bowlers also shooting, 170, 180. So I'm very, very interested in seeing.
Yeah, I mean, given how it was last night, you're just kind of sitting here thinking, well, when of the scores going to go down? And we didn't see that after the first 2 games.
I will say this, just a side note, and it could be completely irrelevant, but 3 and 4 looked awful last night, and it looks awful today.
3 and 4 is the worst pair in this house, in my opinion, even in league. It's goofy.
Yeah.
1 lane plays different than the other.
Well,
and I'm sure that comes out more when you get a harder pattern on it.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen nothing out of that pair the entire day.
Now, I don't know why that is, why it plays so different, but
right.
Historically, it's the toughest pair. I know when we're in league and we have to bowl on that, we're like, ugh. And you can't say it's because it's the first pair they oiled today, because they, They started off going 1-2, so.
Yeah, that's so crazy. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, at some point, you're gonna get it, whether you re-enter or you get it in match play, or I mean, you're gonna have those. You're gonna have end pairs. You just gonna have to grind it out. Yeah, just game 4, just like the rest of the block. I see a lot of string of strikes, and I see a lot of opens.
Yeah. But who it is
absolutely
key.
TJ just went 4th to the face. Wow. One pin dropped out of it. But
let's go to the Legion Solid. It's like my yours on top. Oh yeah, you're right.
You're talking about pairs. I feel myself 7 and 8 is probably the best pair in the house.
Nice. I didn't get 7 and 8 last night, but I kind of wish I did.
It's probably hard to tell, but I mean, I feel like, and this is probably true, is when you put a harder shot out, it brings out the more true characteristics of the topography of the lane.
Yeah.
Where you don't see that as much in a house shot.
Very true. That's a great point. No, I've heard nightmare stories about this place and topography issues, and I honestly, pair to pair, I thought it was very consistent. I was very impressed. I didn't see very much other than the pattern changing. I didn't see crazy pair to pair differences.
And I think the topography got better when they put the lanes in. They had wood lanes up until '99, and they put these lanes in. I think it was October of '99.
Yeah. Some frustration coming in for some players. You hold it in for 4 games, then it starts coming out game 4.
Yeah.
Like, come on. I've been close all day.
Especially when you get to game 4 and you've bowled so good and then you bowl horrible and then you're out of it.
Right. There goes Josh. I kind of thought Josh would roll better than he started. He was pretty far down there after 2. I think he had a decent game 3. Yeah, Josh Connor was 33 under after 2. He's going to make a run at it here. Either way, he'll probably re-enter.
When he says somebody with the urethane there on lane 12, that's where you get when you get in. When you move into the where it's more oil.
2-4-10, 2-8-10. Yeah, it just wasn't. I mean,
And he started here on 13 and 14 first game, and he was playing way out. So he's bumped in over the course of the day.
Yeah. Well, like you said, that's going to be interesting for the guys who are on top. Who are those guys going 160, 170? Are they the guys who are in the plus 40 to plus 50 range right now? I'd be very interested to see that. The guys who started off straight and scored, and kind of like Dustin last night, who had just an incredible look playing outside and then just had nothing as he moved in.
Because they was forced to.
And some of these guys who are scoring right now, are they already out of it kind of thing, in the minus 40, minus 50 range. Very interested to see the scores. boy, Jimmy Cook's ball roll looks really good right now. I think when he re-enters, he's going to put up a big set.
Right.
That's me going out on a limb, and I know that's not really going out on a limb. Someone who's that talented, but I really like what he found.
You know, Jimmy Ogden isn't bowling that good.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, I'm surprised by that. But you know, it's one of those things. Like, you know, they're hard. There's no real analysis to it. They're flat out hard.
And things can change in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just like last night, like you said, I really wasn't scoreboard watching last night just because it's the first squad and this is a get your feet wet kind of thing. But everyone told me, you know, oh yeah, like 12, 13 people were plus after 3, and then only 4 people ended up plus after the entire block. So
yeah.
I don't know if I don't see that happening so drastically today just because there's so much talent, but I don't see the pace going up, that's for sure.
No.
See a lot of goofy carry.
Hopefully we'll have some scores here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I keep looking down that way.
That's very anxious. TJ's really struggling. We got a good look here at Josh Connor, one of my picks to click, right here in front of us in the red. And burgundy, or whatever you want to call it.
He's off to a good start.
He was minus 33 after 2. I think he had like a 2-0, so he's in that minus 30 range. He's gonna have to put a game up this game. Either way, I think he's gonna re-enter, but get a good look at his game, and he likes to play him straight, and he can get in and hook it with the best of them, but. I just think today that looks so touchy.
Yeah, it looked like a good shot off his hand.
I agree.
Now, whether it was slow for the speed or...
Well, that's probably a good explanation as to why he's minus and not, not further up like I thought he might be, just because I thought that part of the lane would still be good today, but... And who knows, as they reapply the pattern, Scott Savage was, we were talking last night, and he said, I think the guard is going to look worse and worse as the weekend goes on, and In's going to look better and better.
Yeah, once the pattern establishes itself on the lane, this will be the third squad.
That's why I keep going back and forth. Like, I keep going back and forth, like, oh, the cut's going way up, it's going to be plus. And then I'm like, I think it's just going to, get a little bit tougher. It's going to get a little more grindy.
It still could be minus 20.
I think you're right. I think you're onto something, that's for sure. Just depends. Depends on how much fresh blood comes in the next 2 squads. I think there's going to be a lot of re-enters here. I think a lot of them will be successful. Jimmy Cook's one of them. Let's see how this shot looks. Oh,
yeah, he's found something.
And he missed on that one, too. He got that one going up the lane a little bit, I think. Just my personal opinion. I mean, he might not have, but compared to the last shot I saw from him.
Yeah, big game here really moves him up, too.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he still has a chance this squad. I mean, I counted him out. I keep saying he's going to re-enter, but hey, if he could finish this game, that puts him in the plus and really gets him sitting.
He still might re-enter for brackets.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm sure someone got a string of strikes on, I think, 7 and 8. So that puts your 7 and 8 best pair in the house.
And that might be Jeff Mann. Which he's way down there, but he started off with 140 something first game. So
he's actually made a nice little comeback. He whatever his second game was pretty good.
Yeah, it was 2-0.
And then depends on what he shot his third game. Yeah, he might shoot himself into the number 2. A lot of what ifs right now.
that was Jeff Manhia on lane 8. He just leaves a 6'10".
Yeah, he's in.
And he got
is
the
that
spare.
the front 6 that he had? No, yeah, spare next 5.
5, yeah.
So that's a really nice looking game.
You know, look at Jimmy Ogden there on lane 10.
I just think urethane looks bad.
Mhm.
And I think
Yep.
he committed to urethane.
Standings.
Oh, it went down.
So
Overall, it went down.
Yeah, only 10 guys are plus, 11 guys.
So on the top it went up, but at 8th place it went down. So at 8th place we have Mark Sullivan, former champion, right?
Yes.
At +9. Chris Saferth made a jump from somewhere. I didn't see him on the very talented player at +24. Matt Sanders, the lefty, at +35. House shot Rob Kruzwick at +53, really putting together a nice set. And the lefty John Burbage at +95. Kind of to be expected. He's got a lot of game, and he's leading the squad right now. And he's at a 180 pace right now, but I'm sure he can find a couple strikes to finish off that +100.
Sure.
Looks like we're going to be under on that for over a +100. So, gosh, they're just so tough.
Right, and I wouldn't doubt if they go down again after this game.
Yeah,
because that seems to be what's happening.
I think you're absolutely right. Looking outside the top 8 for the squad, we got a couple guys at +8. Matt Farber at +8. Ryan Patterson -1. Tom Adcock, very talented bowler, at -2. Right in the thick of it. Blake Mushin just outside of it at -14. One good game away. A lot of these guys one good game away from being right there. But like we talked about, they're getting harder, not easier. Josh Connor, -41. He started off with the first 3 7 spare, and then he's got a strike in the 5th. So if he can get the wheels rolling, he definitely has the game to jump in. Real big double for him right here. Looks good. Oh my gosh, and he knew it. Oh my gosh, he loved it. He posted it and everything. 2, 4, 8, 10. I mean, he loved it.
Excuse me. Yeah, it's a tough break too. I mean, looks like he was probably clean after through this game too.
He had 4 of the first 5. Oh my gosh. And on that lane, that was the lane he 3-6-10 too. So I don't know if he made a hand position adjustment, if he made if he scooted into one, something like that. But he paid maximum penalty for that. Wow. There's a lot of that going around though. I see a lot of people, a little bit of disbelief all around.
Confused.
Yeah. Two-handed lefty right there. I watched him throw a few shots, and he's not scoring very well, but he's got some game. I think he throws it pretty well. A lot of, I mean, even the bowlers who aren't scoring right now, there's just so much talent here, and Jimmy Cook with another really good-looking strike.
Yeah, after an open though.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I didn't see what that was.
No, I didn't either. Matt Sanders struggling to strike a little bit, but he's in soft. If he just keeps going 9 spare out, he's going to be in the +30 range. That's going to be great. TJ finds the pocket.
And TJ was only minus 18.
Yeah, TJ's. I mean, he's got a punch out to shoot 200. I think. So
yeah.
I mean, he really struggled this squad.
He looks like he's struggling more than what he actually is.
Agree.
You know, if you look at his body language and.
Yeah. Great point. I wish I was when I was throwing it terrible, I'd be, even or minus a little.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I think he's doing a lot of spare shooting.
Yeah. Which he didn't really have to do any of last night.
Last night, right?
Yeah, he really gave it to him last night, and he's in a really good position. And He might be a little salty over some lost bracket money this squad, but he's one of my picks to win for sure. I'm biased. He's one of my good friends, but
yeah, we were happy for him when he won a few years ago here, and
which couldn't happen to a better guy. Family guy. He's great wife. I've met his wife. Really cute kid. Good family. I've met his mom through bowling youth tournaments and stuff like that. And yeah, TJ's an easy guy to root for. That's for sure.
Right. And he came to Purdue. He really improved his game over those years when he was here.
Absolutely. And he just kept getting it. A lot of the guys, they go to school, they become great, and then they come home and then they stop trying, they stop practicing, they lose that drive. And TJ did. TJ just kept getting better and better after that as well.
Yeah. He spent a lot of his time practicing when he was here, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Summertime. And
he just has it. Like he has that physical it factor.
Oh yeah.
Where even when he's off, it's just better than most.
He's got 2 regional titles now. Didn't he just win a few weeks ago?
He did.
A month ago. Wasn't
yeah,
too
it was
long
recent.
ago.
Yeah. He has multiple regional titles now. And many more to come, I would assume.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just a lot of confusion, a lot of slow walks back on the approach. TJ liked that one for a 10-10.
It's like, dang it, another spare.
Yeah, right.
Only a couple frames left.
Here too. Terry Rohrer.
And he does well in this tournament, historically.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he's got a re-enter left in him.
Oh, yeah. That's all right.
I'm surprised I didn't do that more often. This is only like my second time ever doing this. So the first time I did, I was all over the place, and
yeah.
They had me come on for the 11thframe.com open, so the guys who do that, and yeah, maybe stick to bowling. So I had to redeem myself today.
Yeah, you're done good.
I appreciate it.
It's definitely not my expertise, like I said. I'm nowhere the technical guy.
I just love talking bowling, so
oh yeah.
Whether I'm way off or I'm right on point, I just love talking about it. Qualifying leader after 3 is John Burbage, and he's having a tough time this game, but he has the luxury of being at plus 90, 95.
Yeah.
Zach Weidman posting a 250 game. He's going to get to -3, which is exactly what he shot last night. But that's a great way to finish a tough set for him.
And our women's leader, she's got a chance to get plus.
Yeah, she's at 43, one big game away.
And she's got a pretty good game going this game if I'm looking at the right person.
Yeah.
She's down on 7-8. Jeff Mann finishes with 235, so that definitely helps his case.
Oh yeah, that gets him to 12.
Minus 12?
Plus 12.
Plus 12?
Yeah.
Wow.
He really
That's a
rallied.
good comeback after 100. I think it started 146, they said, the first game.
Wow. Yeah, that's awesome.
That's what's
finish.
nice about 4 games. I mean,
yeah, but that's a short. 4 games is short
Still
format.
short. Oh, yeah.
And boy, that's a way to keep your head in. I mean, that's impressive. That's a very, very nice. I mean, that's someone who's been there. That's someone who knows. That's someone with belief in themselves to come back from that.
yeah, you don't give up.
I mean, that's someone who's won before. That's a champion who could have a game like that and say, okay, no problem.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna go 660 in the last. Great shot from Josh Conrad.
Yes. You know, he went through this in junior gold. You know, not every game was good.
Right. Fantastic. Jerry just feeling the lanes out, and he puts 10 back. Goes to a different ball, moves way in, and yeah, that's what it's all about at this point for those guys who are going to re-enter. That last look. Maybe grab some lunch while they oil.
I know we'll be taking a break.
Yes, you betcha. I don't know if Scott has anyone lined up for 2 o'clock, but I wouldn't mind hanging around. Or if you
Yeah,
have
sounds
anybody
good.
else.
I think
We'll watch
Dave
some good bowling.
Dave Small talked about getting on for a while.
Sounds good. Yeah,
He'll give me a break.
so I can get some food. Yeah, give you a break.
You take a break,
Yeah,
whatever.
we'll rotate
Sure.
around the 3. I think that'll be good. Me and Dustin did a great job.
Yes.
He had some really good insight as to what he saw last night, and he got a little more technical than I like to get. You know, I like to keep things really simple, like what ball I was throwing, where the pins were, and all that. But you know, I don't get into the numbers and all that. You know, so he was really good with that, and just all the perspective in the world. You know, to let the viewers know what these guys are going through, and you know, this definitely isn't league bowling, that's for sure.
No, I mean, it might look easy when you're watching people.
Some guys are making it look easy.
But it's not really easy.
No, it's not. And some of these guys are making it look, I mean, they're making it look like TJ last night made it look like it was house. And it certainly wasn't.
Yeah, you got to figure if you're doing a oil ratio, house shots probably minimum 12 to 1.
Yep.
You know, we're at least 1.5 to almost 2.
Just
2 to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that just tells you how much flatter it is compared to a house shot.
Yeah.
A house shot, there's a ton of oil in the middle, not much on the outside, and here it's more evenly distributed.
Yes.
And typically on a house shot, you have a longer buffing period.
Right. Yeah, you get the ball slows down a little bit, and the thing is the ball is just flying off the end of the pattern. And what I mean by that is the change in direction is so sharp that if you have a lot of side roll, if you're one of the guys who likes to get on it, and you're used to going left to right, and if you're a house shot guy, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I see a lot of guys having trouble getting their ball to slow down, and it's going to make it look like there's more hook than there really is. And it's going to force you into parts of the lane that you probably don't need to be. And it can just cause 4 games of just utter confusion.
Yeah, I mean, when the ball comes off the lane, you know, when there's no buff, the ball comes off the pattern, it hooks it immediately instead of gradually starting to hook.
Right.
Which a house shot would do. So you look at it like at the end of the pattern of a wall going straight down, and instead of gradually going on a hill.
Just want to make sure I'm reading something right. I think I see something very interesting.
What'd you see down there?
Just went for a short walk, and I think we're going to see a couple guys who were in that plus 20, plus 30 range fall off a little bit. So, pretty much like you predicted. Like, you know, just like Friday night, you said you saw the scorers take a dive, and that's pretty much what they did. There's a couple guys who are gonna jump in, but there's also a couple who are going to jump out. So.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be minus 20 to 30 range. I could be wrong.
That's I mean, that's I don't want to say bold prediction because you know exactly, you've been here, done that. It just feels like such a higher scoring pace.
Yeah, I could be wrong too. We'll see what what it is after this squad is over.
Yeah, I think
we'll
that's
have a better
tell
idea.
A lot. Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Feel bad if anybody was close on 3 and 4. Because, you know, one of those guys who were maybe minus 10 after 3 and, you know, feeling pretty good about their chances, and they just hit the pair of death. And it was, I looked over there again, and there's someone who got to 2 teens, but it was pretty much.
And again, that's not the pattern. That's just how that pair of lanes play. It plays harder than the rest of the house.
It's incredible. It's funny that you said that right away too, and you just knew right away.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Looks like both of our pairs now are in the 10th frame. What we'll do is once this squad is over, we'll take a break and take the air again right before the next squad starts, kind of go over the standings and the results from this squad.
That's great. Yeah, like you said, I think it's going to be a little bit after 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it'll take them about a half hour, 45 minutes to run the lanes.
Okay. Well, if you guys are planning to watch, hang tight. If we're not starting exactly at 2 o'clock, we're still going to be here with you, and going to see some great bowlers. A lot of the best bowlers are still yet to come. I know Steve Novak's going to be in this next round. Are there any notable guys that you know who are going to be here?
I haven't heard.
Okay. But I know there's going to be some shooters. So
I saw a few other local bowlers who have showed up.
Yeah, and I don't know all the names down here too. So there's no doubt in my mind there's going to be quite a bit of talent in this next
we have
squad as well.
I think a former champion, Steve Hartman's going to bowl.
Oh yeah, he can throw the rock.
Yeah, he won in 2001.
He runs tournaments in Indy now, right?
Steve Hartman. He's a local bowler here.
Hartman.
Not Harmon. Yeah.
I gotta put a shout out here. I didn't realize this. My good friend Jack Sullivan from Chicago won in 2010. I did not know that. If you're watching, my friend, he said he would be. Great work. They're freaking hard, man. So, shout out to Jack Sullivan.
Looks like 9 and 10 is going to finish first, and we'll switch over to 13 and 14. Watch the last bowler or 2 bowl.
Someone could punch out for 267.
Uh-huh.
I don't know who that is. In the gray.
I have no clue who that is.
No idea. I wonder if it's someone who is already up there.
Ooh, Stone.
Wow.
Oh, 10 pin. Still going to be a good game, too.
No, he struck.
Oh, didn't act like he liked it.
He's got
I thought he didn't carry.
He's got some miss for him.
Uh-huh. And his reaction was after the ball hit the pocket, so I thought he didn't carry because this angle we can't see.
Yeah. I wonder if it's the Billy Goodman. I mean, he's at plus 68. He's got ball reaction like he would have been plus 68.
That's for sure.
Charlie Reed, I don't know who that is. Plus 64, putting together a really nice set. Matt Sanders was in 6th coming into this. He's struggling this game, but he's always got a good re-entry in him too. He can punch out to get him to that plus 5, plus 6 range, which according to everyone, that's good enough. But
it's debatable right now.
There's some really good bowlers making it easier than it really is.
Yeah, and he ended up with 267 down there. We'll have to find out who that is.
Josh Kiner shoots 222. That gets him to minus 18. That's probably not any good for him. But it's gotta give him some confidence coming into the next block. That's a good strike from Matt. And he went to a different urethane ball.
It's amazing how they're coming out with all these urethane balls again.
They come out here. Some of these lefties, especially, they come out with 5 or 6 urethane balls,
yeah.
And that's all they plan on throwing. Most notably, Kyle Anderson from suburban Chicago, real good player. I'm surprised he's not here for how good the left side looks. I mean, that's pretty much all he throws. He's a hammer staffer, and he's just got, he's got like 3 black hammers and a bunch of old.
Yeah.
It's like that's all he's got. And no matter what the length, it seems like, kind of like Jesper. It's incredible. Watch him throw urethane on 47 feet. It's like unbelievable. I can't get my, the biggest balls in my bag to hook on that sometimes. Out there jamming on urethane.
Yeah, I wonder if he even owns a reactive resin ball.
Yeah, I sometimes I feel like he doesn't. Real nice 267. I'd like to know who shot that 267. That's a great game. That's
yeah.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that's the high game of the weekend at this point.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see a 240 down there. I don't know who that was, but I mean, so you might have some people jumping up into the number, which was kind of opposite of last night.
All right, looks like our pairs are finished. We're going to go ahead and go off the air for now. And once again, hang tight. We should be starting a little bit after 2. We'll take the air at 2 o'clock no matter what and go off over the results of the 10 o'clock squad. Hang tight.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. This is Jason Couch, here today to talk to you about the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. The final battle has begun, and you need the strongest weapon, and we're going to give it to you. We have the GB 13.3 cover stock wrapped around our strongest core ever in the Iron Fist core. So when you're ready for your last battle and you're out there to win, you need to go with the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. Let's watch Tommy Jones throw a few shots.
Hi Ebonite fans, I'm Tommy Jones and I'm here to talk to you about the Warrior line. The first ball we have is the original Warrior. It comes with a clean, shiny cover, gets down the lane with a lot of back-end reaction. The second one is the Warrior Elite. Has a little duller surface, picks up a little sooner, but still has nice back-end reaction. Finally, we have the new Warrior Supreme. It has the strongest cover, the GB 13.3, and the strongest core, the Iron Fist.
So there you have it, Ebonite bowling fans. Get to your favorite pro shop today and go get that Ebonite Warrior Supreme, and you will win your final battle. Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. I've got Matt Gasson here today to talk about a phenomenal new product, the Game Breaker 2 Phenom. Matt, tell me a little bit about this ball.
So far, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this ball. It's got the same enhanced V2 core that all the other Game Breaker 2s have. The difference with this one is that it has the new GB 11.2 cover stock. That's the strongest cover stock that we have in the Game Breaker 2 line so far. And what that means is with all of these new tournament conditions, going to these higher viscosity oils and these thicker oils, it's just going to pick up a lot more in the oil, and it's going to allow me to feel like I can throw it a little bit more without feeling like it might go through the spot. I know it's going to pick up when I throw it. It's going to work for a variety of styles, mainly higher ball speed guys, and I could really see a lot of females liking this ball.
All right, that sounds really good. It sounds like a great compliment, really an early in the evening bowling ball, maybe on the fresh. And what will it do compared to the other two in your line?
It's definitely going to be the earliest one. This is going to be the one that you want to throw on the fresh when the back ends are nice and crispy. It's gonna blend it out real nice, and then from there you would go to the original Game Breaker 2. It's a great transition ball, staple ball, and benchmark ball in everybody's bag. And then lastly, you'd go to the Game Breaker 2 MVP as you move left and start to go around the lane a little bit more and create that angle down lane.
There you have it, bowling fans. Great new product for you to do your phenomenal striking.
Get ready to feel the need. The all-new Maverick is the latest addition to Ebonite's high-performance line. The brand new core design in the Maverick, based on our proven Warrior core, produces an enhanced revving action to create hairpin turns that will put your competition in panic mode. We achieved this by making minor modifications to the base Warrior core design. A dual band was created, enlarging the volume of mass away from the pin, which allows the Maverick core to store more energy for the back end of the lane. We then wrapped it with our GB 14.0 solid cover stock, the strongest cover stock in the GB series of covers to date. This enhancement of the already strong GB 13.3 cover allows for even more mid-lane traction, continuation, and explosiveness at the pins. With its 500-2000 Abralon finish, 15-pound RG of 2.48, and differential of 0.056, the Maverick has an aggressive mid-lane and back-end reaction, making it perfect for medium to heavy oil conditions. Available on December 6, 2016, the Maverick will come in weights of 12 to 16 pounds. So head to your pro shop and feel the need.
revolutionary new design from Dexter specifically engineered to work with the movement of the bowler's foot to provide unprecedented durability, comfort, and flexibility. The product of years of research and development, the Nine's state-of-the-art outsole system is designed to flex and stretch at the natural flex points, reinforcing the high-stress areas most vulnerable to wear and extending the life of the shoe. The Nine's innovative toe hole system is comprised of an ultra-durable, high-tech compound that is extremely resistant to the abrasion and peelback often caused by toe drag upon delivery. This abrasion-resistant interlocking toe-hold outsole clips onto the shoe to reinforce the toe, and can be replaced when needed, eliminating the need to replace the entire shoe due to toe wear, an industry first. Our patent-pending outsole system also features Dexter's exclusive HyperFlex technology, designed to help prevent sole cracking by allowing the sole to flex and stretch freely at 2 different points on the foot. The HyperFlex hinges on the sole align with the shoe's built-in HyperFlex channels to easily click into place and ensure proper alignment. When the bowler's foot flexes, the HyperFlex system flexes with it, providing an unprecedented freedom of movement and exceptional comfort without putting stress on the outsoles that can cause cracking. Dexter's patented symmetrical design allows soles on the Nine to be interchangeable, so the traction and the slide soles can be used on either the left or the right shoe with no trimming needed. The Nine comes with an S7 sawtooth slide sole specifically customized for the Nine, but additional slide sole options developed for the Nine can be purchased separately. The Nine is equipped with a notched thumb grip for easy removal of the sole, allowing the user to pull upward from the bottom toward the toe. These grips also allow for easy removal of replacement heels, as the Nine features a universal heel system that accommodates every type of heel in the Dexter collection. Bowlers will also notice the new contoured raised heel in the Nine that lifts the arch off the ground to prevent contact with the lane. The raised heel also shifts the balance of the bowler's body onto the toes, resulting in a more powerful delivery. The Nine also features a new shorter last with a streamlined toe box so the shoe fits closer to the bowler's toe, giving him an added comfort and control. With its groundbreaking toe-hold HyperFlex engineering system and industry-leading technology built in every aspect of its design, the Nine gives bowlers a shoe with exceptional comfort and performance and an unparalleled level of flexibility, durability, and longevity.
Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. This is Jason Couch, here today to talk to you about the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. The final battle has begun, and you need the strongest weapon, and we're going to give it to you. We have the GB 13.3 cover stock wrapped around our strongest core ever in the Iron Fist core. So when you're ready for your last battle and you're out there to win, you need to go with the Ebonite Warrior Supreme. Let's watch Tommy Jones throw a few shots.
Hi Ebonite fans, I'm Tommy Jones and I'm here to talk to you about the Warrior line. The first ball we have is the original Warrior. It comes with a clean, shiny cover, gets down the lane with a lot of back-end reaction. The second one is the Warrior Elite. Has a little duller surface, picks up a little sooner, but still has nice back-end reaction. Finally, we have the new Warrior Supreme. It has the strongest cover, the GB 13.3, and the strongest core, the Iron Fist.
So there you have it, Ebonite bowling fans. Get to your favorite pro shop today and go get that Ebonite Warrior Supreme, and you will win your final battle. Hello, Ebonite bowling fans. I've got Matt Gasson here today to talk about a phenomenal new product, the Game Breaker 2 Phenom. Matt, tell me a little bit about this ball.
So far, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this ball. It's got the same enhanced V2 core that all the other Game Breaker 2s have. The difference with this one is that it has the new GB 11.2 cover stock. That's the strongest cover stock that we have in the Game Breaker 2 line so far. And what that means is with all of these new tournament conditions going to these higher viscosity oils and these thicker oils, it's just going to pick up a lot more in the oil, and it's going to allow me to feel like I can throw it a little bit more without feeling like it might go through the spot. I know it's going to pick up when I throw it. It's going to work for a variety of styles, mainly higher ball speed guys, and I could really see a lot of females liking this ball.
All right, that sounds really good. It sounds like a great compliment, really an early in the evening bowling ball, maybe on the fresh. And what will it do compared to the other two in your line?
It's definitely going to be the earliest one. This is going to be the one that you want to throw on the fresh when the back ends are nice and crispy. It's gonna blend it out real nice, and then from there you would go to the original Game Breaker 2. It's great transition ball, staple ball, and benchmark ball in everybody's bag. And then lastly, you'd go to the Game Breaker 2 MVP as you move left and start to go around the lane a little bit more and create that angle down lane.
There you have it, bowling fans. Great new product for you to do your phenomenal striking.
Get ready to feel the need. The all-new Maverick is the latest addition to Ebonite's high-performance line. The brand new core design in the Maverick, based on our proven Warrior core, produces an enhanced revving action to create hairpin turns that will put your competition in panic mode. We achieved this by making minor modifications to the base Warrior core design. A dual band was created, enlarging the volume of mass away from the pin, which allows the Maverick core to store more energy for the back end of the lane. We then wrapped it with our GB 14.0 solid cover stock, the strongest cover stock in the GB series of covers to date. This enhancement of the already strong GB 13.3 cover allows for even more mid-lane traction, continuation, and explosiveness at the pins. With its 500-2000 Abralon finish, 15-pound RG of 2.48, and differential of 0.056, the Maverick has an aggressive mid-lane and back-end reaction, making it perfect for medium to heavy oil conditions. Available on December 6, 2016. The Maverick will come in weights of 12 to 16 pounds, so head to your pro shop and feel the need.
A revolutionary new design from Dexter specifically engineered to work with the movement of the bowler's foot to provide unprecedented durability, comfort, and flexibility. The product of years of research and development, the Nine's state-of-the-art outsole system is designed to flex and stretch at the natural flex points, reinforcing the high-stress areas most vulnerable to wear and extending the life of the shoe. The Nine's innovative toe hole system is comprised of an ultra-durable, high-tech compound that is extremely resistant to the abrasion and peelback often caused by toe drag upon delivery. This abrasion-resistant interlocking toe hold outsole clips onto the shoe to reinforce the toe and can be replaced when needed, eliminating the need to replace the entire shoe due to toe wear, an industry first. Our patent-pending outsole system also features Dexter's exclusive HyperFlex technology, designed to help prevent sole cracking by allowing the sole to flex and stretch freely at 2 different points on the foot. The HyperFlex hinges on the sole align with the shoe's built-in HyperFlex channels to easily click into place and ensure proper alignment. When the bowler's foot flexes, the HyperFlex system flexes with it, providing an unprecedented freedom of movement and exceptional comfort without putting stress on the outsoles that can cause cracking. Dexter's patented symmetrical design allows soles on the Nine to be interchangeable, so the traction and the slide soles can be used on either the left or the right shoe with no trimming needed. The Nine comes with an S7 sawtooth slide sole specifically customized for the Nine, but additional slide sole options developed for the Nine can be purchased separately. The Nine is equipped with a notched thumb grip for easy removal of the sole, allowing the user to pull upward from the bottom toward the toe. These grips also allow for easy removal of replacement heels, as the Nine features a universal heel system that accommodates every type of heel in the Dexter collection. Bowlers will also notice the new contoured raised heel in the Nine that lifts the arch off the ground to prevent contact with the lane. The raised heel also shifts the balance of the bowler's body onto the toes, resulting in a more powerful delivery. The Nine also features a new shorter last with a streamlined toe box so the shoe fits closer to the bowler's toe, giving him an added comfort and control. With its groundbreaking toe hold HyperFlex engineering system and industry-leading technology built in every aspect of its design, the Nine gives bowlers a shoe with exceptional comfort and performance and an unparalleled level of flexibility, durability, and longevity.
Bowlers, welcome to the 2016 Ebonite Lafayette Open, powered by SavageBowling.com. This is the 19th year for the event, and the longevity is all in part to the sponsors. I want to thank Ebonite, Savage Bowling Pro Shops, GMAC Graphics and Sophie Joe's Fundraising, Bama Benton, Awards Unlimited, Smith Drain Service, Landmark Lanes, and Tim Seifers. With these sponsors, they have contributed $2,600 to the prize fund. So I want to thank them for all their patronage. Also, inside the tournament office, we do have some Ebonite equipment on display. You need to check out the Warrior Supreme, the GB2 Phenom. Also, the Maverick that will be released Tuesday, December 6th. You need to check that out as well. If you haven't been to an EBI demo day, you need to get to one and test one of these balls out. EBI's got some great stuff out right now. Want to recognize some past champions bowling on this squad. On lane 19, our 2014 champion, Brett Shepard. What a round of applause for Brett there. Just kidding. Our 2001 champion on lane 21, Mr. Steve Hartman. And one of the three two-time champions on lane 22, our 1999 and our 2007 champion, Mr. Gary Ness. Bowlers, you will be bowling 4 games across the entire center. You will skip 2 pairs and bowl on the third. During practice, you may bowl on any of the pairs you will hit in the cross. The last 5 minutes of practice, I'll ask you to return to your starting pair. I will be passing out score sheets and your scorecards here shortly. Bowler A, the person that drew Bowler A on the odd lanes, they will be your scorekeepers for the entire squad, for your pair. Each bowler is responsible for their scores on their own card. There'll be a score sheet with 4 sheets stapled to it. The scorekeeper on your pair will be in charge of writing the scores down for the entire pair. All we do is ask you to rip the top copy off once you have kept score, and then leave that with the pair, and then take the remaining sheets and your scorecard with you to the next pair. This will help us speed up the process of keeping results posted and for brackets. So please make sure you leave the sheets that you kept score on your pair on the rail if you can do so, and then we'll come by and pick them up. You also have until the completion of practice to enter brackets. Bracket games are 1, 2, and 3. We have $2 brackets and $5 and a $10 side pot that will pay games 1, 2, 3, and 4 and total. Bowlers, we're going to get your lanes on for practice. Please wait to throw a shot until you have a full set of pins. Once you have a full set of pins, your lanes are on for practice.
So we gotta start on hot wings. Okay, good. And I'm gonna eat. Oh, sounds good.
practice, recycle your pin center to the first ball. Again, bowler A will be keeping score for the pair. We'll be handing out your scorecards and sheets here in just about a minute or two.
That's not the complete. That's just
Filling out the
last
sheet
squad.
for the entire pair, just rip it off and leave it at the counter or the rail and take the rest of the sheets with you. That'll help us speed up the process. Again, you're bowling 4 games. Skipping 2 pair, bowling on the third. Do not include 1 and 2 and 23 and 24 in that rotation. The in pairs are 3, 4, 21, 22. We have 55 guys in this squad. Last call for
All right,
brackets.
good afternoon,
Behind
everyone.
lanes
We're
1
back
and
here
2.
in Lafayette, Indiana for the
Bowlers, good
19th
luck.
annual Lafayette Open. Here with Dave next to me here and ready to watch some good bowling.
We are.
Hey. Hey now.
Hey, you know me.
Coming in hot.
Hey, guys. This is the mouth of the Midwest joining you today. Dave Small, the proprietor here. It's a pleasure. Welcome to the 19th annual Ebonite Lafayette Open here at beautiful Landmark Lanes in Lafayette, Indiana. So far, a record turnout.
Yeah, it's been great.
I'm happy. My cash register's happy.
How many do we have in this squad?
This squad, we got 50.
Very nice.
50 bowlers this squad, 659 last squad, 45 last night.
They said last squad was a record at 59.
Yes, 59 for the record. I think a lot of that had to do with the later start time this year. Normally we start 8 o'clock in the morning, and trust me, I'm not a morning person. So starting at 10 this year, I think Scott made a really smart decision.
Yeah.
And was able to capitalize on people coming from a couple hours away for this event.
Absolutely, and I'm one of them, and yeah, the later start's definitely much appreciated.
And we appreciate you being here, Pat, who shot 808 last night.
It's not looking as good as I thought it was.
I'll tell you what, we are definitely seeing the scores are up this year. Normally we see the scores down in the cut lower in the low 770s to 760 range. Right now we're looking almost close to an even number to make it this year, which is a little bit higher. I had nothing to do with the lane condition this year, so no one can blame me for what's going on out there. Normally I designed it, but this year I let someone else.
Yeah, I think they definitely made it a little bit softer than years past. And don't get me wrong, you still have to make shots, and they're tough out there, but they're definitely gettable if you get the right piece in your hand.
And the key word there is piece. Got to have the right rock, the right look, the right angle in. The pin carry at Landmark is phenomenal. We do have incredible pin carry here. A lot of messengers. You'll throw a lot of pins around, bounce stuff out. So you will carry a few more off hits than maybe you would see in some other centers. We see a lot. I've seen a lot of guys roll 2 pins forward today, which has been nice to see, and a lot of trip 4s and a lot of good action out there. So
Bowler's best friend, I'll tell you. When they're hard to get to the pocket, you want to get rewarded when you do get there. So.
Well, we've seen our share of solid 8s, solid 10s, solid 9s, solid 7s, back row. Back row always kind of flips you the middle finger every once in a while, but that's okay. It's all right. But we're going to see some different styles out there today. I mean, we've watched the bowlers last night play a little bit closer to the third arrow, a little bit deeper. That's where you kind of played last night, getting the ball to stand up a little bit.
Yep.
And today we've seen a little bit of a migration farther outside. One of the interesting things about lane conditions that many of our bowlers may not understand is the more times that you strip and re-oil a lane, you would think that it would be cleaner and it would play more open. They actually tighten up.
Right.
And you get places of pockets of oil that were left on, usually from our house patterns, pretty big puddles of them.
Yes.
We double strip the lanes to get all that off, so we put a fresh surface out there. And there's parts of the lane out there that right now, the lane is not used to actually having oil on it.
Yeah.
The surface isn't actually used to having a lot of oil outside of 5 or 4. And when you start putting down more oil in different places than you normally would with your machine, it tends to leave that residue behind as you clean them, and they tend to get a little bit tighter. Your out of bounds seems to get a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
And sometimes your hold actually gets a little bit better as the day goes on. So we've seen a little bit of a migration outside, and I think we're going to see some good scores. Again, we've got a powerful squad out there. We've got Jimmy Cook out there. We've got two-time champion Gary Ness out there. We've got Brett Shepard, defending champion 3 years ago here. We've got a bunch of guys from Fort Wayne out there representing my center in Fort Wayne.
Yeah.
And hopefully they don't all just suck, you know. Represent, boys, represent.
We got some guys from Illinois. We got I saw Nate Mikulowski here.
Nicest kid. I love him.
Yeah, great guy, good bowler, and I think his style is going to play right into what the pattern's doing this weekend. And I think he keeps his angles right in front of him, and if he throws the ball well, I think he'll be right up there with some of the big guys.
So far, we've got one guy that shot over 900 today, and that was T.J. Schmidt last night.
Yep, it's fun to watch.
It was fun to watch. He had the front six, which actually on this condition is pretty good. I mean, your whole goal on a condition that's more flat than anything else is the most important thing is make your spares. Leave you something that's makeable.
Yeah.
Leave yourself something that's makeable. Take advantage of a double here and there, and try and stay as clean as possible. And right out in front of us, watching Tony Henry, 3-6-10, and then gets 10-pin off. I mean, right there, you've got. And then we just saw a solid 9-pin missed. That's the kind of stuff that knocks you out is quicker than anything.
Absolutely. And especially, I think it's going to be, when we're talking about the cut to 32, I think we're going to talk about 1, 2, 3 pins making the difference. So I think every pin's going to count. I'm talking about fill balls, spares, obviously. It's going to be really close. I think it's going to be right in that +5 to +10 range. And yeah, got to make those spares.
I mean, it's fun to watch. I mean, we sit back here, and I'm gonna say this. I sit back, and it's fun to make fun of the bowlers.
Oh yeah.
Just for the simple fact that I'm not out there, and because I definitely do the stand-up comedy out there right now because I suck. But it's fun to watch the guys. It's fun to watch them play different angles and try different things. But it gets kind of disheartening when you just watch. I've already just seen 3 single-pin spares in the first frame whiffed.
Yep.
And that's 10 pins. That's 10, 11 pins. That's just ridiculous.
It's a momentum killer, too.
That's right.
You make a great shot, you ring a dime, and, instead of looking at a spare, you're looking at an open, and, But I will say you said it best. This pattern, although it might be a little bit easier than years past, I think it invited a wide range of players to be successful on the pattern this year.
And it really doesn't matter how soft you make the pattern or how difficult you make the pattern. Even in league, even on a house pattern, you still have to quasi execute. We all know that, there's 5-6 boards out at the break point.
Absolutely.
But, it happens. And on this, you don't quite have that. You maybe have a board, 2 boards. I think there's a good 2 or 3 boards out there right now. Like I said, I don't think we're going to see the cut down in the 760 range. I think we'll see the cut in a lot closer to even on this year.
Yeah. I definitely agree. I'm teetering on re-entering.
Just sit here and look pretty. You're fine at 808.
I sure hope so.
You're fine.
Drinks on you if it's not.
Heck with that, man. I'm poor. What are you talking about? I own 5 bowling centers. And have 102 kids. It's Christmas.
Yeah.
That I'm aware of.
That I'm aware, right.
That I'm aware of anyways. But I hope you enjoy the coverage this afternoon. We'll keep it light and fresh and fun for you.
Yeah, we're up to 24. We got up to 35 in the morning. Hopefully we can eclipse that. Let's get into the 50s and 60s, guys. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your significant others. Come watch some good bowling. Some of the best in the Midwest here.
I'm used to broadcasting like 50,000 with extra frame.
Come on, you guys. We have a celebrity in the booth.
I wouldn't go that far.
we also have Dave. So.
Wow. This is going to be a fun show.
I agree.
This will be a fun show.
I love talking about bowling. So.
I don't. I hate bowling.
Yeah.
I used to enjoy it.
It hurts. When it's bad, it hurts.
I used to enjoy it.
Yeah.
But that's a problem when you buy bowling centers and you actually go into that side of the business. It kind of takes away the fun of, you know, for me, watching bowling now is like boring. No offense, guys, but it's boring because I'm not doing it. If I was out there doing it, I'd probably hate it too because I'd be like minus 180 after 3, and that'd be normal.
You wouldn't have even been in last place.
No, oh well, that's true. That is. No offense to whoever was there. So, what did you see out there last night, Pat? What did you feel like your best angle was, your best look, your best ball last night? What did you feel like you not only what could you have shot, because what you left on the table, and I don't mean that negatively, because that's always a good thing to explain to our bowlers.
Yeah.
But
so I started straight. I started in that 5, 6, 7 range, and which isn't my comfort zone, but from what I saw, I figured that would be the best way to attack the pattern. And I just didn't see the motion that I wanted to see. Came out a little stiff, came out a little uncomfortable. Did manage to go 190, 190 to start the block. As I started to migrate into the pattern, I went down to a little bit of a slower ball. I went to my trusty dusty IQ Tour Solid. Looked great, especially when I started executing. When I got into that track area, that 13, 14, 15 range at the arrows, and I was pretty much able to just feed it right. As long as I was good with my hand, I felt like I had unlimited miss room to the right. At no point did I feel like I had any help missing in. If you got the ball going up the lane, it was DOA. And I just kind of chased that in. I think the furthest in I got was about 18, 19 at the arrows. And as long as I was good with my hand and got the ball going right, I really had a great look. Like you said, I shot 808 plus 8. I really feel like if I could have got a little bit comfortable sooner, maybe made the move a little bit sooner, I probably could have gotten to like plus 40, plus 50. So I felt like I left a few pins out there, but not too much. I feel like I pretty much got what I bowled.
And that's a great analysis of last night, because last night was fun to watch. It definitely kind of opens your eyes when you guys watch on SavageBowling.com. As you look at, you're going to see all the players playing different parts of the lane. Some of them are playing it correctly. Some of them, you know, maybe not quite where they should be yet.
Sure.
And you know, the one thing that I really wish that we wouldn't see out there is urethane.
I completely agree.
Urethane on this right now, there's a lot of volume. It's 39 feet. There's 26 mils out there.
Yeah.
It's flat at 1.7. But you've got urethane, and urethane does nothing on this but push the oil all over the place, and makes it very challenging when you go pair to pair, because all of a sudden you have a look that maybe you were playing 17-18, flipping it out to 9-10, and it's coming back comfortably.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you hit a pair that someone's used urethane on, and you hit 17-18, hit 9 and 10, and you wash out because the ball just skids through that break point. And that becomes a problem. We tried to design, well, I'm going to say that. I know, talking to Scott, they tried to design the pattern this year a little bit short, like they always have here.
Right.
But try to put a little more volume in it to take the urethane out of the equation. And unfortunately, when guys pull urethane out on a heavier volume pattern, just because they're trying to keep the ball in play and smooth, you're going to kind of push the pattern longer and make the lanes play different across the bowling center.
Yeah, I agree. And there's enough friction here, too, to where, I mean, you can get the ball going left to right. If you're good with it, at the bottom of the swing, when I threw the ball really well, I felt like I had 2, 3, 4 boards at the break point. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, I think they're really hard, but I think if you have the right piece in your hand and you're in the right part of the lane, scores are definitely out there to get. And it showed this last squad, this 10 a.m. squad. A few people got to it pretty good, and I'm not surprised. It was a little bit higher scoring than I thought it would be, but I definitely think it's out there.
It's definitely out there, but I think we've seen the biggest scores of the day.
Well, that sounds good to me.
I would usually, as the day goes on, like a few years ago, we had quite a few big scores on the A squad in the morning, and Scott was surprised at how high the scores were, and I looked at him and I said, they're over, don't worry. You know, first off, the talent field usually comes in early,
right,
to try to get in as quickly as possible. Because the fun of bowling at an event like this is getting in there, knowing that you're in, kind of like you, and then take advantage of a squad and go load up on brackets and try to make a little bit of money on the side.
Exactly.
You know, watching some of these guys, you know, now it's, you know, I got 2 squads to get in, and then third squad's just basically Hail Mary.
Right.
You know, throw it out there and pray to God you're going to get in. But you just gotta play it smart, as I like to say it.
Personal Fig Jam, the Paragon this year. Are you familiar with? Obviously, you're familiar with it. The big top-heavy tournament up in Michigan.
Oh yeah.
And I was sitting in 27th, coming into the last squad of 80, and they cut to the top 32. I said, not a chance in the world. Not a chance. I'm out. You know. So I go to sleep on it. My friend wakes me up at 7 in the morning. Say, hey, you got some bowling to do. Nobody passed you. 0 people passed you in the squad of 80, and there's a ton of talent just like here in that tournament. So I definitely believe it, but it's one of those things I'm not going to feel comfortable till it's over.
I agree, and that's the thing you gotta think about out there, guys. You know, one of the things that makes this tournament so special, and I will say this to all of our viewers, not because I own the house and it's my tournament and Gilmore and I are buddies and we put it on every year, but the way that this tournament runs and as far as payout goes, the payout, so many tournaments today attract bowlers with, you know, the big first place prize, and then, you know, you got 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 on top.
Yep.
And second place gets $500. You know, it's not worth it unless you win. Here, Scott guarantees 1.5 times your entry fee just if you lose the first round.
Yes.
So his philosophy on prize fund really is kind of old school because of that's how the prize funds used to be. But the bowlers support it because of the challenging lane condition, and they also know that, you know, the cream's going to rise to the top. You make the cut, you're going to get paid, and you're going to get paid well.
Absolutely.
It's worth the drive. I mean, we got a guy, I think the farthest we have is Saginaw, Michigan right now, or Kansas.
Yeah, the Wichita guys.
Wichita guys are here from Kansas. I mean, that's 10 hours plus that came here to bowl.
It's fantastic.
You know, Saginaw being 6.5, 7 hours away.
Right.
You know, a lot of bowlers from the Detroit area, St. Louis,
Ohio,
all over. So we've got 7 states represented here today, which is awesome. And quite a few of our local boys take advantage of it.
It's one of those things. I've never been disappointed with a first place check. It's those days where you don't have it 100%, where you want to walk away and you want to feel like, you know, you bowled well. If you make the top 32, you bowled awesome. So you should be rewarded for that. You shouldn't just get your money back, especially if you have to re-enter some of these tournaments. You know what? I have no hesitation. If I have to re-enter, let's say I get passed by 6 or 7 people this squad, I have no hesitation re-entering because I know it's going to be worth my time, that I know that if I bowl well, I'm going to make money for it. So it's almost a no-brainer.
Hell, it's been so long since I've won, I've forgotten what it feels like.
Oh, boy.
It's been a while.
Yeah. When's the last time you won a tournament?
Oh, God, 90.
Come on, it has a 9 in front of it?
It has a 9 in front of it. It was a big one, though. It's a big one.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was a big one. 98, I think, was the last one I won. Then I actually had to get like a real job and grow up and kind of cut into my weekends.
And that's unfortunately that's what I'm going through right now. I'm a couple years out of college, got my real job, and bowling a lot less, and it's not fun.
I had a real job.
Yeah.
Then I bought bowling centers. I don't know if it was that bad hit of acid I had one night or the laced crack or something. I don't know. Why are we down to 19 viewers? This is bull crap.
Yeah.
Did we scare you off?
Tell your friends. Tell your neighbors.
Did we scare you off, beautiful people?
Oh, they're so. I guarantee we have the most beautiful crowd.
They're just scared. They're just scared.
There's one squad left, guys. And I'll tell you what, the left looks really good. So all you lefties out there who are afraid to bowl.
Oh, did I say that?
Bill Crane, Bill Crane, if you're out there.
Did I say that? The left look. When you said the left looks good, I'm like, big surprise.
I'm telling you.
Did I say that?
You got a shout out from Wisconsin, my friend Kyle, up in Greater Milwaukee area. Kyle, you should be here.
Yeah, get off the screen and get down here, Kyle.
You could still make it.
$19 people, come on. Get your friends, get your thing. This is great bowling. This is great stand-up comedy.
There's some of the best. We have AJ Chapman right here on our feature pair. One of the best talents in the country, in my opinion. Jimmy Cook.
I love me some
Wesley
Jimmy Cook.
I do too. I love his ball roll, and I think I saw him. He didn't put up a very good score his first set, but I told Chad I expect a big set out of him here.
We even have Dylan Holford here.
I don't know who that is. I'll take your word for it.
You're fine.
Wesley Lowe here, the big two-handed lefty. He's throwing urethane.
Urethane. So much fun.
Urethane.
I like urethane, but just not on this.
No, it's just maybe on the left side.
I think when I die, I'm going to come back as a left-hander. Or maybe a golfer.
Yeah.
Can actually win some money.
Yeah, right. No, it's great though. Speaking of, he hit the pavement. He hit the, he went and got the sponsors, and made this event a really great event. It just seems like it continues to grow every year, and I'm looking forward to the 20th annual.
I have secrets on that one already.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some surprises.
I can't share yet.
Oh boy.
Come on, listeners! If we get up to 50 listeners, I will share a secret with you.
A secret about next year's Lafayette
Secrets about
Open.
next year's Lafayette Open. Really? We're going to drop one? No.
Oh, boy.
Well, we got all kinds of secrets.
I'll tell you what, the scoring pace looks a lot lower this set.
It does. And a lot of that has to do with what we talked about earlier, and it's no offense to the squad that's out there, but a lot of the big shooters came out first squad to get the numbers up there, to get in there locked so that they can take – a lot of guys will take this squad off that really bowled first squad and then maybe come back and bowl last squad's ninth for bracket money or whatever.
Right.
And then you got your Hail Marys in there. And
Hail Marys.
it's kind of what I say on the video poker machine when I'm down to a buck. It's Hail Mary. Come on. Hit or I'm going home.
Yeah. You got 4 to a royal, and it's always the 2
of hearts.
Yeah.
I play Cleopatra Keno. See, we lost one. God bless it.
Not a lot of gambling fans out there.
Okay.
But then we gained 2, so we're getting there. We got close to 40 last set, and I think we'll get there again. Spread the word.
Spread the love.
Who's coming up on the feature pair? Steve Novak's going to be on the feature pair next. Outstanding talent from Ohio. That guy throws it good.
I throw it just as good in my mind.
Yeah. I don't even throw it that good in my mind.
So hit us up on savagebowling.com. Ask some questions.
Dave, give me a cut prediction.
A contradiction? Why do we drive on parkways and park on driveways?
That's
nice Mustang?
That's a good one. I'm looking for your best guess at what the cut's going to be at this year's Lafayette Open when it's all said and done, when the dust settles.
I would say we are going to be minus 5.
That's fantastic.
That's my guess. minus 5.
That's beautiful.
Normally, like I said, it'd be 765, 770. I think it's going to be minus 5 this year. There's a lot of talent out there that can do something,
Yeah.
but pressing never wins a title. So I don't think you have to bowl again.
I'm hanging my hat on that.
I'm not going to bet you money or put dinner on it, but I'm thinking you're going to be okay. I'm thinking you're going to be okay. He just left me alone. Oh, you don't know how bad that is. Dave Small alone with a microphone and earphones on. You don't know how bad that actually is. Oh, I don't have to do that, but they left me alone for a minute. So let me tell you a little story about Pat now that he's gone. To all our fans out there joining us, welcome to the 19th annual Ebonite Lafayette Open here at beautiful Landmark Lanes in Lafayette, Indiana. Dave Small here live, calling the action. I'm used to crowds of 50,000 on PBA Extra Frame, so need you guys to sign up and join us and have some fun this afternoon. Watch some good bowling. Got some great competition going on out there right now. We've got all kinds of talent going on, and Dylan Hulford right out in front of us. Little kid that bowls out in my Anderson Center. Just made the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. He's my hero. Yay, Dylan, you're my hero. Just thought I'd give you a thumbs up on that. Got you on TV, baby. No problem, love. Patrick decided to come back. Never, ever leave Dave Small alone with him. Like, so look, I got more people.
Look at that. It was TJ Schmidt's fault.
You ball repping for him?
Yeah.
So you're his John?
Yeah, he bought me a burrito.
A burrito?
Yeah,
we don't sell burritos here at Landmark Lanes.
Oh, I did bad.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded so
Don't
good.
you make me get a Latino up on you.
I've had enough Latino today, if you know what I mean.
Don't you make me get a lot of them.
Wow.
Is that it? Just 160 entries through 3 squads? That's it? So we're going to hit 200 this year? That's phenomenal.
That is great.
We only need 3 bowlers for the next squad to exceed last year, which was our record last year. So I have a feeling we're going to hit 200 bowlers this year, which is absolutely incredible. That is hats off to Scott Gilmore, his beautiful wife Karen, and me. No, I play a very little part.
Scott's beautiful himself.
No, he's not.
He's a good-looking guy. Right
God,
there.
he's ugly.
Oh my gosh.
I look in the mirror and no.
Very different taste in men.
No. Mm-mm. I didn't know you were that way, Pat. Come on now.
I have my fiance is watching the live stream, and
hello,
I'm
fiance.
sure she's very disappointed in me.
Hello, fiance. What's your fiance's name?
Katerina.
Catalina, how are you, darling?
Katerina, she's fantastic. She's a good bowler herself.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, she's better than I am. She throws it better than I do.
Well, Karen throws it better than Scott.
Well,
if you've seen Karen bowl.
I actually haven't.
You've never seen Karen Wittenmigler Gilmore bowl? Miss, I can split the boards at 50 feet.
That's pretty. Man, I'm just waiting for Jimmy to start throwing 10 daggers, and it just hasn't happened yet. Struggling.
The big hand.
I had that a lot too. I had a lot, when I got the ball going up the lane, I had that 3-10 combo look the entire night last night, and luckily I was able to pick most of them up.
The big boomers that are trying to cover a lot of boards are struggling.
I think it's out there. I think you just have to be so good with your hand.
I just close my eyes and throw the ball anymore. I don't care.
I like it.
Hey, works for me.
Yeah.
I'm averaging 220 this year. I'm happy. Not bad for 3 games a week.
Yeah. boy, how good does the left look? Oh my gosh.
When they're tough, sometimes the lefties get a little bit of an advantage. Start some controversy with our 24 watchers right now. Because the left side doesn't change quite as dramatically as the right side, because you don't have as many people playing everywhere.
AJ Chapman has really struggled these the last squad and this squad. Very surprised to see that.
In the ride.
But if you watch where AJ's trying to attack from, he has urethane in his hand.
Yeah.
Mistake number one.
Yes, I agree.
And he's trying to play way outside. And that's not where you're going to attack and get the scores from.
It's such a short format too. You can't give too many frames away, being in the wrong part of the lane. Let's see here. We got a question looking for pattern, length, shape, and volume. It's a 39-foot, relatively high volume, and relatively flat pattern at a high friction center. So a lot of people all over the place.
With high friction oil. We use
What type of oil did you use?
I will not disclose that.
Oh.
I have my own oil blended for all 5 of my centers.
It's actually Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
That's right.
From what I've seen, Kyle, slow balls look really good. Tor solids, game breakers. TJ Schmidt was throwing a phase 2 last night. Looked really good. Urethane looks bad. Pearl looks really bad.
You want to get something on this that's actually going to start up a little bit earlier and get the ball to stand up. And what we mean by stand up is the ball actually stops going through the pins and it stops at the pocket, stands up a little bit more. You're going to leave more 4 pins with that, but you're going to be in less trouble because of the way the ball goes through the pins. The other reason I say that is we blend our own oil. We have an exclusive contract with a company in New York that blends our own oil for all our centers, and it's a very high viscosity. Most lane oils you have a viscosity of 22, 24. We actually use a viscosity of 48.
Wow.
And it's very thick, and it goes down almost like a gel. But man, does it hold up all night long for league?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, yeah. This place still hooks.
Well, normally our house pattern here, we're at 41 feet. We're at 41 feet, 31 mils. And most of the all my other centers are the same surface, which this is an HPL, an original HPL, 9000, put in 1998. We just put synthetic approaches in 3 years ago. Unfortunately, the wood decided to collapse.
Yeah.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
But we put the Brunswick approaches in 3 years ago. All my other centers are Pro Anvilane, Gen 1 and 2. We use the same machine in all the houses, the same oil, the same stripper concentration, the same mix, the same patterns in all the houses, and the whole goal with putting something down is making sure that it is consistent from week to week. We run them at the same time. We run them by the same person. You just don't want to screw with that. You want to get it as consistent as possible. Hence why a couple of the houses last year we had 150-some, 300 games at Pro Bowl, but more impressive, we had 6,800s. That's a big number.
Yeah.
Because they hold up all night long. This thing, I don't think we haven't touched our patterns in like 3 years. Now that I think about it.
Hey, when you got scoring like that.
But all my operations managers know that if I come in and I audit the pattern versus the machine, and I see something different than what's on the sheet, they're unemployed. So the hell no, don't screw with my lane patterns.
Yeah.
The only person that screws with the lane pattern is moi.
Yeah.
Come on, other questions.
Just got my homeboy Kyle. From New Berlin, Wisconsin. Good bowling scene up there. A lot of good tournaments up in Wisconsin. They like it easy up there.
Come on, I still got 50 people out there if you want to know what's going to happen next year.
If you're just joining us, Dave has a big secret about the 20th annual Lafayette Open. We're looking to get to 50 viewers. That's not too much. See all sorts of talent out here. Starting to stretch out a little bit, getting ready for my re-entry at 6 o'clock.
Why?
It doesn't look good.
Why do you say
There's
that?
some scores. There's a 250, a 230, and another 230.
All right. That's game one.
Yeah.
They've practiced on that pair for 10 minutes. So now they're going to move to places that they don't know.
Yeah.
And this bowling center, if you have not bowled here before, has a very unique characteristic. This house, even though it's 24 lanes, plays like 4 different bowling centers. 1 through 8 is probably the slickest in the house. Best scores come on 1 through 8. 9 through 14 is your next bay. That hooks about 3 boards more than 1 through 8. 15 through 18 hooks about 2 boards more than 1 through 8, and 19 to 24 hooks another 2 boards. So as you move across the house, the high end hooks almost 7 boards more than the low end. And there's a reason for that. Back before we had sanctioned oiling machines that apply oil directly board to board, cord to cord, however you want to put it down, we had what we call a wick machine, a pad machine. Pad machines are designed to put oil down in a certain way, but you can only do 6, 8 lanes at a time. So before I bought this place, they didn't quite understand that concept. So I had a wick machine when I first got here, and I'm on my 3rd lathe machine since I've been here. 9 years now. God, 8 years? 9 years? 8 years. Jeez, where'd the time go? And they would just oil 1 to 24 not stop. So as you went across the house, the oil volume went down.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, on synthetic surface, that shows wear and tear and all that other stuff. So I get accused all the time of changing the house pattern if you bowl on 3 and 4, and the next week you bowl on 19 and 20. It's like, no, guys.
League bowlers.
No, guys.
Yeah,
it's the same.
That's everywhere.
I just smile and laugh.
Yeah.
And go, you know what? Suck it up and bowl.
Yeah.
Just suck it up and bowl.
A lot of people came up, sucked it up and bowled this weekend, looking at 200 entries for the weekend.
That's phenomenal.
That's fantastic.
I'm happy. I got a lot of money off that. I'm happy. And they're eating and drinking, and I appreciate that. Everybody's, having a good time. And
that's right.
You're either gonna come to this tournament. You're gonna have a good time.
Yep.
Or you're gonna beat your head against the wall. Or you're gonna beat your head against the wall. I mean, it's just one of those things. I remember, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. I did, back before, I was like way ahead of my time. I don't know if you bowled here that year or not. When I did the 27-foot and buff to 32.
Is that the year Jack Sullivan won? 2010?
No, that was...
Jack told me, Jack likes to talk about his, Jack's one of my good friends, and he likes to talk about the year he won the Lafayette Open, because it was 32 feet and he hates short patterns. And
no, that was EJ's win, because it came down to Eric and EJ. That was my 32. Was it that year?
That's gross.
That was great.
That's too short.
That was great. But look at the Wolf on tour, 32 feet.
Yeah.
So we were a year ahead of our time.
You were a year ahead of it. You invented the Wolf.
I invented the Wolf here in Lafayette, and I'll tell you what, they griped, and I almost said a bad word. They griped and go, it's too dry, it's too short. Now it's like, guys, it's not plastic and urethane that scores on that, it's getting the ball to stand up.
Yeah.
We were actually a year ahead of our time on that. It was kind of amusing.
Yeah.
And, the next year we went 35 feet, and the last few years has been 39. I really
it's a good length.
I want to do a 55-foot pattern.
Oh, yeah?
Just flooded.
Oh,
just
boy.
flooded. But I have this really cool pattern. I have. Because we design our own patterns. No offense to the guys who design patterns out there, but we design a lot of our own patterns for tournaments. And we have one called the Angry Sea Bass. And it's really, really amusing because it actually puts oil down like you'd put a fish on the middle of the lane and just let it flop all over the place.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, it's great. The Angry Sea Bass.
The Angry Sea Bass.
It's 40. It is 47 feet. And it's like 1, 2 to 2, 14, 16 to 16s, 1, 3 to 3, a 9 to 9, a 10 to 10, a 4 to 4, and then we reverse it like a 7 to 7, a 5 to 5, just craziness.
Yeah.
And you never know what it's going to play like from pair to pair because...
Sounds like something you get in front of the ball return.
Oh, it's fun. No!
No?
Actually, the best place to play it is right between first and second arrow. Right between first and second arrow seems to be the best, but you just don't know if it's going to go too long or if it's going to go too short. You just never know. My other one is called Misery. Oh, the kids love that one. The kids love Misery.
Let's hear about Misery.
Misery is 56 feet, 18.3 mils.
You're a madman.
Oh, they love it.
Have you ever bowled the Boot Hills Woody's tournaments?
Mm-hmm.
Those are dirty.
I mean,
those are dirty.
But
patterns.
what's fun? But we do that for the kids. We actually used to host INJBT here, Scott Savage's tour, and I now own work with TKO out of that's based out of Anderson, where my center is now, and. We used to put down some crazy. They would all go to the other centers and they'd have decent turnout, but then they'd come here, and we'd be full because they knew they were going to get something different, something unique.
Yes.
But even at, even at 19 mils and 48 feet or 55 feet, it was hard. You know, it carried down, it pushed around, it burned up, but you had a shot.
When we used to bowl the IYSBTs back in my heyday when I was bowling those. I used to love coming down here because the cut was always minus 100 or lower. I mean, it was an absolute grind every time, and always circled it on my calendar. Always really enjoyed coming down here to bowl.
Well, we appreciate you coming down here and bowling.
Absolutely. It's a little 2-hour drive, nice little ride down 65, and price lined a nice little hotel, and just having a good weekend bowling, and. Gonna have to put in one more squad than I want to.
Would you stop your whining? You're gonna be fine. Christ, Matt Bilyeu's on this squad, for God's sakes. You're fine,
Matt
Patrick.
Bilyeu, Matt, you big hunk of love.
That's my son. Don't talk to him that way.
Get out. No, it's not.
That is my son.
No, it's not.
Matt Bilyeu, who's your daddy?
No, it's not. Stop it. No, it's not. You guys are unbelievable.
He's my son. Are you not my son, Matt Bilyeu?
Matt, how'd you bowl the first game? Matt, how'd you bowl the first game?
189. Okay, 189. So now, 210?
Yeah.
210, 220. Right? Plain and simple. It's easy. You got
Easy
this.
Game. Easy game.
You got the. Your man boobs are getting a little bit big, but you got this, baby. I remember when he was a freshman in college.
I like that. Me and him got fat at the same pace.
Are you out there in front of us now?
Oh yeah.
God. This is going to be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, we might just have to take a break here and get our thoughts collected just to get Matt Bilyeu out there in front of us. I call him Billy Club. Because he's good for about 790 and 520. There's very little in between with Matt Bilyeu.
Oh, boy.
But I used to bowl, when I lived down south for a number of years, is when I bowled quite a bit on the tour and the SEMSAs, and we had the Crown tournaments, and it was awesome down there. Absolutely awesome. Down there we had some great tournaments. I loved the old SEMSA tour. I mean, that was a fun tournament. I mean, those were true tests of strength. You had 64 guys on a squad. That's what they limited it to. You had to be a 32-lane center to host them. You bowl 7 games, A and B squad. Mm-hmm. Top 32 scores off A, top 32 scores off B. Plain and simple. There was no intermingling. It was 2 separate tournaments. Top 64 came together for 3 games. Cut it to 32.
Right.
Then we cut it 2 more games to cut to top 16. 16 comes back the next day.
Yeah.
16 games around robin.
Holy cow.
And then top 4 step ladder. Those were grind outs.
That's a grind out.
But they paid really, really well.
Yeah, if it's worth it. I mean, yeah. That sounds like, I don't know if I could do that anymore, but I remember we used to bowl the IYSBTs. We'd bowl 16 games, and we'd be looking for Sunday night sweepers to bowl afterwards.
We're not as young as we used to be.
Oh my gosh! I mean, I'm not even old, and I feel it.
How old are you now?
27.
27. What was I doing when I was 27? I'm having a senior moment. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But those were the days. I mean, the days of true tournament bowling, I think, have changed dramatically. The Lafayette Open is definitely one that is a tradition, is good, and if you've never bowled it and you're within 5 hours of Lafayette, you need to come down and bowl it.
Let's put the camera on Matt Bilyeu. We have the camera elsewhere.
Well, we need 2 cameras for Matt Bilyeu. 2 of them, baby. 2 of them. I mean, God.
Oh, my God. That is one big sexy man.
Will you stop talking about my kid that way? He just called you a big sexy man. I call you a big hairy you-know-what, but that's beside the point.
Hey, he got off to a good start. 10 in the pit for his
Oh, he threw a messenger.
first shot.
He was an animal.
He is an animal. Jimmy Cook with a convincing straight start off his game. I'm waiting for him to go. I'm telling. He was my pick to click when I was talking to Chad earlier. I said Jimmy Cook's gonna have a monster weekend.
Pick to click. Oh my!
Left side still looks ridiculously good. If anyone was wondering.
You know what? You need to stop that because you're going to convince yourself you're going to have to bowl again.
Oh, for sure. I'm 100% bowling again.
Are you really?
I'll show you. I'll show you after the first game. They're gonna give us the standings, and you're gonna see 10 people who are +8 or better just after the first game, which puts me in 28th, assuming that holds up. And that I don't feel very good about that.
You know what? You are such a Debbie Downer.
I'm not a Debbie. I love it. I love every minute of it.
You are a Debbie Downer.
It's bonus bowling.
No, it's not.
So excited for bonus bowling.
How can you sit there at this table and lie to me? No, it's not bonus bowling at that point. It's Hail Mary bowling.
Yeah.
We do want to thank all of our sponsors here at the 2016 Lafayette Open, powered by Ebonite and Savage Bowling. We have lots of sponsors this year. Landmark Lanes, Soapy Joe's, Wings, etc., Dexter, the #1 bowling shoe in the world, Smith Heating and Cooling, Booma Benton Corporation, Tim Seifers.
Matt Bilyeu.
What about Matt Bilyeu? Did he strike?
No, he's a sponsor of this tournament.
No, he's not.
When he paid his entry fee.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. McCarty Motors, Awards Unlimited. Hopefully we didn't miss any of them out there. Great Ebonite equipment in our tournament office behind lanes 1 and 2 today.
The new Warrior Supreme and the Game Breaker 2 Phenom.
Wow, you knew them right off the top of your head.
If that Phenom's is any good as the other Game Breaker 2s, you're going to want that in your bag.
I wouldn't know. Who's your ball company of choice, Patrick?
I'm a Storm Roto guy.
Me as well.
Just
love my Roto grips.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'll get out of my comfort zone if I see a ball that's outside of Storm Roto that looks like it's going to help me be successful in tournaments, then I want it in my bag. I keep an original Game Breaker in my bag. I also have a couple of Brunswick pieces. So
I just tell Jason Beck to drill me whatever.
Jason Beck
drills my balls. Yeah.
Jason Beck is in the house. He's not bowling, but he's in the house.
He's ball bitching.
He is.
I mean repping. Pardon
me.
He's ball bitching.
Someone is paying that man to tell them that what we've been telling you all along for free here on SavageBowling.tv.
Wow! Oh, we're up to 27. We've scared some people back into our world. Welcome to our world.
TJ Smith just gave me the wink. He's looking great today. He gives us the wave.
I used to like him.
How do you not like TJ Smith?
I used
He's
to
the
like
nicest
him.
guy on the planet.
I used to like him. Many years ago, back when I was young. Stupid.
Yeah.
Got also Aaron McCormick out there. Indiana Masters champion 2 times over.
2 times over.
Throws a great ball. Don't get caught speeding.
Is that a tournament?
He's got handcuffs and he knows how to use them. I'm hoping maybe afterwards, but we'll see.
Hey-o. Is that a tournament that you have to be sanctioned in Indiana Notable?
Yes, the Indiana Masters.
Indiana Masters.
We host that tournament in Anderson. We had last year the sweepers. We do 2 sweepers on Friday night, 2 games. We had 175 bowlers for the 2 sweepers. And then we run 4 squads on Saturday.
Matt, nice 6 spare. Great 6 spare out there.
And then on Saturday we run 4 squads, and we had last year 411 entries last year.
Incredible. Now that's a short format tournament, right?
3 games. But I will tell you, the losers bracket, you don't want to be in the losers bracket because you just bowl and bowl and bowl. Because each one of the winners get a bye each round.
Right.
And then the losers bracket just continues. And you bowl until you lose 2. And last year's champion, actually, Brian Cave, was our champion. Brian's my vice president of the company at Pro Bowl West. He runs Pro Bowl West for me, and he's also my VP.
Nice.
He went undefeated last year in the Masters, and quite frankly, to walk into the title match and not have a loss, you're really at an advantage. And I believe he shot 236 to win the title against Mr. Verbich.
He bowled very well last night.
Yeah, you crossed with him last night.
Plus 5. He
gave it back the last 2.
He according to you, that's in as well. Plus 5.
I think 5's in. I don't think there are 32 guys out there that can put the even score up. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think it can be done. It's never been done here before.
Yeah, this is a tough center. This is a really tough place to bowl.
That's a great place to bowl.
I love coming down here. It does. It kind of reminds me of the Boot Hills, where you go out there, you check your ego at the door, you make your spares. You're gonna walk away with a nice little check. Shout out to Jerry Mars, who's watching here, saying we should do extra frame.
I do.
So Jerry,
I definitely enjoy
Jerry, a very talented player out of Chicago. He should be here right now. I don't know what he's
doing.
like,
oh my God, where are you, Jerry Mars? Like, get here. Like, we need you here,
Jerry, what are you doing?
Like, oh my God, what are you doing?
That's a guy who throws it really good.
We're up to 28 people. Come on, get your friends on. We got lots of fun to share with you. Lots of fun, lots of laughs.
Scoring pace looks like it's a little down this game. I see a couple strings of strikes, but I don't see much.
Whining party if when your table is waiting, whining. Oh, Patrick's hand did go up.
I'm here.
See, now, I could steal something from Extra Frame and say we do have the Matrix of Fairness tomorrow.
Fairness.
You don't get that? No. The joke always is with going into, they do the cashless round and then the top 32, and then they take 8 and take against the top 16.
Yeah.
And take 8 against the top thing. So they call it the Matrix of Fairness.
Fairness.
So we call it the Matrix of Fairness.
Yeah.
So tomorrow is the Matrix of Fairness because there's top 32, which goes to 16, which goes to 8, which goes to 4, which goes to 2, which goes to a champion.
Right.
And that champion tomorrow, my prediction is Terry Roar.
Roar.
I want to see Terry do it.
He's having a tough time.
It's all right. Terry is talented, great ball rep for Columbia, or for Global 900 now. Great bowler, good friend. I love Terry's game. And the funny thing is, Terry, this place owes him something. Terry Roar has bowled here year after year after year after year. He's going to get it. Terry is my pick.
I like it. I think that's a fair pick.
Terry's my pick if we can get him in there.
I think it might take another squad. But I think that's a great pick. No, I don't mean that in a bad way. If you have to re-enter, you have to re-enter.
So why don't you tell us about your re-entry coming up, Patrick?
I'm really excited. I'm starting to get loose here. I'm starting to stretch out the muscles a little bit, and I'm ready to go. I like my ball reaction. I left some pins on the table, trying to play them a little too straight last night for too long, and I think that if I go out and throw the ball well, I could put up a little bit more of a secure number at 6 o'clock. But they look like they're getting tougher, that's for sure. I mean, as advertised, they definitely look tougher than they've been all weekend. I like if we can. It's kind of a similar prediction as yours. If we can get him in, I like Jimmy Cook. I've been on him all weekend, and he hasn't come around yet. So Jimmy Cook's my guy. I like TJ. I just think TJ's ball roll is so dynamic that he can play any part of the lane. You know, and like you said, the pair-to-pair differences and going from match to match. That if he makes the right decisions, he can definitely run the table again.
TJ is one of our champions here. TJ won in 2013 here, and he was playing basically sliding into lane. If we're looking out there right now at lanes 9 and 10, if he was bowling on lane 9, he was sliding into lane 8, lofting the gutter, 5th and 6th arrow that year. That was a very, very difficult inside short pattern.
Yeah, he's very, very good at that. Not a lot of holes in his game. I also like Steve Novak. And I know that's an easy pick, but
go with the obvious.
Yeah, I mean, is Kyle Sherman returning for to defend his title? I have not seen him.
What's interesting is a lot of people have not come back. We haven't seen a couple.
Hit and run, huh?
It's kind of like my Kokomo tournament, my PBA tournament. Every year we've had a different winner and they haven't come back.
Sheesh.
It's like, really? I told them they're not allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah, that's mean. How rude. Very rude.
First was Low Shedder.
There's a guy who throws it good.
Oh, wow, and look at the scores coming in.
Those are massive scores.
No, they're not.
Is that 10 people plus?
All right, I'm going to take this away from Patrick so that he stops trying to wet his diaper. On this squad, right now, first place is Ben Pallardry, who shot 252.
Massive.
Jimmy Ogden, plus 34. Steve Novak, plus 33. Wesley Lowe, plus 22. Gene Perez, plus 22 as well.
The left side.
Donnie McCraw, local boy here, Bowls in League, plus 14. Matthew Staniger at plus 11, along with Nathan Mikolowski. Nathan Farber at plus 6. Tony Henry at plus 5. Devin Mazzillo at plus 3.
Devin did re-enter.
And
he said he was on the fence.
All right, so taking the top 8 scores off this squad, you're looking at plus 44 would be your cut number.
Plus
44. Top 8, 11 over, makes you 44.
Yeah.
So 44 is the number on the squad. I think you're going to see a couple of big scores, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot coming in behind that. So, stop fretting. It's okay. And there's Donnie McCraw on our screen right now. Donnie's down and in on lane 9 and 10. We love us some Donnie McCraw around here.
We got Creepy Ted Rosenquist right in front of us. Love me some Creepy Ted. Creeper. Creepy Ted. He's kind of had that 190 look all weekend. is how Matt Staninger started last block, and he followed it up with a 140, hoping he finds a little bit of a better reaction this squad. He was throwing urethane. I thought it looked awful.
There's a time and a place.
That's right.
For urethane.
Yeah.
This is not one of them.
This is not one of them. If you are bowling the 6 o'clock squad, leave it at home. Unless it's
Urethane stays in the bag. Trust me on this one.
And let's be real, it should stay in the bag most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Questions, comments, concerns, send them our way.
Anything, send them our way, please. We're bored. Send us some comments and concerns, questions. We'll answer anything. We'll even go more into the detail of what kind of men Pat really do like, as he stated
I'll
earlier.
tell you all about it.
See? Come on, questions, concerns. I'm going to step out the booth for just a second there, Patrick. Unlike you, who didn't excuse himself earlier and just dropped the headphone and left me all by my damn self, I'm going to step out for just a minute, my friend,
It
and
was a pleasure.
have a beverage or a bathroom break and turn it over to Chad Lester, the molester, the man, the myth, the
God.
bald guy from the left side. We love Chad. He will give a good perspective on the left side because, unfortunately, all Patrick said is, God, the left looks good. God, the left looks good. That's all I've heard for like the past half hour. So, and no, he's whining too. He's whining. I'm going to have to re-enter. I'm going to have to re-enter. You're +8. Stop whining. My God. So, I'm turning it over to Lester. Talk to you guys later. Now that the count will probably go up now that I'm off. I'll be back if you want.
Wow. He must not have had to go to the bathroom that bad. It took him 5 minutes to get out.
Yeah, he's an earful.
Yes, he is. All right, so what do you think of the scoring so far?
Looks about the same as last squad.
Mm-hmm.
It's high, but it's not out of control. Three and four still looks bad.
Yeah. So do you still think it's going to be plus to make it?
I just don't know.
I don't think it is.
I want to see what the transition looks like. I know that's been, game 2 and 3 is kind of said a lot about what the scores are going to be like. So
true, and I noticed one thing this squad: a lot more lefties.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm telling and hey, Dustin Zenner in the house, junior gold, runner up. Not good, you said?
We have the overall standings. So you would take those two out.
30. Coming into the squad, it was minus 41. That's going to go up, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yes, minus 41 right now. If we're reading this correctly.
Yep, I think.
Because they're already in the top 32, so.
Actually, no, it would be 31st because the seniors are already here and he posted us
yes,
going to make it.
So it'll be 31st. Jimmy Cook
42.
is on the line.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's struggling again.
Yeah.
I was telling Dave, waiting for Jimmy Cook to come around. He was one of my picks, and it's not looking good.
It's surprising,
isn't it?
But maybe he's just what's getting him is the early on the fresh, and then once it changes.
I think he's starting too far in.
Uh huh.
I think you need to be able to get in at some point, but on the fresh, he was where I was at the end of the block on the fresh. So
sure.
me starting at 15, 16, 17. I mean, that's about as far left as I got for the entire tournament. So. There's a double on 3 and 4. If you're just joining us, we were just talking the last block about how bad one pair in particular looks in this center, and it's 3 and 4. And I just can't wrap my head around how tough it seems to be for the bowlers. Everyone who hits that pair just seems to really struggle.
Yeah, it's different in the league. Like, and we don't bowl horrible, but it is different. For whatever reason, it has to be topography.
Yeah.
Because it's not the lane conditioning.
Right.
One lane plays differently than the other. And, you know, there's been nights where I've hit it, but then most nights it's tough. They're already in the top. So 32nd is actually Dustin's inner.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because they're all,
right.
Everybody's highlighted in our list here.
He said he was struggling this block, too.
Uh-huh. So if anybody's wondering, I believe the standings are up on savagebowling.com. There should be a link there for tournaments, and you'll see Lafayette Open 2016. We were just given it a list of the overall standings after 2 squads. I don't know how quickly that will get put up there, but right now the cut is minus 49. And that'll go up.
Yeah. One more squad after this.
They've got a shot at 200 entries.
I think they'll get there.
I think they will too.
I think we're going to get some re-entries from here, and I don't know how many new bowlers we're going to get at 6 o'clock. I'm guessing it's going to be a lot of re-entries from this squad and a lot of re-entries from earlier this morning.
Yeah,
People
right.
Stepped out to take a break for lunch and so on and so forth.
They want to see what that cut number is too.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what I'm waiting on too. You know, I want to see what the number does after this game. I'm kind of mentally preparing myself to have to throw the ball again. Out of fat and laziness, I'd like to sit back and relax and watch the last squad. But if I have to go out there and post a score, then I'm ready.
Sure. I really think you'll be fine. I think it'll still be minus.
But
stranger things have
11 and
happened.
12. She those are pretty good. She's gonna have a chance at the ladies incentive. I think she went 2T in the first game.
Nice.
So. Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is.
You see Riley Smith in the field, pretty good bowler from Wisconsin. That's a heck of a trip.
Right. And we have some bowlers here from Kansas too.
Yeah, the Wichita guys.
Which we're lucky. Zach Rhodes is here from Lafayette area.
A local boy.
And he bowls for Wichita, I believe.
Yep.
So
Came back home for the tournament. Always good to see that family around here. Real friendly family.
Yeah, I used to bowl with Jim and Cheryl in scratch leagues. In fact, we won a league here back in the day. The scratch league.
Nice. Is there anything that you're seeing in particular, kind of what's happening in the pattern this time around versus the last couple squads?
First of all, it looked like the back ends were sharp, more sharp than what they were the last squad during practice. Still seeing some of that same transition. I don't know if it's happening as fast though. But overall, it's similar. I mean, similar to what was there before. And I would say the scores show that. Not as many guys plus, but pretty close.
Yeah, a lot of guys right around that even. You can go one way or the other. Steve Hartman -5. My good friend Devin Mazzillo +3. It's a good start. It's just not digging a hole. You know, you maybe have a couple bad shots, maybe have a couple bad breaks. Not letting that turn into 160. Grinding out 190 and 2-0.
Yeah. Again, stay out of trouble, pick up your spares while you're trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
If you are lost.
AJ Chapman struggling with the squad again. He went 160 his first game. He's going to punch off for 190.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just waiting for him to turn a corner. There's a lot of these guys who are just some of the best in the field, really struggling right now.
I heard some talk between squads of lefties having the advantage. What do you think about that?
An advantage? No.
No.
Do I think the left looks good? Absolutely. But do I think there's an advantage? No.
Yeah, I would agree. We had one lefty bowl good last squad, so that doesn't mean anything.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind being lefty right now, but
oh, I agree.
But
I am left-handed, but
yeah, I don't think it's a decisive advantage at all. You have to make shots. The parent's too flat for that to come into play.
Sure.
Here's the two-handed lefty we were talking about earlier. He can't quite. Looks like he's executing the way that he wants to. He's posting his shots. He's just not.
Here's my thing: to be a good two-handed bowler, that ball's got to come off your hand perfect every time.
Yeah. Oh, it's hard. I have a ton of respect for two-handed bowlers. I've screwed around, you know, with friends, and I'll try it, and I can't do it.
Because your tendency is just to rip that hard on the ball every time.
Yeah.
'Cause that's, as kids, that's what we used to do when we play around two-hand.
Yeah.
Is to get that ball to hook as much as possible. And you could never get any accuracy doing it. So just kind of throw the ball from one side to the other.
Left to right and hope it.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, something that Dave pointed out, this squad versus the other squads, a lot of missed spares this squad, which can come back to bite a lot of these guys who are going to be on the bubble.
I would definitely, I mean, easy spares too.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody leaves a 1-2-4 and, you know, they chop it. Dave's back from his bathroom break, but he doesn't want to take over.
Jimmy Ogden got off to a good start, 234.
Good.
He finally came
for
around.
him.
Yeah, absolutely. He really struggled. The first two squads, probably a combined minus 200 for the first two squads. So, real nice start for him. Just got to find that one.
Yeah.
That one block where you have the look and all the other squads don't matter. God bless.
Matt Bilyeu, everybody. He was on the 13-14 last game, wasn't
He is on 13-14, yeah.
he? He is now.
He's
or was?
the A bowler. So he's got a good game going. He's at a 2-0 pace. He can put some couple more strikes together. He's going to be in real good shape. I think he went 180 or 190 the first game, so he's not in terrible shape.
Also, the standings are being updated on the Lafayette. Let's see here. Ebonite Open Facebook group. Make sure that is where it's at. And they're being updated on the event page as well, it looks like. Another bowler here just got done bowling on lane 13, Joe Massey. He's made the round of 8 the last 2 or 3 years and never can advance past that. He's a real good bowler here from Lafayette.
Yeah. Where's he? Is he the C bowler here? Where is
he was E, I believe.
E?
Struggling a little bit. He struggled
Okay.
last night as well. I would look for him to possibly re-enter if he doesn't do well.
Absolutely, and it's almost a no-brainer. The value is just so good that
He shot 195 first game, so
he's not out of it.
No.
If he could salvage this game,
do well the next 2, he'll be all right.
absolutely. I don't know who the C bowler is. He's got the 260 game going. Matt. It falls apart that quickly.
Yeah.
You finally get a 2-bagger going, and
So many 2-8-10s today.
so many. The case last night too.
And he got it.
Nice spare.
That's clutch right there when you got that good of a game going.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's the difference between being the cut and being first out. Those little spares.
And that was a bad shot on that.
Yeah,
The
that
C
was
ball.
Ted had a game
Yeah.
on. Didn't realize it was Ted. Ted sneaks up on you. Ted doesn't have the most impressive physical game, but every so often you look up and he's got a 5-bagger going.
Yeah.
I got to think Shanoa at -17 for the girls looks really good.
Right. It's like she came in here and did her job, and she should be all set. She might be set regardless.
Yeah. Oh, you think that might actually make the cut?
We'll see.
Interesting. That's interesting.
That's probably stretching it.
Yeah.
You know, Scott mentioned 10 to 15 under when he announced the standings between squads, but he thought
Right.
that would be the cut.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't need to stand up.
I had a heck of a time with the approaches here. I know that's a common complaint.
Uh-huh.
And I see it around a little bit, too, with some of the people who might not have ever bowled in this center. A lot of double-checking the approaches after shots, and definitely a factor.
Yeah, it's smart to do that, especially moving pair to pair.
Yes.
Really in any house that has synthetic approaches.
Absolutely.
You just never know.
That's a great point.
One thing I noticed here, like when you see Matt here playing so deep,
yep,
the edges are really slick.
Right. So he'll get to eventually with his feet, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're shooting a 10-pin even,
right,
or 7-pin for a lefty, it's slick.
Well, I was a casualty of that early in the block last night. I slipped and almost fell on my butt.
Yeah, I mean, I almost a lot of 7-pins here.
Yeah.
Being a lefty during league because I'm afraid of the approaches. Am I going to stand up or what? Just because those outsides are slick.
Yeah.
So I'll find myself moving left to try to avoid it. And
yeah, he's already he's there with his feet already.
Yeah, he's at the
in that
gutter.
Slick spot, yeah. Real nice game from him. That's going to put him at right around even. Real nice start for Matt. Nathan Mikulowski started with a 211. Looks like he's going to make the spare for 168, so that drops him down a little bit. Just that transition.
Yeah, it's starting.
Looks like, let's see, Matt Stanger struggling this game. Matt started off with a nice 211 game. He's going to shoot 160 this game, so it's going to drop him a little bit. He did the same exact thing last. It's just that second and third game, it seems like it's kind of tripping everybody up. The thing is, last set, everyone had a really nice game 4.
Yeah, very true.
I was very surprised by that because it was trending down, and I was very surprised to see how well the scores were when it was all said and done, when the dust settled.
Did I hear that Dave's dark horse to win this was Terry?
Yep.
Terry Rohr?
He's 100% behind Terry, and I don't think that's a bad pick, but he's really struggling.
It's not so much this game, looks like.
Yeah, he's
190
2-0. Yeah.
2-0.
I think what did he start with? He didn't have a horrible start either, but he really struggled last set. Terry, where are you?
He's on the second page. That's
He's
not
not even
good.
on the first page. Yeah. Yeah, he shot 160 his first game. So a nice little comeback here if he can get to 200. Great shot. So, yeah, he's 2-teen away from being right in the mix.
Let's see if Joe can finish strong here, save this game.
Absolutely. It's got to go.
Oh.
If you're not good with your hand, it's maximum punishment going in that part of the lane.
And see, he plays that line a lot.
Yeah.
Like last year, everybody was outside. I think he was the only one inside.
Yeah, which is just fine. It looks like he missed it a little bit at the bottom, and I think he hit where he wanted to hit.
Yeah, it just didn't.
As far as his target, but he didn't put on the act or anything, but I think he was a little surprised. So that's going to hurt a little bit. Still have one squad to go. I don't think anybody's in panic mode yet. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that next set. Maybe some guys running shots out, getting a little loud, a little more intense, a little more sense of urgency.
What, in the next squad?
Yeah.
Yes. Game 2 is wrapping up.
From what I see,
for most of them,
looks
everybody.
like the scores went down.
I
keep saying that, and then someone keeps handing us the score sheet, and it's not quite going down as much as I think it's going to go.
Yeah, there's no evidence of that.
But I'm actually pretty confident of it this game. Zach Rhodes with the fist pump.
Yes.
Rolls the 2 forward. He's good. Let's see, how did he start off? 180 starts. It depends on how he bowled game 2. Should be right there. Huh? Live stream. Oh, that's okay. How you bowling? It's not a bad place to be. Keep it up.
I think if anybody starts off at the 180s, they're in a good spot.
I agree. It's
180s, 190s.
Yeah.
If you don't have that game, it's a killer.
Don't let it turn into 150, 160. I watched it happen to so many of the good bowlers. I watched AJ do it. I watched. It's too big of a hole. There's not enough score out there to come out of that hole.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to go from 140 to 220, 230. Even though we saw Jeff Mann do that last squad.
Very impressive. Very impressive. And that's just a confidence builder coming into Sunday. He's got to be feeling great.
Although he told me he was nervous about not making the cut.
At what number?
I think it was plus 12.
Wow. Well, how we doing?
He's in 12th.
So what are you at?
Talking to Dustin Zenner.
27? Yeah.
I made a ball change.
It's just a game away. So you're just a game away from it?
Right. I'm on 11 and 12.
Nice.
Sounds like he's feeling better.
That's on 11 and 12.
Yeah.
Cool. Right there. Yeah, he likes his look. He's at minus 27 through 2, which isn't a bad place to be, kind of like what we talked about, limiting the damage. Staying away from this right here, the designer splits, the 5 count.
Oh, yeah.
The 5-2s. Oh, look who decided to re-enter. It's Eric Tackett. What's that? I knew you'd be back.
So it looks like we had Jimmy Ogden on lane 10.
Some past champions on the TV pack.
It's like Gary Ness, one of our past champions, is on 13 and 14.
Yeah, shout out to my good friend Eric Tackett on 13 and 14 as well. he's had a rough weekend, but
yeah,
he can pull some score out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kelly. Yeah, is she watching?
Yeah, she's watching.
Nice.
We need a shout out.
Hey, buddy. I'm having a blast. I love this, and we work good together. I love this. This is great. I had a hard time with Dave.
Dave's a talker.
He's
Yeah,
tough.
yeah.
How'd you bowl game 2?
160.
Quick shout out, Devin Mazzillo came by, wanted to say hi to his wife Kelly, who's an excellent bowler herself. She is at home taking care of the young one. One would argue that Kelly throws it better than Devin, but we'll debate that at another time. Devin over on 13 and 14. Look to your right a little bit on your screen. That 2-pin right there, that's Devin. Okay, and the purple throws it pretty good. Oh yeah, he's already in. He already put up a big set. I think he was the guy who went plus 80 last set. Is that Billy Goodman?
Billy Goodman, yeah.
Yeah, so he's in. I mean, his ball reaction's just as good as it was last squad.
And that's a good thing when you got it, both squads.
Yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. That's the ball reaction you're looking for.
Switch over to 13 and 14 just for a minute here. We have two past champions getting ready to bowl. On the right lane 14, getting ready to bowl now is Steve Hartman. And he won, what, 2001 was it? And on the left lane was Gary Ness, who's won this event twice. 1999 and 2007.
Steve really liked that off his hand, and he, like a lot of people here, kind of have that 2-pin bucket, 2-8-10 type ball reaction. I don't see it getting any better, folks. Not getting any easier. Smooth lefty. Justin staying out of trouble, tripping out for 4-9 hole.
Yeah, I saw that.
I feel like he's one good breakaway from putting up a pretty big score. I feel like he's been close all weekend, and he's just not quite
right
in the right part of the lane for his ball roll. I think for him, because he's so far up the back of the ball, this pattern especially gets a little tough for him, just because he can't quite create that shape down lane as he chases the pattern in.
Yep.
So it kind of gives him, at best, that 4-pin, 10-pin ball reaction.
Yeah, and you get the carry down, and that hurts too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially with all the urethane still going. I mean, I can't believe that I've watched some people they're on their third squad and they're still trying to throw urethane.
Yeah.
And it just isn't there. I understand the appeal. You don't have that sharp change in direction down lane. I know that's really comfortable for some
they're
people.
trying to take the condition out of it. But it's still urethane.
Yeah.
You know, if this pattern was a foot or two shorter, then urethane's there. You know, it's in play.
Right. I agree. Scott jamming on urethane.
Yeah.
Wow.
And maybe that's the way to do it. Get in there where it seems to be.
Well, his rev rate's out of control.
Yeah.
So
you got to have a good rev rate still.
He really gets on it. He does not miss the holes very often. breaking news update. 3 and 4 still looks really, really bad. I think Luke Mathis has a double though, so.
Yeah, he would be one that would probably be bowling well in that pair.
Yeah. Little prior knowledge. Dustin's really, really close. Really close with.
Left another 4-pin.
He's right there. He said if he doesn't make it, he's going to re-enter, and I think that's smart.
Yeah, he should.
And I think he's just, if he just keeps creeping a little bit closer and closer.
Doug Weedman's behind me. I was trying to get him to get on here for a little bit.
Oh yeah,
he'll be here tomorrow.
I'll step aside for a second if you guys want to.
He's eating.
Oh, okay.
I tried. I said you're eating. Yeah, he's eating.
Dave wanted everyone to know how good the food is here.
It is very good.
If you're coming out to watch or bowl a little bit later on, or you're going to come out Sunday, be sure to grab a burger from the bar. Or
their burgers are good. They're not pre-made store-bought patties. They make them themselves. Nice and thick, juicy.
Can't beat that.
I got the 4 cheeseburger.
Yeah?
Really good. Two-hander?
No.
It looks like I couldn't tell because Devin was in the way. It looked like he was throwing 2 hands. I don't know why that. I thought that.
Yeah, I see it. I thought he bowled last squad. Oh shit. Well.
Wrong guy? Is that the right guy?
What's that? No, it's someone else who's going to jump onto the leaderboard.
So he's a new guy?
Pellerty, yeah. His ball reaction is very good.
Wow, yes.
It looks very good. Looks like we're going to get at least 4 or 5 from this squad. Looks like maybe 6.
What, people over 900, you think?
No.
I was I didn't think that.
Just people jumping
way up there.
Jumping into the number.
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that was my fault. Sorry for you guys at home. I heard that.
Yeah.
I had to be pretty loud because it was in our ears.
Dustin gets a really bad break here. It looks like he threw it pretty good. Got it going up the lane a little bit. 3, 4, 6, 7. That's how hard they are, and there's some guys out there making it look pretty gettable right now.
Standing sheet.
8th is plus 12. 7th is Ted at 15.
Jimmy Ogden is leading this squad.
Plus 78, really nice start. Jimmy Cook starting to get his stride at 15. Lefty Gene Perez, 17 over. Matthew Farmer, plus 26. He was already in. Steve Novak, no surprise at plus 32. And Wesley Lowe, very talented lefty out of Wichita, is in second at plus 58. sitting just outside of all those guys. You got Matt Bilyeu, that minus a little range, -1, -2 range. Devin Mazzillo, -6, sitting in pretty good shape if he can come up with the game. Brett Shepard lurking on the outside. Nathan Mikulowski, always capable of a big game. Matt Staniger, Dustin Zenner, Eric Tackett. So a lot of guys kind of in that -10, -20 range, where if they can come up with a game, they could definitely jump themselves into contention here.
Yeah, a lot of the bowlers that couldn't figure it out last squad, you're starting to see those guys up at the top.
Absolutely. Awful shot from Scott.
Yeah.
On a 3-bagger. It's just taking advantage. I mean, 3 and 4 baggers are so hard to come by. You gotta take advantage of it.
Yeah, you can't. If you're gonna mess it up, you
can't miss the head pin left.
Yeah.
That's.
You gotta leave yourself a makeable spare.
He missed it. So
missed the head pin right then.
Yeah. That's.
This is about the point in time where people start scratching their heads. You know? You saw it last squad. Starting to see it this squad.
Yeah. Yep. I think we're going to see a lot of it next squad. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are really itching to get in.
A lot of people start squeezing too.
Yeah, I think you're right. Gosh, that's really good ball reaction.
Yeah, he does.
Jimmy having a little bit of a tough time this game, Jimmy Ogden that is, but he's got a nice little cushion right now, so he can kind of feel around a little bit and try to get lined up and give himself a good game 4. Yeah. It's that time of the day.
That sums that up.
I could relate. I tell you, I've been there. Great shot by Devin. He's got to get going a little bit. He's just outside of that that target number, that even to plus 10 range. Really like to see a game out of him here. Won't have to press as hard game 4. Up to 27. A lot of people interested in what's going on here. Getting late in the day.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining us. I'll bring up the lane condition again, so people can see what they're bowling on. You can see the lane condition here. What's making it look, tough for people is the fact that when you're looking at the graph on the right-hand side with all the blues, is you don't see a lot of the light blues at the end of the pattern.
That's right.
We purposely took the buff out of it, and that makes it hard when the ball's just jumping right off of that onto the dry.
It just goes to show how much talent's here to put up the kind of scores that I'm seeing, that we're seeing here. It's pretty darn impressive.
Yes, it is. Very much so. Back to 13 and 14, just a little bit past the halfway point of the game 3.
Quite a few good games going here.
Yeah.
Former champion is going at 200 pace. Devin going at a 190 pace. He could change that here with the strike. A lot of guys who are just right there on the bubble. If they can get them together, it's kind of been the story for a lot of these guys all day, and they just can't quite.
Yeah, I mean,
put 3 or 4 together.
Right, you see a lot of guys that'll sit there and have, clean game through 4 or 5 frames, even 6 frames, and then 3 or 4 straight opens.
Absolutely.
And that's a lot of factors that play into that, whether it's transition or something wrong with mentally.
There's
a
lot to it, and I think you said it best that the next squad they're going to start squeezing it, and it's just going to get there's a lot of pressure, and for a lot of these guys out here, not only is this a very prestigious tournament, but there's a lot of money involved as well.
Right.
So there's a lot to bowl for right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, in this lane condition, you got to keep that arm swing nice and loose.
Yes, sir. That's a mental error right there. That was frustration from Devin. A nice break for Dustin. No, I've been watching him. He's due. He's due for some breaks. It's a bad wash out there. A little frustration. Boy, boy.
Oh, tough break there for Gary. A little bit light, but.
Oh, you're right. He is a two-hander. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier. I was like, I didn't think so, but
I couldn't tell, but I saw both arms.
The thing is, for a two-hander, he posts his shot so well. And
yeah.
A lot of the guys who aren't, like the high-end, the top-notch two-handed guys, they don't really post at the line as well. And he's got some game. Hi. Oh yeah. How you bowling? 400. You're what? 400 for 2. Well, how's this game going? Okay. We'll keep it up. We don't know yet. After the end of the day. Well, you'll know at the end of the day, yeah, what the top 32 is. It's gonna be like plus 10, plus 20. That's what I thought.
Think it's gonna be that high?
Yeah, I do. I'm 100% re-entering. I've already kind of made my mind up.
Yeah.
I think 9 or 10 people are going to go around me. That puts me in 28th place, and
yeah, it's probably
I don't want to sweat force 4 numbers going around me,
because that would probably happen.
And it's more just like a comfort thing. It's like I'd like to just relax for the weekend, post a score, and hang out like I have, but. I'm not worried about being able to put up a score. I think it's out there. But it's real nice to put up a score like TJ did and just sit on plus 100 all weekend. Yeah, I mean that's fantastic. He'll be top 4 for sure. Real good shot.
That's a good shot,
yeah.
Really slapped out the 10, but he got it.
He threw that one great. You can tell in his backswing that it's going to be a good shot. You can tell with Devin, and he usually keeps it pretty cool, but you can tell like when he really starts to press, his arm swing gets a little bit off to the right. It gets out of line a little bit, and then it's almost impossible to stay behind the ball when your arm swing gets out of the way. And
yeah.
Especially on this pattern, as you get in, you have to be so good with your hand. Great shot by Matt Stander. He's fighting. He's working hard out there, and he's really had a hard time this weekend too.
Yeah, I see him last squad wearing tennis shoes. Yeah. He's got bowling shoes on this squad.
Yeah. He said he wanted to take out the inconsistencies of the approaches.
Yeah, I get that.
But I guess he decided to go with bowling shoes this set. Dustin just can't quite. He's so close. I feel like he's so close. He's using a ball that's really quick off the spot, and I just think that's really. You have to be way too good.
Yeah, if you miss just a little bit.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the swing, who knows what's going to happen?
Absolutely.
And he missed the spare. Doing a good job.
For an amateur. I got everything in there. It's gonna be like plus 20, I think. Yeah. There's just so much. There's so much more talent this year. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm.
What's your bracket money?
What's that?
What's your bracket money?
Put me in. You put me in.
I'll give you my 90 bucks then. You get my money.
There you go.
You know, that's a very good point that you just said to him. Is the talent is so much better this year.
Yeah.
I feel like the shots are almost harder than last year. I mean, you weren't here last year, but
right.
I feel like it is. But the talent is so much greater than what we've had.
Absolutely. It feels like a tour stop.
Yeah. And the World Series of Bowling wasn't going on right now. We'd have
even more. You'd have EJ and all those guys.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think we figured we probably lost 10 or 15 entries from that last year, from the World Series of Bowling.
Yeah.
Maybe they got to make their money.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think TJ went to that last year.
Sheesh. Yeah.
Decided not to bowl this year.
Right. Yeah, EJ's running the field over out there.
Yeah, he is. And it was just a matter of time before EJ was just going to start dominating out there.
Absolutely. I think he always had the physical talent. I think it's just he's finally coming around mentally. And I don't know him personally, but I know that, and I'm nowhere near as good as he is. But I know that, like, right around that age is kind of where I started to, understand, the mental side of it.
Yes.
The relax. Like, you have a bad set, let it go. Short-term memory, all that stuff. And
that's what I was thinking. The mental maturity.
Yeah. And that's definitely where he's come leaps and bounds. I don't even think he throws it that much better than he did probably 5 years ago. But he's just, above the shoulders, he's 1,000 times better.
And that's that kind of hurt him in the first few TV shows he made.
For sure.
And
missing spares and getting flustered and, been there, done that.
Now you don't.
Much smaller stages.
Yeah, you don't see it.
So.
Now from him.
Yeah, he's really come along, and we're all rooting for him over here.
Oh yeah.
I think he's made 3 out of the 4 cuts, or maybe all of the 4 cuts.
Wow.
Yeah, in dominating fashion. Like I'm pretty sure he's like top 8 on all the animal pattern tournaments out there. Which is so hard to do. The versatility that goes into that. You're pretty much going from playing up 3, 4, 5 to lofting the cap.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
From
covering
day to
all the
day.
bases. Yeah, he's covering all the bases. It's incredible.
And to be mentally ready, knowing, okay, now this is a different tournament.
Absolutely.
All while still bowling one tournament,
Yeah.
the overall.
Well, there's just so much switching gears. You're just, you go from, you can be throwing at 20 miles an hour at the gutter one day, and then you could be slow rolling, 5th arrow the next day. It's like just incredible test of your skills for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize how good those guys are out there.
Yeah. Well, they make it look easy. It's kind of like what we're talking about today too, where like you said, the pattern is extremely difficult. And some of these guys are making it look like it's league.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's what I tell people. It's like, well, what the guys in the PBA bowl on, that's their house shot, technically, if you think about it.
For
really.
sure.
And cause that's what they're bowling on all the time.
Right.
Where the regular league bowler, what they're bowling on all the time is a real house shot, and that's why they can score. Technically, their averages are the same, as a PBA member or whatever.
Right. Oh, yeah, it's the great equalizer. There's. You said it. You said it perfectly. Devin's got to get something going here. Didn't like that
shot, but it hit the pocket hard.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take that all day. I think he had the perfect double miss on that one. I think he kind of got going up the lane, but he just didn't get anything on it. And got a 10 pin to show for it, not a 310 or anything crazy like that. It's just limiting the mistakes. I mean, I went through, early in the block, I was not throwing the ball well, and it was just my bad shots were 6-10s and stuff that was manageable and easy to pick up. And I think that's just so important too. Is I don't mean to call it a luck factor, but not paying maximum penalty when you do miss. Great shot. I don't know who that was, but that was 10 back.
When 7 or 8 were 8 people on full set,
Jimmy Ogden came back from that really bad start. He's going to shoot 200 that game. That's fantastic. He's going at a 150 pace. I'm pretty sure 6 out of the last 7 to get to 200. Yeah, he's feeling it this squad. Sometimes you just need a re-enter. Just need that fresh start.
And realize, what you need to do as far as what changes you need to make or hand release.
Absolutely. There's so many different variables. And a lot of ways the game's gotten easier, and a lot of ways the game's gotten more difficult.
Because of those variables.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
back in the urethane days, you had just a couple different drill-ins. I think it was probably 3 basic drill-ins, if that.
Yeah.
You didn't have to worry about approaches because you didn't have interchangeable soles.
Right.
Then you had your
just bolt on
pearlized.
whatever they put out.
Yeah, and you had your pearlized and solid balls. That was it.
He's frustrated. It's a really good 190. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's a 190 clean out of the former champ. $190 clean, nothing wrong with 190
No,
clean.
not at all. That's a great shot from Steve to finish that out. 194.
Another one open 190.
Yeah.
In fact, he had the pocket split, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Gary did.
Okay, so it wasn't
Yeah.
one. So he didn't have a 190 clean.
Yeah.
Still 190. 190. You don't.
should have
you don't
been
give
clean.
too. Yeah, you don't give too much back to the field. And,
Uh-huh.
if you feel like your look's good enough, you come right back and. Oh, and my grandmother is listening. Hi, Grandma.
Oh.
I think he's.
Yeah, that's what I was to say. He's
Let's go put Matt at minus 40 or minus 50. He's going to need a.
He
He's
was
going to have
using
to
that.
re-enter probably.
Yeah, he was using that as a
Feeler.
feeler.
Kind of at that
See what
point.
he's got.
At that point of the block where you don't really need to scrounge for pins. Eric's just trying to fit it through a window. It's starting to see these guys press, man.
Yep.
Late in the day, we got one squad left, and these guys are. I've seen a lot of guys who are really, really good, and they're really pressing. It's a great title to have on your resume. It's a lot of money at stake, and pressure will make you do some things. Let's see what Dustin's got. That ball's just too quick.
It is. It's almost like he just doesn't have any control.
He posted the
with that
shot.
ball.
I thought it was a great shot, and he's just been trying to fit the wrong ball through a hole the entire block.
Good shot there by Devin.
Yes. Yeah, if Devin can get to 190 here, limit the damage. He had a couple of mental lapses, but run away with a 190 puts him at like minus 15, and all he needs is a 220 to put him kind of in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I don't think even looks as good as it did at one point, but it definitely gives him a chance.
Sure.
I really think that plus 20 number is kind of the sweet spot. I'd like to see what the scores look like after this game, but I see a 4-bagger there, but I mean that's a punch out for 218.
Yeah.
I mean, there goes Terry Rohrer. Terry's got to get going. He's minus 30. Really,
He's got a game going this one though.
Yeah, he can box out for 230. That puts him around even, and
Here, we'll hold,
he knows what to do with that.
We'll hold Dave to what he said.
Yeah, absolutely. I trust
and we'll
him.
let him know if Terry doesn't win.
Should have put a wager on it.
Yeah. He probably would have bet, too.
I'll take the field. Well, 180 out of Devin. Still not in bad shape, minus 25. I wonder what Matt Billiou did that game. He shot 187.
Oh.
So that puts him minus 15. So a lot of guys just right on that outside cusp. But, you know, like we've said before, they're not getting any easier. This is that girl who throws it good who's going to punch out for 218.
Yeah.
So I don't know where. I think she's too far back for that to matter, unfortunately. Yeah. But a nice game nonetheless.
All right, as they switch lanes, I'm going to take a break.
Sounds good, sir.
Be right back.
If anybody out there has any questions about how one of their friends are doing, feel free to chime in on the SavageBowling.tv comment section. Be happy to look into that for you. A lot of guys scoring really well. A lot of guys who I wouldn't expect to struggle are struggling. And we got a lot of guys playing different parts of the lane. Got a lot of guys playing straight. Got a lot of guys playing them pretty far in. I think the jury's out as to what the best part of the lane to play is, but got some guys scoring from all over.
And the part of the problem is that problem really is about space.
Ooh. It was a wake-up call. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest joining us, Scott Gilmore. Scott, how are you?
Great, Patrick. I just thought I would real quick jump on. I saw Chad got up and left here real quick, but a lot of chatter about what the cut score is going to be and what I thought. You know, I know we got a prop bet, you know,
yes,
in a sense, and we said that you shot 808 last night.
Right.
And never in the 18-year history.
Right.
Now this is the 19th year, but never in the 18-year history has a plus score in qualifying been shot that's not made the cut.
Okay. So it's not looking good.
No. Now, if you want my firm opinion,
Yep.
and I'm just giving you my opinion, I still think minus will make it, but it's going to be in the single digits. And I'm telling you right now, if someone's sitting at -5, I'm sweating.
I'm sweating at -8.
You're +8.
I think I have no chance at +8. Let's all 25 of you. You guys chime in. Let's get some guesses for the cut score. This is what I see here. I'm in 18th place right now at +8, and I see this squad 8 or 9 people who can jump that, so that puts me in 27th, 28th. I have to dodge 4 scores. That's it for that last squad.
Well, I think I think a lot of it's going to depend upon what new bowlers come in. Obviously, that's going to impact it greatly.
Yeah.
And then who on this squad doesn't make it that wants to re-enter that's real close. So. I think if you see a squad of maybe a ridiculous number, and a ridiculous number for the 6 o'clock squad is like 50.
Right.
Okay. I think if you're in the mid-30s for 6 o'clock, I think you have a greater than 80% chance of being in. I think you have more in line.
I like
100%.
I like 100. I don't like 80.
I don't believe. I think there's enough guys below you. That's 05, 03.
Right.
That will be a lot more worried than you.
Dave said Brian Cave at +5
is the cut. Is his mind +5. This would be the first time if I, obviously, I've slept a few days since 1998. And the formats have changed through the years.
Right.
I couldn't tell you what the cut score was in 1998 or 1999, but I do know this, that it's never been plus.
What if the top 4 from Friday night automatically made it?
Well, I understand. I hear you. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. And people ask me, how come you don't maybe have the top so many guys from each squad? And I said, well, here's the difference between the 10 a.m. squad and the 7 p.m. squad on Friday. You're bowling the 7 p.m. squad. If you bowl that instead, you're bowling it because of the $20 discount. Or maybe possibly things work out timing-wise better for you.
Yeah.
10 a.m. is a little bit different. It's $90 entry fee.
Right.
And it so we're going to take the top 4, and then we just put everybody together. Now, here's the interesting thing to look at, Patrick, is where does the top female fall? Right now,
minus 17.
Right now, Shinoa is in.
Correct.
So therefore, if
so that gives 31 spots.
Right.
32.
So if no female goes into the top 32 on score, that will impact the cut number drastically. So
yes.
That's what I would look at, is where the female falls, to find out where, because right now if you take her out of the equation, and let's say right now she's out, and you would go to 31st, obviously whatever after this would be here, if we add those in, whatever that number might be. Right now she's probably still in, technically right now, maybe, right on the border.
After this squad, she'll probably be 32nd.
Right, somewhere on the outside looking in, possibly. Right. So, yeah, it all depends, again, too, the last squad, scores went way up in Game 4.
Right, I couldn't believe that, because they were trending downward. They started high, and then they kind of
and then all of a sudden we went back up to
14, 15 people on the on the plus side.
Right.
So it's so hard to say. I see a lot of strikes and I see a lot of bad scores, and it depends on who's shooting what, right?
Right.
So, are these the guys who I just watched go 230 this game? Were they already minus 50, minus 60, or were they on that minus 15 bubble to shoot them into a really nice spot?
Right.
That'll be to be determined in the next 15 minutes, right? So
yeah. Well, the difference between you and me is this. You know, you are a bowler that participated.
Right.
I'm the tournament director.
Right.
The fun part of it is finding out, guessing what you think it is. The bad part for you is if you feel like you're on the bubble, it's stressful. So normally if we're just doing the live stream here and hanging out and having a good time, we're all in a constructive manner of trying to guess what the but I will say this. A couple of things that I was worried about coming in were the approaches, but Dave Small and his staff here at Landmark Lanes have done a really good job with them, and I've heard nothing about those. So that's a positive.
Yes.
Second, you never know what your pattern's going to do.
Right.
You think you might, but this is a 17-year-old HPL surface that's getting pretty. I'd love to see the topography in here because I think you'd see some periods you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely.
So you'd never know what it's going to do. The intent was two things. Last year, urethane was too much dominant.
Yeah.
And we didn't want it to be, representing ebonite and some of the higher performance stuff. We want to see a little bit more reactive back and play. We've accomplished that, don't you think?
Absolutely, of course. I think urethane looks awful, to be honest with you.
It's just very inconsistent.
Right.
Second, what we wanted to do was raise the scoring level a skosh. Maybe we did that too much. We don't know, but you can't compare years to years because squads and players are much different. I think this might be outside of maybe going back to when the PBA used to be on a regional circuit. We had a qualifier on a Thursday or Friday in near Maryville for one of their PBA stops like 8-9 years ago.
Yeah.
David O'Sullivan, Rhino Page, and some other players came down and bowled. This might be the second overall strongest field that's ever bowled the Ebonite Lafayette Open.
I agree. Yeah,
that will, as you know, Patrick,
field,
that will impact scores.
Absolutely.
I mean,
about it.
It's just like the old saying, the cream rises to the crop. You're seeing that with a lot of these young college players that have shown up. Matthew Farber, and there's a bunch of other players, and I don't have names in front of me, so I apologize for that. But some guys that A.J. Chapman, who is a great player,
Jimmy
he's struggling.
Cook. Yeah, he's
on the outside.
He's gonna find his way in next squad. You know what I mean? So
yeah. So I mean, it's really it's fun. I think the pattern that Scott Savage created has been spot on, in my opinion.
I agree.
It's not dumb.
It's a really fair pattern.
It's very hard, but if you match up well, scores are there.
Get the right piece in your hand in the right part of the lane, like we talked about last night.
Right.
If you can get that matchup, you can really put some scores up.
Yeah.
But you could also go out here, throw it great, have the wrong piece in your hand, be in the wrong part of the lane, so on and so forth, and make yourself look like you've never bowled before.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I'm ecstatic with how things are going so far. We still have one squad to go. We're going to break our entry record. We're at 160 right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a chance of getting to 200.
Now, let me ask you this. When you get to 200, which is what it looks like, because you got to think a lot of these guys are going to chase.
Sure.
You're going to get however many re-entries out of the squad, plus however many new entries you're going to get for the 6 o'clock squad.
Right.
Are you going to pay out more than the top 32?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll pay deeper. I mean, right now, if we're looking at what we have here, if we get, let's say, 30 more entries to get to 190, we're probably going to pay somewhere between 36 and 40 guys.
Right.
So
as far as that number's concerned, that's in soft. 8's in soft for paying top 40.
Yeah, plus 8 is a guaranteed cash. But here's the thing that I think that has sold people on the tournament. There's two big things, I believe.
Yeah.
One is people know the pattern's going to be difficult and scoring pace is going to be moderate to low on average.
Absolutely.
This year it's probably more than moderate level scoring.
Absolutely.
There's still, T.J. Schmidt leading with 906. Really, it's not a ton, but it is on this.
It just shows because the amount of talent that was in that early squad, to see how much talent was there, and to have that 106 number not beaten is incredible in my opinion.
Now there was a couple guys that were. I mean, I'm going to be leaving the live stream here in a minute to get Game 3 posted for you guys, but. 478, Jimmy Ogden was at 478 after 2. He's got a great chance, if his look maintains, to blow that number out of the water, possibly.
He went 2-0, and he's got a strike to start this game. So.
Okay, so he's plus 80.
Yeah.
So he's got a great chance. Still, 220 on this pattern is not an easy task.
Of course.
So there's an outside chance we could see a new overall leader, but we don't know. But I
It's
think
very exciting. We'll have it on the live stream pair here, actually. No, on 15-16. So.
Yeah, we can always switch back over here too. We'll get Chad over here and just switch it.
We'll get an eye on it.
Last thing I need to do, Patrick, is touch something and everything goes down.
Yeah, right.
It's not that I'm not a tech guy, but there's a lot of buttons on these things.
Absolutely.
But anyway,
we've had 10 people join us. Just so you guys know, we have Scott Gilmore in the booth here talking about the Lafayette Open, an absolute smashing success. Go ahead, Scott.
I think the second biggest thing with the tournament and its longevity is a combination of really great sponsors.
Absolutely.
Ebonite being one of them, who's been with me for a long time. Bud Clapsaddle and Perry Caladrino at Dexter has been with me for ages. And then all the local sponsors that jump on board. And sometimes, and I don't want to sound negative, but there's a lot of times, Patrick, that bowlers don't realize and pay respect enough to the sponsors because, man, they're so critical in this sport.
Yeah.
And sometimes we can be our own worst enemy from that standpoint. But not to jump off on a whole another tangent.
Yeah.
But lastly, and I'll let you get back to your speaking.
Absolutely.
When you can pay $90 or even as low as $70 like you did on Friday night and win $225 to $230 for load of cash, that's what's made it. The winner, and I think we talked about this last night a little bit, the winner's always happy.
Absolutely.
But if you can make the 28th place guy like, oh my goodness, that's how you make it. And hopefully word will get around even more. I think it has, as you've seen a larger turnout.
Yeah.
It's a great weekend, not a lot going on. No football really outside in this market. So, but anyway, I just thought I'd get in here and give my 3 or 4 cents worth. But I'm sure we'll be joining you guys later on here for the 6 o'clock. And appreciate your time doing the live stream with us, Patrick.
Yeah,
and,
it's been a blast. And I think I speak for all the bowlers here to say thank you for running another great tournament.
No problem.
And it's been a great weekend. And hopefully it goes into Sunday for myself. And
absolutely. And we're gonna do the top 32 match play will be live on live stream.
Yes.
We're going to get
9 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes. First shot and matches will start at 9 a.m. We're going to bowl the round of 32, 16, and 8. When we get to 8, we're going to take about a 20-minute break. We'll post that, and we're going to do a full live show with all 4 bowlers in the semifinals on the same pair. We haven't done that before.
Nice.
And then we'll crown a champion sometime around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we hope.
Very cool.
All right, thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Scott.
We'll see you later.
Absolutely. That was the man himself, Scott Gilmore. We have scores after 2 in this squad. 8th place was sitting at plus 10. We're waiting for game 3. Right now we're in the middle of game 4. So second we have that, we will make an announcement for sure.
Talking about the third game scores?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we got a couple of requests for scores after 3. For the entire tournament, you can go on to the Lafayette Open Facebook page, and they've been doing a really good job of updating the overall scoreboard as well as this squad's scoreboard.
And I believe it's also on savagebowling.com.
Where were you at coming into this game? Nice.
We're about halfway through the last game of this squad. A lot of the same going on as far as transition and scoring compared to the other squads that we've seen.
Yeah, very interested to see after 3 for this particular squad.
So I know Scott was sitting here while I was on my break.
Yes.
What did he think about the cut?
He thought it was higher than it's going to be higher than he anticipated, but he wanted the scoring pace to get a little bit higher. He didn't want it to be quite where it was in the -30, -40 range.
Mm-hmm.
I'll allow a little bit more scoring, allow a little bit more different types of bowlers to be able to compete instead of feeling like one type of bowler shut out.
Sure.
And I think you did a great job. I think, like we said, it's a completely fair pattern. It's a tough pattern, but it's absolutely not impossible. And yeah, I'm ready to go at it this next squad and hopefully put up a nice big number.
Yeah, that way you can sleep good tonight.
Absolutely.
Get back at it bright and early in the morning.
Yep. And he did mention, he did also mention that outside the top 32 will get paid.
Oh, nice.
Just because the turnout has been so good.
Yeah.
He's looking at somewhere between the top 36 and top 40 getting a check. So
nice.
That's going to be really nice, too.
And that might be the first time in the history of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't make the cut, you're still going to cash.
Yeah, it's fantastic. That's going to make those guys who were close all week, and maybe like a Dustin, if he doesn't qualify next squad, feel a little bit better about being just outside the number.
Yeah, just let everybody know coverage will start tomorrow about 8:30 in the morning. Practice starts at 9, and we just have a standing sheet given to us for 3 games.
So there's a notable number here. I see ninth is Vince DeFranco. He has the front 5 and a 7 count, so pretty makeable spare. He's well on his way to jumping the board. 8th is Matt Farber at 13. He was already in that plus teen range. Ben Palardy plus 21. His ball reaction was really good when we were watching him on 11 and 12. I'm not sure what he's up to this game, but I can't imagine it being too bad. Aaron McCormick plus 22. Wesley Lowe plus 26. Just shows how hard they are. I mean, Wesley Lowe is probably one of the best bowlers in the center right now, and he's only at plus 26. Ted Rosenquist at plus 28, putting together a really nice set. Steve Novak, no surprise, plus 45, and Jimmy Ogden leading this squad here at plus 87. He's struggling a little bit this game, but
plenty of pad.
Kind of like John Burbage, he's the A bowler on 15. Kind of like John had that cushion last set.
We just saw the 2-8-10 picked up on lane 12. You see that?
I didn't see that. Wow. Too busy scoreboard watching here. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people who have left a lot of 2-8-10s
it's not easy.
Would like to have a couple of those picked up. A couple notables just outside that range. Terry Rohrer at -3.
Minus 10 would be the cut to top 32 right now.
Okay. Put me down for this clock.
No, you're fine. We'll see how this one goes.
He wants you to wait through this game. So they think right now minus 10 would be the cut at top 32.
Coming into the next squad, that's with one more squad to survive. So it's been going up at a really steady pace.
Yeah, and I think you got to see how many bowlers are below you.
Yeah, I'm 100%.
Or how close you are to 32nd.
Right. There's a lot of the other thing I noticed too. There's a lot of good bowlers who don't have their spot yet. AJ Chapman.
Yeah.
Most notable. Brett Shepard isn't going to qualify in this set. Matt Stander's not going to qualify. So a lot of really good bowlers looming this next set. So.
And another person here who wasn't in, Jimmy Cook.
Yeah. No, we knew he was coming. He's got too much game to.
Yeah. So he's not in yet.
To sit out there. So he's sitting at that minus 20 range. He's got a good game going this game. He's at a 2-teen pace right now. Just missed the spare though.
Yeah.
Jeez. Think a little frustration kicking in. Vince over on lane 12. He's not the most physically talented bowler, but he's doing a great job today, and he's kind of one of those guys who's always going to keep it in play. He's going to give you pretty much the same score on everything he bowls on. So if he can finish this game up, he's going at a nice 220, 230 type pace. He was sitting at +4 coming into this game.
And there again, that could be a scary number to be sitting at after.
Well,
the squad's over.
to throw the front 5 at it, that's a really really good way to
to
alleviate
help the
any
cause.
of that. Yeah. Coming up on 5:20 Eastern. Looks like we're going to be a little late on the 6 o'clock squad, but not too bad.
No, actually, we might have picked up a little bit of time.
Yeah.
I'd still probably think it's probably about 30 minutes late.
Real nice pace to this squad for sure.
Okay, not to interrupt, Chad. I apologize, but I wanted to pipe in because I gave you some wrong information just a few minutes ago. I re-looked at the number. Okay, if the squad were to end after Game 3, the cut score to the top 32, Shanoa would be on the outside looking in, so she would jump to 32. Therefore, 31st is -3.
Yeah.
-3.
So you're going to need to sign me up for the 6 o'clock squad, please.
Are you really that worried?
Yeah.
That's 11 pins.
100%.
All right, well, we'll see. I mean, we're in uncharted territory right here with this tournament. We haven't had this high of scoring overall average. But I think the squad, like we talked 100%. A little bit ago, much better field.
Too many guys looming. You got AJ Chapman and all those guys who aren't going to qualify in the squad. So.
And we don't know who's coming in.
Right.
What I would do is I would sit back, and then I would put my name in possibly 5 or 10 minutes before. I'd want to see who's bowling.
Yeah.
See what they've done. Maybe look at this,
Yeah.
And then go from there. You're also talking about guys that could bowl 3 times. It's hard to hit it. If you haven't hit it the first or second time, it's going to be hard to hit it the third time. Am I right?
I disagree.
On average?
I'd say the year I finished top 4 at the Memorial Day tournament up in Grand Rapids, the same exact format. I had 0 the first 3 squads. Went with a different ball, different plan of attack, went plus 150. I mean, it's out there. I mean, these guys are so good too,
I don't disagree at all.
Yeah.
I'm not. But anyway, I just wanted to come back. I said -10, so 20 pins is a big difference.
Oh, absolutely.
On this, but now you're within that 10 pin, stretch. So.
Oh, for sure.
So -3 would be after 3 games. A lot's going to depend upon what happens this last game.
Right. Absolutely.
So, there's some guys close, but there's some guys that are close to the bottom that are out right now that could have 230 game, and then all of a sudden be -20 to go plus 9 or 10, and then could really hurt you. So anyway. I didn't want to make you sweat anymore. I understand, but
no problem.
I don't want you to quit the live stream either. You're doing a heck of a job.
Oh no, absolutely. I appreciate it. Hey, I definitely want in on the 6 o'clock.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Cool beans.
All right, a little bit different
of knowledge.
Yeah.
A little knowledge from Scott. That's kind of what I thought too. I thought, and it was kind of what we talked about in the morning. I thought that when I started getting the ball, when I started rolling the ball really well, I thought they're not easy. Of course, not easy, but they're really gettable. So.
Yeah, there are a lot of names on this sheet, as you said.
Yes, sir.
And I think if they're close, they're going to re-enter.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, there's people who bowl all 4 squads in a heartbeat.
Right.
All right, the 2 o'clock squad is starting to finish up. We're going to go off the air. Stay tuned, though, for the 6 o'clock squad. It should start around 6:30. It's about an hour from now. We'll take the air shortly before. We'll also put a post on Facebook when we're getting ready to start. One more squad left before we cut to the top 32, which will determine our match play for tomorrow. So hang on tight.
Sponsors for making this possible: Ebonite Bowling, Savage Bowling Pro Shops, GMAT Graphics, and Soapy Joe's Fundraising. And by the way, I just was talking to Greg, and if anybody needs, it's kind of funny, we're having a story about laundry detergent, but that's what Soapy Joe's is about. I tell you, if you have an interest in that, you need to go talk to Greg, because he can take great care of you from that end. Matter of fact, I know I'm going to be buying some. So, Mama Benton, Awards Unlimited, Smith Drain Service, Landmark Lanes, and Tim Sievers. I want to thank those guys. We have $2,600 in the prize fund before we take an entry, so I want to thank those guys as well. We do have some Ebonite releases in the the tournament office. You want to check those out: the Warrior Supreme and the GB2 Phenom, and the Maverick is released on Tuesday the 6th. You guys want to check those out. Get to an EBI demo day if you haven't, and test one of those balls out from the Ebonite Bowling International umbrella. Do want to recognize a couple of past winners again. I'm sure Brett Shepard wants to be recognized again, as well as Jeff Clark. Bowlers, you'll be bowling 4 games across the entire center. You will skip 2 pairs and bowl on the 3rd. You may bowl on any of the pairs that you will hit in your cross. The last 5 minutes of practice, I'll ask you to return to your starting pair. We'll be passing out score sheets here in just a few minutes. The A bowler, you'll be getting a score sheets will be stapled together before. The A bowler is responsible for writing all the scores down on the stapled score sheets. When the game is done, rip off that top sheet, leave it on the rail. Each bowler is responsible for writing their own score down on their card. The scorekeeper will only write it down on the stapled score sheets. We'll leave those score sheets one at a time after each game, so we can update scores and bracket scores and so forth, because people are going to want to know where the cut score is when this is completed. You have until the completion of practice to enter brackets. They will be games 1, 2, and 3. Side pot will pay high game in each game and series. That is $10. You have until the conclusion of practice. Bowlers, your lanes will be on for practice. Please wait until we recycle the pin setters so you have a full rack of pins. Once you get a full rack of pins, your lanes are on for practice. Okay, bowlers, return to your starting lane for the last 5 minutes of practice. Return to your starting pair for the last 5 minutes of practice.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Third round, or third squad of the day coverage, 6 p.m. squad. We're starting about an hour late. At the end of this squad, we'll be cutting the top 32. And looking at the results from the previous squad, if you haven't seen them already, leading the squad was Vince DeFranco with 869. 8th place in the squad was Aaron McCormick at -3, 797. 7th place was +5. The more important thing to look at is the overall cut. The overall cut after this last qualifying squad is at -10. That's 32nd place. So you got to figure after this squad the cut's going to go up. A lot of bowlers have re-entered. Don't know the exact number of bowlers we have this squad, but I would guess we're going to be looking at a cut score around even, or just over even, maybe +5. We'll chime in from time to time this squad to give you standings updates for this squad. and try to give you an update about what the cut's going to be. We will stay
Okay,
on
hold up on your practice, please.
line
Hold up on your
through
practice.
the time that they announce the cut score so you guys can hear it.
Recycle your pin setters to the first ball. Again, just a quick reminder. Letter A is the scorekeeper. Please keep score on the stapled sheets. When this game is done, rip off the scores off the top sheet. Leave that on the rail. We'll come by and pick that up. We'll be handing out your scorecards here in just a few minutes. Each bowler is responsible for keeping their own score on the card. The stapled score sheets is the responsibility of bowler A on your pair. Again, skipping 2 pair, bowling on the third. 1 and 2, 23, 24 do not include on your rotation. Bowlers, we have 49 in this squad. That brings us to a record total of 209 entries. We'll be paying at least 40 spots, maybe 42. We're going to check that out, but probably 40 to 42 spots. The top 32 tonight, after this squad is completed, will bowl tomorrow morning. Practice at 8:45. Bowlers, again, good luck. Good scoring.
You heard it. We have a new record. 209 entries, 49 bowlers this squad. This is huge. We've never had this many, of course. Last year was 163. That was the record. Practice starts tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. We'll take the air about 8:30. And tomorrow should be a pretty exciting day to watch a lot of good matches. So we'll chime in here from time to time to give standing updates for this squad and kind of let you know how everything's going.
Baggins.
Lenny's got the best.
Yeah, he's a bad motherfucker.
Sometimes I stand on one, sometimes I stand on a half. And I'm looking at 5. Like, over like pointing at where
I'm sitting over there with a good one.
Yeah.
Plan B? Texted Plan B? Go for it. I shoot 2-0 and she's already texted Plan B. Looks like we'll be
I think Chad wanted me to help him out here in a little bit. Sick. Yeah. We'll see what happens.
City logo. Are these the I'm still here, Pat, Police Academy testing this weekend, question pattern length sheet. Josh Country Myers.
Oh, yeah.
Who's that?
I have no idea. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just, yeah. Yeah, I'm the Eastern Time Zone sales rep. Probably be, I'd love to get on there and just talk about how good our product is. Between frames. Well, you know.
All right, we're back. We're in game 2 right now. We do have the standings after game 1 for this squad. Joining me right now is Tim Cyphers.
Cyphers, Mr. Chad.
Okay, how's it going?
Great, how are you?
Doing good. You bowled. No, you didn't bowl this year, did you?
I did not bowl. I sponsored the event, though.
Yes, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we're looking at 49 entries for this squad.
Scott had a record
209 entries, which just blew last year's record away.
Yep, that's quite amazing.
15 guys even or better after one game. Zach Weidman's leading it. This squad 225. 15th place is Joseph Wilson. So it's kind of what we've been dealing with all day. After one game, we're seeing anywhere from 12 to 15 guys plus or better, or even or better, and that number just shrinks.
Scores go down a little bit,
yes,
as the tournament's going on. So
I still think we're looking at a number around even for the cut.
I think it's like -10 or -14 right now, going into this squad.
Right, and hopefully Scott will maybe give us an update. I don't know if he'll be able to plug these numbers in.
Sure.
But I do see a few names, though, that haven't bowled. Joel Kloss is one of them. Mike Mann's one of them. Dustin Zenner was not in the cut, I don't believe. And then you're looking at Brett Shepard was not in the cut. So there's 4, so that raises that number up by 4 spots.
Zach Weideman, is he close? I know.
I don't have the standings after they're back on the wall
okay.
behind us. So he didn't give us the.
I thought he was close. Jimmy Cook went -10.
Yep, so Jimmy's another one, so there would be like at least 5 names.
Yep.
I'm going to go grab those standings real quick.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
So if we count 5 spots up from that,
okay,
-14 number, 1, 2, 3, 4. Zach is already in it, so we could just go 4.
-3.
So you're still looking at -3. I'd still say it's even or within +5.
Okay.
I think. Granted, we're only one game into this round.
That could possibly go down a little bit.
It could go down, or it could
you
just
never
stay
know.
the same.
It could stay at -10.
It's been kind of
or
unpredictable.
-14. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if we say at least there's 5 names on here, they have not, bowled and are in this cut. We could even go.
Is the name Brett Shepard in the cut yet?
No, he's not.
He won this event, right?
Yes, he's a past champion a couple years ago, 2014.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brett was in 53rd. We go in here, see.
Jeff Clark's another past champ, right? Did
Yes.
Clark win this?
Mm-hmm.
Is he in yet?
No, I don't believe so. Does not look like it.
Okay.
So there's several names. I still think even to +10, somewhere in between there.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting to see how this goes on. So what are your thoughts? You've been watching this off and on for the last couple of days.
My thoughts, I guess I was shocked. TJ Schmidt is an unbelievable bowler. And to be out here last night and to watch what he did on this brutal lane condition was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, great bowler, great guy. And hats off. He shot some numbers last night.
Yeah, 906 is +106, and he made this shot look like
he made it look easy last night.
And he played a lane, part of the lane where nobody else was playing.
Absolutely.
Which was way, way off the gutter.
Mm-hmm.
He says the shot's a little bit different today, so he was playing further in earlier. But you'll have that.
Sure.
Some variation from day to day.
Sure. And I'm assuming as the day goes on, the lane conditions, are starting to get tighter as the day goes on. I'm assuming, wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, they do. Well, it's from squad to squad.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're playing about the same.
You think they're playing about the same?
Yeah, they're playing about the same. Transitions happening at about the same time.
Okay.
We're seeing the same things, throughout each squad. We saw the biggest transition. They're probably transitioning just a tad bit later, but we saw transitions during practice during the morning squad.
Okay.
But look for scores just to kind of just keep going down a little bit, especially when we get to game 3.
Sure.
So we'll be back here after this game is over and give you an update on scores, kind of give our thoughts of where the cut's going to be. We may be way off, but I think we'll be kind of close.
I think it's going to be around even. It could go minus still. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, it sure could, just because we just don't know how this squad's going to play out.
Sure.
So we'll be back. Hang tight and continue watching here on Savage Bowling TV.
That's what Dave did earlier when Matt got up. He just like started yelling. You don't want me entertaining. He'd be getting a lot of phone calls and text messages.
You want a casino at all or no?
It's my second year there at total decision. Because in preschool year, first grade I think the only reason I can teach him, right? I think the only reason I can do it is because I swear I asked my mom the things like, why did you ever get us 999 that's what you need or whatever? It's like every 5 minutes I'm like, I gotta be doing something. Yeah, Chicago's rough. I like it though, because I taught here when I lived here. It is, but I swore when I left here, I took a job that wasn't in education when I moved. And I swore I would never go back to teaching unless I got it. Because I just didn't, I don't know, it was here at least, and I hate to say this is nothing against the little guys too. Say it when you get back.
Nah, it's not funny now. Those things are not on, right?
Travis, I'm talking to Scotty. You didn't see it, I took Get down there and slurp it up then.
Plus, I think last game beat me up.
Zach doesn't count.
No. But there's 3-1. I don't think he was in it. Shit. Brett wasn't in it. Jeff wasn't in it. I don't think Eric was. Brady definitely wasn't. So, well, there's. So I still think it's going to be like between even and 10.
All right, we have second game results finally. Looks like we have 7 guys plus or better, or even or better. Leading away this squad, Zach Weidman, 443. Actually, he's tied for first with Joel Kloss. Third is Dylan Holford, 425. Brett Shepard, 409. Jeff Clark, 407. Eric Tackett, 406. Brady Cullett, 402. Jason Sollers, 401. Still looking at a cut score between, I would say, even and plus 10. They're nearing the end of the third game right now. So we should have the third game standings pretty quick. Again, only 6 guys plus. So we'll see what happens here at the next game and a half, and we'll get you the top 32 scores. Additionally, 10 more people are cashing, so they're going to cash 42 spots this year. We'll be back. Stay tuned. So we're being told that after 2 games of this squad, the overall cut is going to be +7. +7 as of right now after 2 games of this squad. That's likely to go up a couple pins. So we'll see what happens.
after that game.
Yeah.
But we think it went down. Because Jeff Clark was like 150 that game. Third game.
Holy crap.
And he drops him out.
What you doing? What you doing?
Checking out the scores.
How many people are on?
They're 23, we're at 32 earlier. During the first game.
Money high though.
We punch tomorrow.
I've not been posting them on Saturday.com. I was in the beginning, but then they stopped sending them to me, and I started posting them tomorrow.
Well, we also told people to check out Facebook.
I mean, I'll put them on there when it's all over with. It's nice.
Okay. Well, we were telling people on Facebook too. We were commentating on it. So, they got it.
Well, the problem is too is the screen shrinks so bad on this.
Well, it's fine, but it's just the whole, just small monitors. And then that space, it'll look better tomorrow when I get one. So I'll be able to shoot it down.
Well, what you could do is we can have, I mean, well, we can have a camera on each story, but we can only shoot 2 at a time, so. What
All right, they're getting ready to start their last game of qualifying for this squad, which is the final squad of qualifying. The conclusion of this game, stick around, as we will have the final announcement of who made the top 32, who's cashing, who's coming back tomorrow to bowl for the championship. Tomorrow we'll be taking the air at 8:45 or 8:30 a.m. Practice starts at 8:45. Best 2 out of 3 matches until we get down to the final 4, at which point we will be doing a little bit different format, TV format. We'll have we'll have one match, best 2 out of 3. Next match, 2 out of 3. Those are 2 semifinal matches, and then a final match. We'll be doing some online interviews and really trying to make this look like a good product for you guys. Right now, after 2 games, we think the cut is sitting around +7. Should have the scores for the 3rd game here shortly, and we'll have a better idea of where we're sitting. If you haven't, go to our Facebook page, subscribe, Savage Bowling TV. So far, our next event that is scheduled is in February. It's Indiana High School State Finals, live from Fort Wayne. Once again, we'll be covering the singles and team finals, both boys and girls. That's our next scheduled broadcast. Could have some coming up sooner than that, though. Currently nothing going on either one of the live stream pairs. Actually, 9 and 10 just started bowling. We're going to switch over to that. $209 entries this year, which is obviously a record. Last year's was the record, 163 entries. We had people come as far away as from as Kansas to this event this year. Had, I believe, somebody from Wisconsin came up, and a few people from Illinois and surrounding areas. I want to thank everybody for coming. As we get down near the end here, see a lot of bowlers really buckling down because if they're near the cut. We're trying to get these last marks, have a good game, sneak into the field of 32 for tomorrow's match play. And one thing we are seeing, as we've seen all day, is the lanes are really changing, and scores are going down the last 2 to 3 games, especially the last 2 games. The scores have gone down, and that's just a result of the lanes changing and people moving from lane to lane. So stay tuned. We'll be getting some scores to you here briefly or momentarily, and let you know where everything's at. Stay tuned. Okay, we want to take this time to thank our sponsors. It's been a little bit before we've done that, or since we've done that. And we just got the standings handed to us, so we'll get that, and let's do that first. 3 guys are plus, 4 guys are plus for this squad. Zach Weidman is your leader. Plus 59 is Joe Kloss. Plus 27, Jason Sollers. Plus 20, Kevin Williams. Plus 19. Then it drops in 5th place, Doug Henry at minus 10. We're going to get an idea here in just a minute of what the cut number is. It looks like the scores did drop tremendously that game. So I think that cut number might be a little bit lower than what we were just talking about. So sponsors, I was going to get ready to get to them. So we're going to start off with Savage Bowling Pro Shops, Soapy Joe's, Bama Bentoncourt, Smith Heating and Cooling, Dexter, Wings Etc., Ebonite, McCarty Motors, Smith Heating and Cooling, and Awards Unlimited. They give us that beautiful crystal trophy every year. They've been with us since we started this tournament 19 years ago. The sponsors contributed $2,600 to the prize fund. So we're going to go back and try to find out what the cut score is, and I'll be right back. Okay, through 3 games of this squad, the overall cut score dropped from +5, or +7, I guess it was, to -1. So -1 is the cut score going into this last game. Right now they're 3 or 4 frames into the last game. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Scores drop big time between game 2 and 3. As the transition seems to be more, as we got Pat here. Pat's bowling this squad. Pat, how are you bowling?
Temporary fill-in for a second. I am bowling awful. They're hard. This is the hardest I've seen just from everyone else. I'm not physically executing very well.
Is it me or are they drying out a bunch? I mean,
I tell you, I have no idea what's going on. You know, there's been a few shots where I threw really good and they check up in the front, and then there's been a few shots where I'm just not throwing it good enough to have a good read, but I don't see any scores coming out of here,
well,
other than the top 4 or 5 or so.
Yeah, they said there was only probably 3 or 4 200 games that third game.